And I think this is important to this conversation. It's something that we've overlooked. It's weird to say that a million is always a million, but a billion isn't always a billion.
Yeah. How can I say we're even overpopulated? I mean, I get it when like I go to like larger communities, and it's very busy. Seems like there's a lot of people within the compacted area. Like more than should be, right? Overall, I see a lot of land uninhabited. For the most part, it's like there's a lot of space. I'm like, how are we overpopulated? I don't get that. I don't understand. What do they mean by that? Overpopulated.
The transition from like the long scale to short scale, the difference that it makes for us is they transitioned from gold standard. Like that's when the confiscation of gold happened in America, had to do with that time period. So they heavily
they took it.
Yeah, dude, they confiscated gold in America. Most people don't
Took it
know that.
from people. Took it away from people.
Yes, nobody had a choice. They were coming for the gold, and they did.
You weren't allowed to have. What? Why?
God bless America.
Couldn't you possess gold? What was their reasoning behind that?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's connected to the Great Depression and kind of a income inequality type thing. Basically redefining wealth. You have old money hiding their money, and new money hyperinflating and exaggerating their money. And across the world, nobody knows what a billion is. This man says a billion, he doesn't mean the same thing when that man says a billion. They confuse a billion with a trillion all the time because they wouldn't know the difference when somebody speaks the word.
Watched a thing on gold actually today. That's funny you brought it up. Yeah. They don't know. They're still at a loss. Well, like within the the current cosmological narrative, at a loss as to explain origins of gold. Not sure. Have their guesses. They speculate as to the processes which could account for the abundance of gold that there is. Not that they know how much gold is out there in the universe, whatever, but on Earth, right? They're at a loss. It's not, apparently, gold does not form terrestrially. Doesn't produce gold. Stars do. The neutron stars orbit each other until they collapse in on each other. It's their best guess. Gold is formed, spreads out, and is collected. The gold that we find on Earth is as a collection on the processes. Right? It didn't happen. It didn't form in the Earth's the Earth's surface or anything to the formation of Earth. Didn't happen, apparently. Planets don't form gold. Stars can do that, apparently. I find it interesting. Once you find gold, you're generally those ground will be generally rich in the quartz. I don't think they fucking know jack shit about fucking elements and how they're formed. Got no fucking idea. Sapphire's found there's enriched deposit. Granite, black rock. Gold's found where there's a lot of crystal quartz deposits. It's not a coincidence, right? It's just a coincidence, right? I don't know. Fuck if I. But it's funny because this video, like I was watching this video, the way they describe gold form, like the conditions that's required for gold to form, and the processes that take place when gold is formed, takes these. It's like they've just expanded the idea out into a larger scale, right? Then now you've got these huge ass fucking balls pushing in on each other, and the pressure becomes so great, right? So it's weird because like you've got these little balls or little things crushing together to form the gold, but that's happening because there's these bigger balls crushing in on each other. It's like, what is that happening? Well, there's these even bigger balls. The universe is this big ball, right? Why is that happening? Well, then there's these even bigger balls. They could just keep on going and going and going. Balls.
What's T-Dub? Do you have a theory on how you think gold's created? I missed some of the conversation.
I don't, but find it interesting that it's generally found where there's large deposits of crystal quartz. Usually, like that's a sign, you know. It's usually where gold is found. The soil is rich in crystal. It's crystal area. Like with sapphire, you usually find that where the soil is rich in iron deposits.
Do you think do you think magma has something to do with its creation?
Maybe because like
I thought it was magma.
Maybe it's said that it takes extreme amounts of heat and pressure, the likes of which do not exist on Earth or in the Earth. As far as the current cosmological narrative goes, is that the gold that we find in the Earth wasn't formed in the Earth. Formed before the Earth formed. It's just being collected during the formation of the Earth. don't have enough heat and pressure to form gold, apparently.
What
Stars
about
do.
cold
Some
fusion?
stars.
You know, if cold fusion could do that.
Well, fusion. Yeah, I don't know.
Like a different type of nuclear fusion, isn't it? I believe,
Yeah,
but
I'm
higher
not fully
energy. Yeah.
understand cold fusion. Yeah, I don't understand what that is. Yeah, no. I know the difference.
I don't know the difference. I just know that cold fusion's like a lower, a different type of nuclear fusion, but with like a lower frequency or energy or something. I don't know. I've heard people say that that's how the Earth works with cold fusion. Obviously, speculation. I'm just wondering whether this has anything to do. Cold fusion could have anything to do with the creation of gold.
No, maybe.
But it's not.
That's
It's not
different.
actually a thing. Yeah, it's a theory.
Oh, yeah. That's I was going to say. That's even if fusion is a thing. I'm still not convinced. Like, I find it fascinating. I find the whole thing fascinating. The idea is very interesting. Thought of how atoms, live atoms, can merge together. Have a natural tendency to do that. It takes gravity to do that, and I still don't understand that. I mean, like, why would suddenly, like, okay, you've got a little, like, an area, let's say, 10 by 10 by 10 meters cubed area of gases in space, right? Not just, they're just cruising around. They're not interested in coming together to form anything, right? Or the electro forces are going to make sure that they don't. They're opposed to each other. They'll each other. They won't attract, right? Suddenly, once you get something in the terms of, like, millions of kilometers cubed area, of gases, there's enough of it that it will want to. It starts collapsing in on itself. It realizes there's a center, and that all the things must not go away from the center. They've got to come back to that middle part. What? Why? What is dictating that? There's nothing to say that they should do anything different than they would in a smaller scale. They're free. They're not. They're not bonded. They're just fucking flying around. It's granting that outer space exists. I don't see where they're getting this idea that just because there's a larger collection of these things that naturally don't want to be together, suddenly want to come together. Just don't understand it. Doesn't make any sense to me. Think that would happen.
I think frequency plays a role that we're not being told in these sort of exchanges. I think that's a lot to do with it, and I think separation of, like, for example, when you get above a certain point, you can't see stars anymore. I think it's a bit like that. Like, there's certain things can only be experienced at certain levels because of certain frequencies or densities. So things that are happening under the ground are happening because they're under the ground, right? And that may not be demonstratable above. In the same way, you can't see the stars after a certain point.
Right.
I mean, who knows?
I'm not sure about it. I don't know. Like I've seen a couple, some footage of the high altitude balloons. It does seem like there's no stars, but is that just like because I don't know. They really, can you really not see stars at a certain point, or can you always see stars? I don't know.
I don't know. I saw the high altitude balloon footage, and I couldn't see any stars in any of those footages on YouTube or anything. Yeah, I do think that's verifiable. I think after a certain point the stars do disappear. I reckon that's to do with frequency. So I'm thinking, maybe this whole realm works off frequency, and frequency can induce this cold fusion. This is super speculative, by the way. I'm just in one of those moods today.
That stuff is like mind-boggling to me. All this frequency stuff and light, it all is just so weird. It's obviously something that we exploit, be able to like have this sort of technology that we're using right now. I mean, something there, but does it really work the way that they think it works? I don't know.
I think this little trip to Antarctica is going to start the. I think that's going to start the conversations of this realm, and it's going to take us to a next step. I think we're limited by the whole empirical approach, and I think while you can prove that the ground is not rotating and there's no curvature, and that is the reality. I think the next step is a model, and I don't think that we need a working model, but I think we need to now address the fact that things in this realm are working in a way that isn't in from the paradigm of the heliocentrists. That these things that they're claiming are globe Earth evidences or proves could be quite easily explained on a flat Earth with things like the sky being a reflection, things like cold fusion. You know what I mean? Some of these speculative things we stay away from, I think, might start to become more important going forward. I'm a big believer that the 24-hour sun is not just possible on a flat Earth, but will be seen. And maybe some flat earthers who are unwilling to understand and look at some of the other flat Earth models might actually end up going to the globe because they're not going to be able to understand a flat Earth depiction with some of this stuff.
Well, yeah. I mean, but it's so difficult to put to put labels on the sun, for example. I mean, because you can only say what you saw it do from your vantage point, and it's all anybody can do. And then you can have someone record what they saw it do from another point, what at the same time that you saw it, and compare the two and say that, well, it must have been doing this, but really say that? I mean, because you don't know the mechanics of the sun. So that's a tough one. That's really tough.
Yeah, but look at the
Why,
straw
you know,
man. The straw man has been set up now, so we don't know what the sun is. But there's so many flat earthers who think that you know um, there can't be a 24-hour sun on a flat Earth, and I think that is living in the globe paradigm and not really opening your mind up to the possibilities of what this realm is and how the South is presented, the sky in the South. And I think by avoiding that, we open ourselves up to allow globers to say, well, you guys can't have a sun on a 24-hour sun on a flat Earth because you guys are following an AE model. In fact, they give us a model because we haven't told them anything. Do you get what my point is? I think we have to move forward from that, and I think we do have to. We don't necessarily need a model, but we do have to drop this whole AI depiction, AE depiction. Do you know what I mean? As
oh yeah,
in the paradigm of a heliocentric, like this could only be possible on a flat Earth sort of thing.
yeah, for sure. Many of us have been saying that for a while now. I mean, like, long before this final experiment thing came along. Yeah, we've been saying, like, well, okay, yeah, there's some problems with that, and not only that, like, I mean, like you said, yeah, it's any model is a problem.
Well, what I don't want to happen, Tito, what I'm predicting actually is a bunch of flat earthers going to the globe because there's a 24-hour sun scene, and I think that is what the paradigm that they've set up. Where if we see a 24-hour sun, well, must be a globe. But oh my God,
I can't
like
wait.
there's so many models or so many different ways that you can get a 24-hour sun, especially if you start introducing the azimuthal equidistant grid of vision combined with, the South being let's say like a parabolic reflection of a flat sky. Well, then you literally could get a 24-hour sun at every point in Antarctica at the same time. And that would start on the outer of Antarctica, and as the days go by and as we get back to spring in the northern hemisphere, that 24-hour sun will slowly move inwards towards the equator. Now that could easily work if there is a reflective nature to the sky, with the limitations of view that we understand and how we see things not in their actual position based on location. The whole South could be a reflection. I'm not saying that, and I don't want to push that idea, but I just feel like people are forgetting these are options.
All right. Yeah, I think I'm getting what you're saying. Yeah. I can't wait. I can't wait till some of these flat earthers come in, like, and say, "Hey, we saw the 24-hour sun, guys. It's not flat." Wait, we can tell them, but you should have come here before you waited for that. Where were you before all this? Like, you would have heard what we were saying before they went down there to have a look at it.
Right, these guys, most of them are burying their head in the sand, not looking at, some of the explanations from other types of flat earthers. And I think this is going to change everything now, where these people are going to become more credible, these more speculative guys, and then the more empiricist guys are going to have to concede that, everything can't be proven empirically if you don't know what the sky is. Like, we're going to actually have to start to now speculate on how this shit works. Otherwise, the globes are going to say they debunked flat Earth. Do you know what I mean? We're going to still be sitting here and it's going to make it even harder to explain if we don't have an understanding of, these alternatives. Yeah.
I'll never feel obligated to explain any sky phenomena, but I see it like this, like that. like Duffy and that, right? Jaren's gonna go, what's wrong, guys? Yep, yeah, I'm with you now. I'm Globe, and they're
He
gonna
is.
go, and they're gonna publicly on record, on published on film, pat him on the back and say, "You're an honest man, Jaren," and then anybody else that doesn't realize this, they're either delusional or they're just lying to themselves. And, right, so then it's going to paint a picture of all the flat earthers
Yeah.
don't accept Earth being a globe after witnessing 24-hour sun.
Yeah. Oh mate, yeah, I see it now.
They'll paint him. Yeah, he'll be the honest man, right? Who was a flat earther, realized the truth. All the other flat earthers that don't accept it, even after that, they're not honest with themselves or with other people, right? They're not a good man or a good woman. Right? They're right. It's
yeah, it's like a big psyop. Won't be surprised if Jaren's on the payroll. If he does that, I'm literally going to be like, "How much you got paid, mate? How much you got paid for that immature comment?" It's now becoming obvious to me how much of a setup it is, and it's also becoming obvious to me how mysterious this place is, and just how much like we're not really able to sort of speculate on. I just started to realize the speculation is so important. It is important to look at these other models and ideas, because we're being boxed into the heliocentric paradigm. If there's a sun at Antarctica, it's a globe. If there's not a sun, then it's a flat Earth. That's not even evidence for flat or curving ground. I'm not playing that game anymore. I'm done. Like that, we're going to see a 24-hour sun. I'm calling it.
Yeah.
And that's what we're supposed to see on a flat Earth at the Antarctic. And my argument is we should be sending people to each corner. And I bet you there's a 24-hour sun at each corner at every point at Antarctica. And if you stay there long enough, you'll see it circle around your head and then start to, drift into the equator, slowly but surely.
You'd have to spend like 6 months or even a year there. It is interesting that friend of Oakley's in that interview said that he never saw it, that he just wasn't looking and paying enough attention, just wasn't focused on that. But he said he never noticed it. At least he wasn't, he doesn't remember seeing do that. Oh, it was 6 months to a year that he was there. I don't know. Maybe he just wasn't, there at time or something. But I think he was there long enough that he should have seen it. Like
yeah,
to
6
me,
months.
that would be. Yeah, right. So maybe he was not there during the right 6 months.
No, I think he was there during their winter, Southern Hemisphere winter. Yeah, he was. But I remember him saying,
"Wrong time. You need to be there in the summer."
Yeah, and in our winter. Yeah, in our winter. Yeah. But I do remember him saying that although he wasn't particularly looking for it, he says he just remembers only seeing the daylight and didn't see the sun above the horizon. So he's like, I can't confirm seeing a sun above the horizon, but I can confirm 24 hours of daylight.
Right.
Well, he called it twilight, didn't he?
Yeah.
But like, I think even if he didn't see it, I think there is a way to look at this where I think there actually should be. I'm beginning to be convinced that there should be, because of the nature of the Southern Hemisphere. I think the Southern Hemisphere matches up to this sort of idea and model. And I think if you sent flat earthers or people to each corner of Antarctica, you'll see a 24-hour sun at the same time at all four corners. Yeah, I'm just repeating myself. Apologies, mate.
What do you mean by corners of Antarctica?
Like you can pick South America, Australia, go south from there. You know, let's give it corners. But what I'm saying is,
Okay.
if you're opposed, you know, all different parts of Antarctic Circle, I believe, would experience 24-hour sun.
Yes, that's also that is the predicted answer under the globe model as well.
Yeah, I think there's a flat Earth model. I think that you would expect that to be the case as well.
And I'm really interested in that. Do you have a link to an example of that?
No links. I could send you some stuff, I suppose, Rab, but I know what, I don't know. I could send you some stuff, Rab, if this conversation's fruitful.
I'm primarily interested in what the new model was, because I seem to remember 6 months ago when I was here talking about this, the answer was no, you can't see a 24-hour sun in Antarctica. It's not possible. No one's ever done it. It's never been filmed. It can't happen. It can't happen. That was stated to me
You're
here.
a fucking liar.
I'm not lying. That was stated directly to me.
Yeah, you are.
I do admit that, although people haven't been saying that, I do admit that there are a lot of not in here necessarily, but there are a lot of flat earthers who do say that, and they ascribe to the AE model. So I think that's where the problem is. There's flat earthers is not a cult. If flat earth's not a cult, then everybody's different, and there are a lot of flat earthers who do hold that sort of position. So
I've never ever heard anyone say that. What I've heard people say is that we're shown footage that it's supposed, right? There's supposedly that happens in Antarctica, but we analyze the footage of it. We always find, problems with it that indicate that it's potentially being fabricated. So whether or not it does happen or not is not wasn't really in contention. It was and it wasn't a thing about it fitting the flat Earth model. It's the thing about it fitting the globe. Like the globe is saying, "Oh, most definitely it does happen," and that affirms consequent, right? That affirms what we believe, right? That, and it was like, well, prove that it does, right? But then at the end of the day, it doesn't even matter if you can prove it does happen. It's still not going to prove that the model is correct. It's just confirmation bias.
But now I'm confused. Why was it vital or important to show that it was fake footage if you're now saying, yeah, well, it totally can happen. They just made up the footage. I'm not sure what the point of that would be.
It was just people looking at the footage and going, "Oh, look at that. There's an inconsistency here, or there's this effect here, or there's this problem here. Look at that repeat clouds formation there, or whatever, It was just someone pointing out. It doesn't mean they have to have a position on the matter. They can just simply analyze the footage and go, like, it's fake to me, or it's just doctored in some manner. Where is the raw, just unedited footage? And so what? So what? Even if it does happen, I mean, like, yeah. So what? Predicted it because you've got this globe model. Okay. At the end of the day, right, Rab, you're still not going to say that it's definitive proof that the Earth is a spinning ball.
Oh, I am. I actually have a different question, which is I actually came in to ask a different question that's a reality right now. So Starlink is currently talking about doing cellular service to phones. And in the US, they've been teaming up with T-Mobile such that anywhere T-Mobile doesn't have tower and access, Starlink will actually be able to contact it. So all these dead zones are going to be able to you're going to have cell phone service in it now. And according to Starlink, that's because they have satellites that are orbiting the Earth. And I'm trying to figure out what you would say those are.
So talk to AJ who uses Starlink and says that it's not always fucking reliable.
Right. It's because they keep putting up more satellites, right? Right. Currently, they have a minimal number of satellites and they're adding in more. But how do you think it's
Soon
working at
there'll
all?
just be a continuous stream of these things that we can see in the sky. It'll just be one long arc
Yes.
from the east to the western horizon, right?
Well, you can see them now, but the question is still, how do they work?
I don't know.
I mean, do you think they're lying about them orbiting the Earth?
Obviously.
Okay, so how do they work if they're not orbiting the Earth?
I don't know.
Well, I think you can put forward the idea of a satellite up in the sky hovering above a plane, right? I say hovering, moving around, providing communication. But I mean, it's the same idea of having a cell tower that's mounted on land, except you've gone and throw this thing up in the sky and it can send and receive signals at this point. But I don't think it takes anything away from the idea of a drone flying up in the sky that's able to send and receive messages. Is this not something?
A drone?
Well, I mean, drone flies at a lower altitude. A satellite
Right.
flies at a higher altitude. It still
So
doesn't
the
take.
drone would take how
Things are-
long would the drone be able to stay up there?
Well, what I'm saying to you is it still doesn't take away the fact that these things can hover or fly and move around in the sky and send and receive signals.
But it does if the drones can only last an hour in the air. So, like, how long can the drones last up there?
Okay, so whether a drone will last an hour, right, or a satellite
Right.
last a day or a month or a year,
Well,
whatever it is,
Satellites last years.
it's still the idea that there is a object that is above the surface of the plane that can send and receive messages.
Right. But I'm just trying to figure out. So you're saying it's a drone or a balloon, and all the people that think they've built satellites are being fooled. And somebody in there is a balloon expert or a drone expert, and they're putting the information technology onto the balloon or satellite, or sorry, balloon or drone without anybody else knowing. Is that what we're talking about?
What?
Well, I'm
My
trying to
friend,
figure out, like, the people that are developing the satellites
your
think that
question.
they're building communication system for satellites, and they're building up everything to a satellite system. So in your world, at some point, somebody would go, well, we're going to now remove the rocket component of this and add high altitude drones and balloons to hold them up instead.
No, that's not what I said at all. In
Okay.
fact, what I said in terms of literally just observation strictly is whether it's a drone, whether it's a satellite, it's an object that's up in the sky that can send and receive messages. Correct?
And that is moving very fast. Yes.
No, look, you don't have to add on to my question, right? I'm just trying to
Okay. Sorry.
have a
It's
conversation.
up in the sure.
Right.
And yes, it can send and receive messages, and it's very high up.
Every base level in saying that whether it's a drone flying at 200 feet above the surface, right, or it's a satellite that's flying at X amount of feet above the surface, these are still two things that fly above the surface. So from a standpoint,
Well, it'd have to be much higher than 200 feet.
Then what?
It would have to be much higher than 200 feet.
100 feet.
He said
Why
if it was
200 feet?
he said it could be a drone flying, whether or not it's a satellite flying really up high or a drone flying 200 feet up. Both of them have this property. And I said, well, it would have to be much higher than 200 feet.
hold on
Why?
a second. Just to be clear, and I'm going to withdraw. I don't want you to like completely crap on what I presented. Drones fly at approximately 200 feet above the surface. That's generally a height limit that they have, right? Or a satellite flying at X amount of feet above the surface. What I brought in for the consistent observation is that these two things are able to send and receive messages. That's all. Thanks. Withdrawn.
Okay, so but I'm talking about the cell phone service that Starlink's hooking up with T-Mobile for, and not just the ability for the drone you bought from eBay to fly at 200 feet and communicate with a radio.
It won't be cell phones anymore, will there? There'll be satellite phones.
Actually, they would. Yeah, well, they use the same cellular frequencies, so they are effectively satellite phones. They're not going over cell networks, but they're no different than just the phone you have in your pocket. So they can use all the same antenna and everything like that.
Yeah, it's like they're doing what Marconi did. How many years ago did Marconi discover the radio or have his first successful broadcast?
The early 1900s, so like 1905 area.
Right. So like these are just ideas that messages are being passed from one thing to another. Again, whether it's a drone or it's a satellite or whatever, right? The interesting thing is these transmission paths all occur over a straight line. What I find interesting is listening to the conversation just before I started talking, is that how do you then think that there's a ball in between all of this that would actually interfere with the signals getting through, no matter the broadcasting, whether it's a radio tower mounted to the surface or it's a satellite up in the sky? How is it that these things can broadcast signals with apparent land getting in the way, if in fact we're dealing with a spheroid?
So, which question do you want answered first? Because I actually do know a lot about this. So, which question would you like answered first?
Whatever you want, Rapscuttle. Whatever you want.
Okay. So let's start with first off, if we look at, for example, an upgraded cellular system that's now been upgraded to 5G. The trick here, and this is the weirdest thing that people you have to think about, is you don't want one bigger tower with more power. What you need to have is lots and lots of small towers so that you're connecting into a small tower near you, because you're basically starting to limit the fiber going into that tower is effectively like a sprinkler sprinkling out data to everybody that can talk to it. So if you have a 1 gigabit connection to that antenna, for example, you now can only serve 1 gigabit of data to everybody that's connected to that tower. So when we upgrade towers, you actually need more and more small ones than bigger and bigger ones. So that's one thing. So when we talk about blocking, we're actually talking about limiting the distance range of these for the purposes of distributing more information to people, so they're not interfered with by other people using that same tower. That's number one. So it's not really blocked as such. Now, the next one is, yes, they do get blocked by buildings. Mountains can shade them. All sorts of land features and building features do a good job of shading these towers. That's another thing. So they do have nice reflective properties and can bounce off of things. But that's why, for example, when you walk inside, your cellular power drops a lot. Now, the funny thing is, these cellular systems, like the one in your pocket, is amazing piece of technology. You gotta realize it's detecting things at like negative 105 dBm. So basically, that is that's going to be in the nanovolt range or lower is what it's detecting the frequency or detecting the signal strength of, and it's turning that into your cellular system or into the signal your phone's able to interpret. So these are pieces of magic just right off the bat. It's just amazing technology. Now, when we go up again, we talk about the longer ranges that we need to do if we want to talk about to ship communication or things like that. We can bounce these waves of various frequencies, can bounce off of different layers in the atmosphere. And they've determined this, and that's actually how bouncing off the ionosphere, for example, because the ionosphere is effectively a conductor of air. And so you get to bounce off that surface back onto another vessel. So you're basically reflecting back into the thing. So that's how you can get around the curve of the Earth. For frequencies that don't or do not have the right properties to interact with that ionosphere, they do not travel around the curvature of the Earth. So you actually get them bouncing, like they only do line of sight. So you only get line of sight with those things. And yeah, they are blocked by lots of stuff at that point. So if you have a satellite very up high, it's going to have more lines of sight because it has more area that it can see, period, right? Like if you imagine, like if you have a tennis ball and you're holding something up, you can see the farther away you get, you can see more of the tennis ball. So that's hopefully explaining three of the things we're talking about.
Thanks for the explanation.
Yeah. Interesting tweet from Elon Musk posted a couple of days ago. Posted, but right underneath is on talking. I'll just post it. One sec.
Oh, and Roots, I do have a high altitude balloon shot of the stars for you if you want it. Oh, he's deafened.
They all fuck. Well, no. Anyway, Elon Musk tweets: "Making life multiplanetary the first time in 4.5 billion years. Humanity will accomplish this century." Very next tweet, right? Common mistake to believe that the legacy media only lies about areas that you understand well. No, they lie about everything. The odds that they'd only lie about stuff you specifically know about. Yeah, Elon's like trying to separate himself from all that. Independent, right? Uh-huh.
Hey, Tito, what happened to the scuttlebug? He scuttled off.
Well, yeah.
I don't know why he does that. He comes in hot and then just goes within 5 minutes. It's weird.
Got some high altitude aircraft animated GIFs from a military video. The Big Bounce. Project Echo.
Oh, cool. These pictures are cool. What the hell is that, Ether? The third picture. I have never seen anything like it before. I'm going to react to it so you can see which one I'm talking about.
It's the balloon. Project Echo. A stamp
I mean,
commemorating the event. Is that what you're talking about, the stamp?
no, the one above the stamp, the one I'm pointing at, it looks like I don't know, like a big wooden horn connected to an outhouse building.
That's their antenna from when they did Project Echo.
What? That's
Yeah,
an antenna.
I can link the video to. I'll link the video so y'all can watch it, man.
Like an early radio antenna. Like a their idea of a big dish, you know?
No way. That's pretty cool. That's pretty cool. It looks like it's made out of wood.
Putting somebody inside that little building with their mouth up against talking through it. It's a big megaphone.
Everybody, the Germans are coming. Run. Hey, morning, Matrix and Dazza.
Morning.
You boys are here. You boys are here. Boys are back in town.
Daz just unmuted himself and kicked himself out.
I booted myself out.
Smooth. What's happening, boys? Everything cool?
Yeah, I was just getting some gaming on with my mates, and I thought,
Oh yeah.
they just
What'd
all
you play?
finished up. What's it called? Back for Blood. There's a came out a couple of years ago. There was another game called Left 4 Dead and Left 4 Dead 2, which you shoot zombies, so it's like a 4-player co-op. Well, it's basically Left 4 Dead 3. Get in there and just keep going. Same style. 4 people co-op, and yeah, it's just a mindless shooter. So quite relaxing. Good.
Yeah, Left 4 Dead was always a good game. I remember. Keep you on your toes, doesn't it?
Well, yeah. Well, the only reason I bought it, it's actually still worth about $90, but Steam's got their Black Friday special things going on, and I got it for $9. So
Nice.
I thought, you know what, $9, and I've just spent the last 4 hours smashing it out.
There you go. It's paid for itself.
Yeah, well and truly. And I know tomorrow we're going to get another 8 or 9 hours in. So
No, you spent triple that 2 hours down the pub, right?
Well, 2 hours down the pub. When you're talking $8 schooners.
I was gonna say, yeah, you can't get a beer for $8, can you?
Some places you can still squeeze a schooner in, but yeah, they're few and far between.
Yeah, it's just as bad over here in the UK, man. One night out. When I was younger in my 20s, I could go out on 20 quid. No joke, and get a taxi home with that. Now, 20 quid's the entry fee into the club.
Yeah, well, it was funny because I remember when I was like 19, 20, we're all whinging about how much it cost to go into town. Like, it was great fun going in there. So we'd buy a bottle of Boom or Jack or vodka or whatever was on special at the time, drink that first, and then we'd go into town, because our trip was $10 to get into town, because it was like a 10K trip. So yeah, it was a tenner in, a tenner back, or if you caught the bus, it was only like $1.50 if you were cheap, or just too wrecked to bother remembering the taxi. But yeah, you'd get absolutely smashed, go into town, and have a great night. You wouldn't drink much because you're already wrecked going in there, and get on home. But now that same trip is like a $25 trip, and I'm sure it's the same road. I don't think they've changed the roads or improved them, so I just can't see why it's worth so much. It's just crazy.
People afford it. I don't understand.
I know.
I cannot. Are people earning $5,000 a week or something?
Well,
Mate, I think people are. I think people are living off credit.
Yeah.
Bunch of dumbasses, aren't we?
All the afterpay and shit. Yeah.
Probably got.
Anyone hearing that
Used to
echo?
be- Matrix. I think you have feedback there.
All right.
That Matrix.
The boys playing games too said the same thing, that I was causing feedback, and I said to them, "That's bullshit. It can't be me." And no, it's definitely you. It's definitely you. And I said, "Well, I'll fucking prove it to you." And I turned my microphone off, and one of the lads goes, "Yeah, I'm still getting feedback." And I'm sitting there going, "Yeah, right, with me microphone off. Good one." So I knew it.
Okay.
Okay. So now I'm concerned that it might be me. It might be my computer doing something weird. Actually, I'm going to do a full restart, because I haven't done a restart for a couple of hours, and I've loaded some shit on here. So I'll do a restart and I'll be back.
All right, mate. Yeah, it's definitely him because it's stopped now.
Yeah. But what were we saying? What were we talking about? Talking about economy.
I'm trying to remember
Where
now.
did we go with it? Fuck.
That echo put me off.
I was going to say something. I can't remember. Lost it.
I do remember I asked about what happened to Rob Scuttle, and then Ether posted those pictures. That was it, and we were looking at that so-called old school dish. That's the last thing I remember.
Yeah, no, we're talking about the price of stuff and all that too. Like,
Oh, right, yeah. Going out, that was it. Yeah, I said I could do the whole night out on 20 quid in my 20s. Now that's the cost of an entry fee.
yeah.
I tell you what pissed me off, right? We went on holiday and my missus got sucked into the photographs. I don't know if you've been on holiday recently, but this new thing now, when you go to a resort, they'll have professional photography teams following you around, taking pictures of you when you don't know it, and then they'll tap you on the shoulder and they'll be like, "Look, we've got some great photos of you. Do you want any of them?" And we're like, "What?" And then they come and show you they've been spying on you for the last week or something. And then my missus will be like, "Yeah," they're like, "It's £10 a print, £10 a print, just buy one." So then we get there and the missus wants about eight prints. But then, like, if you do any of the water sports, they'll send a drone out and take a video of you on a water sport. So that's like 20 quid for the video, £10 for an image. Mate, I must have spent 150 quid on photographs. And I am not the type of person to use them. They have not gone on my display picture. I have not shared them. I'm not on social media. And I just sat there and wasted 150 quid. I just find it crazy, man, for photographs.
you helped the family, so that
It's all for bloody misses, and I'm never going to use these photos. Why do I need a family photo on a beach in a weird pose? You know what I mean? I've got natural photos of my kids. Yeah, I said that to say I feel like that we're paying for an experience. Like, experience now is becoming more expensive, isn't it?
yeah. I've had my fair share of them for free, so more unique the experience, the more expensive it's going to be.
Yeah, like to just have one go on a jet ski, they're like 40 euros just to sit on a jet ski for 15 minutes, mate. But it was worth it. I loved it. Got a great photo for a tenner.
I'm in the wrong business.
Honestly, mate, yeah. If you're good at photography, I just feel like right now, because of social media, you could charge so much for taking photos of people. People want pictures of themselves, don't they?
Crazy.
Everyone's narcissistic.
What is with the fucking selfies? I mean, like, and what is with people that every time they take a selfie, they feel like they need to pucker their lips?
Doing that stupid duck pose.
I don't know, bro. Who started that? Did Paris Hilton start that back in the day?
Maybe. I don't know. I don't know.
Yeah,
Like,
this whole,
like-
whole generation's about themselves, isn't it? Crazy.
It is. Like these live
you know
streams
many-
where the person's got the little square of their head in the corner. It's like, I don't really care if I see you or not. You know, I hope you realize that. Yeah.
Oh, you're on about them truth videos where they'll play like a great video and they'll just have some guy in the corner just pulling a face at the screen. Like, why are you there? Do you know how many times I've been in public and I've thought someone's taken a photo of me or my family, and I walk past them to see what their screen, what's on their screen, and they're just taking selfies. And I'm just like, fuck it out. People are so self-absorbed that they're not even a risk when they're pointing the phone at you. They've just got the selfie camera on.
I remember the first time I seen a guy, the headset on, like, but you couldn't see it. It was just like an earpiece. I'm talking probably like 20 years ago, right? And business suit dude, you know, walking along, talking to himself. And, what's going on? Like, he doesn't look like the crazy type, you know? Like, and then someone said, oh, they're using hands-free phone. And I'm like, a thing? Like, I had no idea. I remember that moment, you know?
Dude, have you seen the guys with the Apple Max Pros now? Not Apple Max Pro, the Apple Vision Pro, where they're standing there like typing on an invisible keyboard on the bus. That's so bizarre.
What?
Yeah, if you type in Apple
Invisible
Vision,
keyboard?
yeah, so they have these goggles. Apple have these goggles, and people have been wearing them in public, and it's basically a VR goggle, and you can bring screens up on your goggles, but then there's a virtual keyboard, so you have to actually put your hands out in front of you and you'll see a keyboard under your hands, and you start pressing the keys. So there's depth perception.
Wow.
So you actually have a keyboard floating in front of you. But obviously, if you don't know about this technology, you just see some guy with some weird goggles on playing the piano in the air, like looking crazy.
Classic.
It's bizarre, mate. It's going to take years to get used to seeing that on the bus.
Holy shit, that does sound like something out of a sci-fi movie.
If you all seen the movie Ready Player One, that's what's coming around.
Yeah, I don't think we can avoid that.
Movie's that Matrix?
Ready Player One. It's a Spielberg.
Oh right, yeah. Spielberg, is it? I don't think I've watched it all. I think I fell asleep. I put it on and fell asleep.
I liked it because of all the catchy 80s music and stuff in it, and then early 90s music. So
Shit, I'm gonna have to watch it. Yeah.
you'll have a laugh. There's a few good little Easter eggs in there. You'll probably like that. So it's very, very clever.
Oh no, wait. I think I did see it. Yeah, I did. Yeah, I remember now. He's like hides out in this like abandoned building or something and plays the game in that. And is that the one?
Well, that's the real world. Yeah, most people spend more
Yeah,
time
and
online than they do in their proper world.
Right, he falls in love with the chick inside the game and all that. Right? Yeah.
Check this out in the side chat. Echo 1 was up there for almost 8 years. 1,000 miles above the surface of the Earth. It's their official story. For 8 years. A balloon.
That was a balloon. Yeah.
How long you reckon a balloon can last up there these days?
How many hours has it been since I've banned some numpty?
Enough.
Not enough? Yeah, that's what I thought too.
So it seems like there's a fully automated projector scat or a chat skanking. It's scat too.
Is he listening on YouTube or something? Or does he just see our names in here? And
They're gonna crawl out of the woodwork soon.
or schizophrenic debate me in DMs. That's like someone comes up to you in the street and says, "You're an arsehole. Meet me around the back of this building."
I would say that this individual is schizophrenic if they think that Echo 1 did not occur.
Who the hell wants to go back and forward in DMs? Come on, bro. He hasn't even put one argument forward. What the hell are we going to engage in that for?
Especially after they've just been called schizophrenic.
That is the actions of a man who doesn't get what he wants very often. I'm telling you now. He's got no game.
Not with
Too much soy in his diet.
Soy boy.
And good morning, gents.
Hey, J.E.
Hello, JE.
Yeah, morning, Jay.
I'm just
Seriously, his profile picture.
Welcome, man.
Blue head cartoon, blue head NASA t-shirt fanboy.
with a mask on.
Yeah, that individual was certainly projecting. It's the spiral auto glober projection.
All of the guys, or everyone here from home base, that fella called Get Vaccinated, that's been booted out of there from starting different accounts. He's been booted out probably 6 or 7 times that I know of, because I've done 3 of them. That's probably him. On Twitter, someone Bulo, Adam Bulo or something like that, his name is. He's just a nutcase. He's got this, reckons we all should be put in jail and shit for teaching our kids about flat Earth. That's crazy stuff. It's like, what an intro! Like, seriously, dude, you're schizophrenic. Debate me in no. Wow.
You know, it's funny that if you teach your kids about flat Earth, they're supposed to be taken away and your parental rights revoked permanently, and you're supposed to go to jail, etc., etc. But, you know, having your kids that are kindergarten age, take them down to Transgender Story Hour, and you are some kind of mythical hero.
Well, that's like our stupid government at the moment. They've just passed a bill, and all under the guise of safety, that under 16s have got to have proof so they can get onto Twitter and Facebook and all social media. But here's the kicker. Anyone of any age can jump onto Pornhub or any of those, no questions asked. So, but under safety, they're trying to make sure that kids don't get bullied online, and it's just an excuse to push a digital ID for Australians, and most people can't see it because they're too stupid. But under this safety banner, they're going to stop Facebook bullies, stop Twitter bullies, stop TikTok bullies, but yet the kids are going to go and sit on Pornhub and have a great old time. Check this out, Dad.
Mate, they don't even need Pornhub. Have you seen X nowadays? Crazy.
Oh, yeah.
X is basically a porn site now, if you want it to be. Like, what? Since when could you get porn on Twitter? Twitter was meant to be for the young community. I just don't get it. How's that happened?
Just bots and crap, that's all. Like, it's easy when people follow you. Have a look at, normally most people follow others, but when you get someone who follows 4,000 people and they have 2 people follow them, it sort of looks sus.
Well, because what happened was when Elon purchased Twitter and turned it into X, he effectively turned Twitter into a pay-to-win version of 4chan.
So what, there's porn on 4chan?
4chan is OG chaos, dude. And that's where a lot of the weird memes come from. The cult of Kek, all that stuff.
Yeah. Oh, I know they've got the memes, but where did the porn come from on X, though? Like, have they changed their policy or something?
What I'm saying is this all the roots of the internet and just the chaos of how meme culture is? That's just all it is. When he bought that, he made a kind of pay-to-win version of the same type of community. So I think it's going to keep on degrading, and it'll just be about money, paying for spaces to post whatever the hell you want to.
Yeah, I can see that.
Yeah, and by the way, Roots, I'm enjoying your other endeavor there. Yeah, I look forward to talking with you about that a little later, if I can even talk. So, but yeah, did any of you all, talking about X, have any of you all been on AV's stream on X?
Yep.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. In fact, is he on today? I normally try and pop in every day if he's on.
So he was on this morning, and then and then about when I come on, it was pretty well ending up, and so I just tried to keep jabbering with him to keep the stream going, and then he just finally called it. But I was probably flapping my jaws for 20 or so minutes, and then nobody come on to further the conversation. So that was about 4:30ish U.S. Eastern time.
Yeah, they get some brain deads on there. It's entertainment.
I've noticed he's a bit more. What's the word? He's a bit more easygoing on them streams than he is in the Discord. I've noticed.
Yeah, I think that when you can control the flow of giving somebody the permission to speak versus stopping, that it's a little easier to converse with the anti-flatty globetards, because they do have to reasonably behave, or they know without a doubt they know that that'll just be they'll just be muted. So
End of it.
I think they make it I think they make it easier there.
And it's like you have to ask for permission to speak. It's like Discord stage. Discord have the stage where you can operate it in that manner, where you request to come up onto the panel to then speak. That like Jay's saying, that gives you the impression that's immediately like just you understand how it's operating, right?
Yeah, and it lets you be a little more, I think, though I've not been a moderator on a conversation on there by any means, but it seems like to me that it would allow you to have a more fair and balanced conversation, because the expectation there is that they are going to behave. And far as I see, they pretty well by and large behave.
Yeah, it's like a radio show. You call in, and you're in a queue waiting with other people for the opportunity to talk to the DJ. Right? What it's like. And then you've got a limited time too, so you got to make use of that time, because there's going to be there might be there's other people in line waiting to speak as well. So
yeah, and it's kind of clear that people like Jesse over in this Khalil fellow, he was who keeps coming in here. He was in Earth Awakenings yesterday with. He doesn't want to actually learn on any of the topics. He doesn't actually want to debate on the topics. He just wants to exchange then hear what you have to say, and then try to.
Yep, a lot of them just come in to preach. That's it. You're all idiots. You obviously didn't learn anything when you're at school. Blah, blah, blah. We've heard it all before. Yeah, there's a couple of them like that, J.E.
Oh, yeah, and I'm very keen to the ones who are like, it's almost like Brenda or him. The moment you tell them, no, go read about it yourself. Well, what's it say? What's your argument? I'm like, no, go read the primary source, and then we'll discuss the primary source. And then, they try to keep that going, like they think they're going to bait you into some sort of argument club session with them. And that's the good of a more structured place like the stages here on Discord, or on the sorry, I don't know why my mind is going 100 different directions at once, or on the live streams on X, that those are, I think it kind of sets the expectation, and I really like that, and I really like how AV doesn't just answer everything. I like how he deflects off to other members of the panel. That, I think, is what makes good content.
Yeah, I think X is a really good platform. I really think more of us should go over there and get a little stage set up. I think Discord's just full of gamers really, and I think we're not really hitting as many people as we could on X over here.
Yeah, and I think it'd be really good, your extracurricular content, I think would be a really good show. I think that'd be perfect.
Yeah, I'm still getting my comfort with it. I was saying to Dubs quite recently that I don't talk about it as much because it triggers people, and as you saw yesterday with Jesse, a lot of people can't discuss history without putting themselves in the conversation. So yeah, and then it obviously crosses over with religion, with the creation of the Bible, the councils and stuff. So it's one of them subjects where I don't really like. I only like talking about it with those who are capable. Do you know what I mean?
Well, here's how I'm not big on the whole DEI thing, but they actually have something that they do that is really, which I think makes a lot of sense, especially when you're talking about alternative histories. So my company has a diversity and inclusion council, and they don't go over the top, like they don't do any white people bashing. They actually, it's pretty, what they do is, most of it seems like it's common sense. I've not sit in on many of the meetings. In fact, I only sit in on one. And they start the meeting off with some ground rules that more or less that you're supposed to speak from your experience. And then the thing you're not supposed to do then is counter somebody else's experience with your experience. So you're supposed to let the person talk, hear what they have to say, and then agree, disagree with it. That's okay, but by the same token, you're not supposed to take somebody's experience away from them. So I'm gonna have to see if I can find out exactly what those rules are. They've got like 3 rules, and you could adapt those. Like, for instance, talk about what you know about. If somebody says something different, let them speak from their knowledge, and don't turn it into a back and forth bickering session. So, for instance, if I'm talking about one aspect of the U.S. Civil War, and another aspect of it, we may say things that are diametrically opposed, but that's okay. We don't have to put one against the other. The audience gets to listen to me, then they get to listen to you, and then at the end of it, what we agree on is maybe neither of us are exactly right, but also neither is the official narrative. And so I think that there's some real safeguards that, and then if it turns into a bickering session, we just say, hey guys, that's not our mission here. Our mission's not to quote unquote uncover the truth. It's to listen to and understand the other stories and pick out of it what we understand, and then pick out of it what doesn't make sense. Kick it out. So I think X would be a perfect place for that. Discord would be a crappy place for that, but X, I think, would be perfect for it.
Yeah, but you know what? When you deal with history, you can get accused of so many things, bro. And with X, you can get kicked off so easily as well. So it's like you could do a lot of work, and then somebody doesn't like what you're saying, and they can just they get you done. Like I've been going live with Super Monkey Ball on TikTok, and we went live a good 8 times, 9 times, but he keeps getting strikes. So we'll go live, we'll do it for a week, we're in the vibe, we're loving it. Yeah, let's do it again in a couple of days. Let's do it. And then all of a sudden he's got a strike just because somebody's decided, oh, I don't like the meme you've used, or oh, I don't like what you've said, or maybe even someone from the actual audience has said something offensive. So it's like, you got to be really careful on those platforms. You can just get everything taken away.
Well, probably more likely on TikTok, it's somebody from the CCCP who, their 50 Cent Army, who you all were probably saying something that was diametrically opposed to the authorized message that they're allowed to say, so you get to strike.
Yeah, dude, one conversation on Nazi Germany and the Fourth Reich, and I'm off X forever. You know what I mean?
It's weird, isn't it? I've noticed on a lot of those reaction videos, right, on YouTube, react to TikTok videos, right, and streams and that. I've noticed on a lot of those clips, at the end of it, they say for entertainment purposes only. If they're talking about specific events or things, right, using certain words, they have to censor it. They either have to beep it out, or they have to use like a slang word, like unalived. Oh, you better not say killed. What the fuck? Get it? What's the big deal with these
Yeah,
words?
suicide. You can't say that. Yeah, I've seen that.
Yeah, you have to use the term like 41%. That's kind of a code word for suicide. But
Oh,
you
good
know,
to
but
know.
I, you
I
know,
didn't
like
know that.
take the, yeah. So take the Nazi Fourth Reich, for instance. The History Channel freely aired a very interesting expose on their endeavors in South America after 1945. And so I think you can get away with talking about the Nazi. I think where you would probably have a hard time is if you tried to say that and God forbid anybody question the official narrative that 6 million Jews weren't sent to the oven. God forbid anybody question that. I mean, I would never presume to question such a thing, and so I would think you'd find yourself in
nor would
trouble if
I.
you did. But,
Yeah, of course.
Yeah.
Yeah. Disclaimer.
yeah, neither would anybody else in here. We're all too elite, too loyal for that. But if you talked about like, and that was what my request there was about talking about after World War II. They did some real atrocities after World War II in Chile that are not talked about. The History Channel gave a very good expose on it, but they kind of glossed over what the Fourth Reich did in Chile, and that was genuinely sinister. Anyway, my point is like really interesting history that you can get away with talking about there, but you do make a good valid point that I truly don't think that audience members are out there looking, going up. You said this, I'm reporting you for it. I suspect more so in the case like here, you have the Discord censors, you have the Facebook censors. I don't know how many X censors there are, and but I do know that TikTok is censored by the CCCP, and
They're everywhere, man.
I have
Got
a
AI doing it for
Yeah.
them now. You remember the episode of Simpsons where Ken Brockman swears on when he's interviewing Homer, and like Ned Flanders is just sitting up all night playing, like he's been recording TV shows, and he's going through it, and he's like writing down who said what, like what, any offensive things, and then he comes across that, and he's like, "Oh, get right onto that," and reports it straight away. Like they're everywhere. People like that everywhere, man.
Yeah.
Yeah, like the Karens, male versions of that. Write a strongly worded letter to the owner of Discord about you.
Right. It's definitely, you do raise a really interesting question though, because there's no doubt that censorship on these platforms is a real thing, and they're not censoring the things that they need to be censoring. Like, they're not censoring the people like Brenda, who, who will call you stupid, who will break every rule in the book, and Discord somehow ignores the reports sent in against Brenda. Not Facebook, Discord, if I'd said Facebook. But then if you say the one little topic they don't like, then out you go, you're done.
There's a website of all the banned YouTube videos called altcensored.com. And they're basically all the YouTube channels that have been deleted, and they've kept a record of them. Some of them have the original videos, but if the original videos have been deleted, then you can't see them. But you can see who's been kicked off and which video, even if a video's just been shadow banned or I've forgotten what the term is they use on the website, but you can just see everything. And I thought there'd be a lot more. I thought I'd be seeing a hell of a lot of flat earthers and a hell of a lot of virus and medical people. But the overwhelming amount of people who have got videos censored and banned are history buffs. And they're just doing a video. They're either just showing like a Hitler speech, or they might be showing footage of, some of World War II. And it's just been censored because there's a song in the background or something, or a Hitler speech. And it's just like, you wouldn't believe how much footage there is of this Nazi Germany and Hitler, but we just never get to see it. It's crazy. But yeah, most of the channels were history people.
Yeah, like, no doubt. There is so much of that. So you do make a good point that it is a topic that you have to be leery of from the censors. So before we moved, and then I had to abandon the project, but I was working on a open source social media installation. That's what the open source program is called. Free. But I was working, you can actually pay for hosting of it and whatever else, but I was installing it on a server so we could talk about some of these subjects, and I was going to limit it to a certain number, like maybe 1,500 people, to keep it semi-manageable. And I really think that that's the sort of thing we're going to have to do if we want to have a free and unfettered access for conversation. I think at some point we're going to have to set up completely our own space.
Yeah, we could. Yeah, you can do that. Like, but you need traffic to it, so it needs to be known about. I mean, like that's the advantage of these places.
Yeah.
But
well, my goal was to
us, just for us to talk about between ourselves. That would be brilliant.
Yeah, and that was exactly the point of it, was to and I was working on that, and then as we got when we decided the imperative nature of moving, then I didn't get to do any updating on it, so it just sat on the server installed for 8 or so months, and then I just said, you know what, I better. So I scuttled the server because I figured at some point some bot might get on there and start spamming. And so I just let it be. And it's in the back of my mind to pick that up again one day, because I figure that we need a space where, like I say, we can virtually talk about whatever. And if we don't talk about certain things, it's by convention, not by force.
Just want to say hello.
Hey, good morning, sir. Welcome aboard.
How's it going?
Hey, something, Chris.
Hope you all having a good day.
To you.
Yeah, it's finer than a frog's hair and a biscuit this morning. I got to go to the office and straighten up some papers, and I got one of my bubbies with me. One wanted to stay home with Mama, so it's always a good day. So we're heading over to pick up a television here at Best Buy. You know, an indoctrination device for Mama for an early Christmas gift, and it's amazing. 55-inch television for $179 US. So they want us to have these things for a reason, for something.
Oh, it's Wednesday. I see Oakley in the other server. I think he will make his show.
Well, I might pop across there and get my weekly dose of entertainment. I might be able to ban some numpties too while I'm there. So, if anyone's coming over, I shall see you there. If not, I shall probably catch you at a later time.
Yeah, I'll go there
Yep.
too.
Let's go.
Looking
Together.
forward to seeing you, brother. Have a good day.
Have a good day, brother.
I join you, mate. Cheers, guys. I'll see you.
But anyway, Roots, what do you have in store for the weekend?
Same as always for me, bro. My son plays for 2 different football teams, and I run one of the teams. So it's all football.
Nice.
He has. We got training tonight. Then he's got a game at 9 o'clock in the morning. Then he's got training again at 10:30 tomorrow, and then he's got 2 games on Sunday. The whole weekend, really.
There you go. Yeah, all the office is closed today, and you know what? I think I left my office key at home, so I'm not even going to be able to get in the office. Maybe with some luck, somebody will be there.
Sorry, Jay.
For formal moderation for 10 minutes each. You're like, why would you need a moderator if you're going to just take 10 minutes to waffle your baseless assertions and scattergun endless crap? You need a moderator for that. You just need 10 minutes of waffle. Send it me in a video. You know what I mean? I'm like, what, a 10-minute response? No. Just tell me what your claims are. Claims are, if I presuppose Earth's a ball, I can, with Earth as a ball, as a presupposition, use the R-based value for that supposition that hasn't been proven or measured to suggest we've got gravity. Right. Where'd you get R? Off a flat Earth? Oh, well, that's the end of your argument, isn't it? Gravity needs R. Space needs R. Measurements need R. Journeys anywhere need R. By land or sea. Mapping needs R. Building needs R. All of these things need what? A spherical radius value? No, they do not. They all need a flat Earth.
The funny thing is, it was the same guy that came in last week into politics and was asking Nathan for a debate and was trying to record it.
Sounds like a guy who I've heard on shorts videos. It could just be that he sounds familiar or similar to a guy that does make videos on different topics. Political topics, typically. It could be him, it could not be him. He's come in twice and says he's a videographer. And like I say, I can only pull from the people I know make videos when he's talking about making videos. I don't know the name of the videographer. Just know that when he appears, he's like a black background with a pair of lips talking about Syria or something, you know, and then he's asking himself questions. Be him, might not be. I don't care.
So it sounds like you may have triggered somebody on Omi TV to be a stalker, your number one fan. A roadie.
Maybe. I've got plenty. Had them come and leave and then come back again. Hands.
It would be great if you could trigger a celebrity. Know what I mean? I think a great goal would be to get Nathan Oakley a spot at the podium of the United Nations to do an address to the world. I think that'd be fantastic.
Not when the governments are actively trying to suppress flat Earth. I don't think that's going to happen.
Yeah, sure, it won't happen. They don't even want to talk to us. Remember what Obama said, what Neil deGrasse Tyson said. Every time they
welcome.
They
Flat
ask them
Earth Debate, live from the Politics Discord server. I'm your host, Nathan Oakley, and if you are new to this channel, or you've not done so already, then be sure to subscribe. Hit the bell notification icon and join button if you'd like to become a Nathan Oakley 1980 channel member and keep up to date with the Flat Earth Debate. If you would like to support the channel, there is a super chat that runs alongside each of these shows while they are live, and there's also Ko-Fi, Patreon, crypto and thanks button in the info box below the video. Most importantly, if you'd like to join the discussion, simply mute the page you are currently watching, then click the link in the info box below this video to join the panel and express your views on the nature of Earth. If you do join, please don't swear. If you do, you'll be ejected, and if you are, please don't try to rejoin the stream using stock accounts. You'll be warmly welcome back on the next stream. Please also share the show on social media. Sharing the show obviously increases the live audience, but this in turn increases the chances of a more diverse panel, so please share the show on Facebook and X. We are joined by Adam, Neil, Eli, Brian, Chocolate Saying, and a whole bunch of people in, as I say, the Politics Discord server. So, welcome one and all.
Well,
Morning.
Good morning. A bit of housekeeping in our own server yesterday. I think it's only reasonable, as we very rarely do it in the 24/7 Flat Earth server that is politics, where we are today. We'll do a housekeeping session. Hopefully it'll encourage a bit of chit chat. We'll see how we get on. Where should we start? Is there any evidence of self-perpetuating molten iron core at the centre of a presupposed spherical Earth?
Presupposes
Wow.
even.
I had Amish first. Go on, Amish.
They have to presuppose it's even iron.
It's a good point. No one said that before. They know it's iron. How the hell do they know that? They don't. I mean, every bit of it's presupposed. Self-perpetuating nature of it to induce magnetic fields beyond the Curie point. Centre of a spherical Earth in the first instance, and now you pointing out that it's molten iron at all. How do we know? We don't. That's the answer.
What about the sonogram Earth?
Need a flat Earth for that. Measured with respect to horizontal. Talking about P waves and S waves, return signals. Yeah, you need a horizontal plane of reference.
Oh dear.
Is there any evidence that you can have, like, pitch data on a globe?
I don't think you're going to hear a yes from us, so maybe Discord?
Thanks, Adam.
The pitch data should reflect a rotation, which it doesn't show at all. So, no.
Pitch data is a flat Earth proof of denying it or getting around it. It's used at the end of a potential argument you may have had, or to make a point in the first instance. There's no arguing with pitch data. There's no arguing about pitch data. In recent times, although this is an aside from the politics server, our own been found to be arguing about this. It's like, why are you arguing about this? Slap it on the desk. Go, there you go. Earth's flat. There's proof. Any evidence you can acquire an elevation angle measurement from a curved baseline?
No, you can't get angles off curves.
If you answered yes, then you failed your 10th grade geometry exam.
Keeping with the video that we played, members only video that we played in the pre-show, is there any evidence of an R value?
That's a flat Earth thingy.
Fair enough. It's not. The R value is extrapolated out into all sorts of things like distances. Speaking of which, is there any evidence of the distance to the sun?
Maybe if you accept the occultism of Huygens and all these other astronomers of the 15 to 1700s era.
Is it that far back? I think it was that far back.
Yeah. I think he was in the 1600s, mid 1600s himself.
Okay.
Yeah.
Nathan, what about hotspots? Can we use hotspots to guess a distance to the sun?
You tell me. You want on me?
No, I'm asking you. I'm asking you as I'm a flat earther, but I'm just interested. What's your view on hotspots? Can we get anything from them?
They look cool. I don't think there's anything to garner from them. No, personally, I don't know. Is the honest answer. Will it give you just make a Brian?
Sorry, Nathan.
Go ahead.
Me to overtalk you.
That's okay.
Can I just make a statement there? Huygens had to come after Kepler. Huygens' claims concerning Venus and measuring a distance to the sun had to come after Kepler.
Yeah.
Not before.
He's just adding value so you can use Kepler and scale it with an actual value. So he needs Kepler. you got to have that first. So that's the big one. Any evidence of a physical geometric sphere edge? That's a horizon, formerly known as Earth curve.
Does anybody know Horizon's Earth curve?
Yeah, the majority of the world are under the misapprehension still, Chocolate, to this day. We are unique in our understanding that is not the case as of 2020. You in Discord, the evidence of Earth curve?
Negative. We've been asking Globetards that for months.
Fair enough. The evidence of axial rotation of the Earth-based variety?
Slight correction. We've been asking globe heads, globe charts for years. Not months, years for curvature.
The elapse of time is very different in New Zealand.
Copy that.
No, fair play, but I've only been here a few months, not years. So I'll let you have that.
No, I get you, man.
You've only been in Flat Earth. I thought you'd been here a long time.
No, mate, I've only been in officially only just over a year. Unofficially, a bit longer.
Okay. It just sounds like you've been here forever. I don't know why.
Well, welcome to Flat Earth. Snacks in the back.
Any evidence you can have gas pressure like we're all breathing without a container?
Sky.
Again?
The sky. The air.
Sky? What about it?
Yeah, that's what that guy said when you went at the base. He said the air.
We've got air. Is there any evidence you can have that air without containment?
Well, we're breathing, aren't we, right now? I don't see no container. Do you see a container?
Must be a container for there to be gas pressure. If there wasn't one, the gas would fill the space available to it. Law of nature. Gas fills space. Sky was a vacuum. Gas would fill the space. We'd all be dead.
So with all the oceans of Earth would vaporize and also fill space.
Yeah, it will be your problem if you believe that you are breathing air that is violating the second law of thermodynamics. Yeah. It's your problem. If you're comfortable to live with that.
Everyone's entitled to their belief. Exactly. You want to believe that you're living in an area of uncontained volume with gas pressure, and you can maintain that belief with belief as opposed to a container.
I'll let you answer my question. I don't see a container. I don't see anything but the sky.
Okay? You don't need to see a container to know that you must have containment to be breathing at pressure.
And slight correction, Nathan. We wouldn't all be dead. We would have just never been alive in the first place because we would have never had gas pressure to begin with.
Yeah. They never developed gas pressure in the heliocentric paradigm derived from flat Earth measurements. Because in their paradigm, the first particle of gas comes out of the ground, sods off into space and never returns. So does the second and the third, and it never presses on anything. Because all that happens is it goes into the area of volume that it has available to it and carries on in whatever vector it is travelling in until it does collide with something. If there's nothing to collide with, then we've never got gas pressure to develop. We're never going to be breathing. There's never going to be life. A paradigm doesn't facilitate it. It just violates the second law of thermodynamics.
Shout out to the rebellious gas particles that chose not to do what gas does.
Is there any single viable hypothesis from any of the fields of astronomy, cosmology, or astrophysics? Okie dokie then. Be here or be sphere tomorrow, 30th of November? Or Ballbusters. I may not be in attendance for that. But there is going to be a Ballbusters tomorrow, covering Boy Zero the Sky Grifter. My understanding is that's a November thing, so it might be the last one. I hope so, because I'm kind of sick of covering it. Check out Quantum Eraser tomorrow. Ballbusters, be here or be sphere. Stays this quiet in the politics server, I'm just going to cover a video.
It's just the video with Mark Sargent that you started recently in your last show.
No, because we haven't watched all the way through, and what Patricia and Mark were saying was very much at odds with what we were saying for the first 40 minutes of coverage of their, call it a debate, call it whatever you want. There's a lot of other video on it, so for me to say they're just wrong when we've only watched 40 minutes, and to say things like, sounds like you're watching a different video to me when we haven't watched all of it, is kind of not fair. So I'm going to reserve judgment in terms of what Mark and Patricia's perception of it is, because they might have glossed over the fact that it was a poor start, and the rest of the hour and a half is much, much better. I don't know. So, yeah, I'll have to reserve judgment.
Yep, fair enough. Okay.
Typically, I went back. Go on, sorry.
I was going to say maybe covering a video would loosen some lips and, make some thoughts happen among the audience.
Maybe. I mean, it might just be that, in terms of what we've tried to achieve, we've been coming to politics for about a year. And, when we first came here and started to tell politics server, we're here to point out that we're flat earthers and we should be talking about Earth being flat, as opposed to all the long reasons why it's not a ball. Have some confidence. Well, we've done that. And we're not getting any pushback now from Discord. And in terms of the reception that we're getting, it's lovely, as always. Thank you very much to the politics mods. But it's become a bit like our own server, hasn't it? You know what I mean? We've terrified the local Globers. Now they don't necessarily want to talk to us. And that could be the reason. When I look at my stats, the politics shows they're really slow to get going. And that could be the reason, because people don't tend to hang around in an hour to 2 hour video to find out if, well, the last half, as I've just said, is much better than the first half. It could be a reason why statistically the politics are the worst performing YouTube videos I have, live shows at least. It's because they have a really slow start each time. Doesn't mean they're not good shows. In fact, they're amongst the best shows once they get going. That relies on somebody just toddling into this server, because I see a lot of people in here going, what are you guys talking about? The guys who are familiar and know we're coming on a Friday, they're not going to come. They've known what happens on a Friday for a year, and they know better. It's just become a bit like our server. We've got a lot of flat earthers in here, presumably. It's the odd baller that might be listening to this going, I might think twice about actually piping up here.
That's pretty telling.
Yeah, sometimes you have to find a new fishing hole. You go through all the fish, they're all gone. You ate them all.
Yeah, that's right. You're not wrong.
Maybe we should not announce when we're coming. Do it once a week. Pop into the politics.
Maybe.
Yeah.
I mean,
that'd be fun.
we'll see when we roll into 2025. We'll reassess it. But for now, we'll still keep coming. I like coming to the politics server, regardless of the viewing figures, which isn't necessarily the main aim. The main aim is to spread the message. You know, we measure Earth flat. Start telling people about that when they ask you.
Sounds kind of like one of these things these high-end restaurateurs do. They go grab a food truck, 2-star Michelin-rated chef, and they just do a random pop-up somewhere in town. Just start making food. Surprise, we're here.
Yeah, I'm pretty useless when it comes to using Discord, though. So, although it's weird saying this in someone else's server that we're a guest in, but you know, the reason I'm a guest is because essentially I was picked up. Nathan Oakley was picked up by one of my mods and dropped in here. I don't know how to use Discord. I just use it as a gateway. You know, the moderators will be sticking a link to this server, Politics, now in my live stream chat, inviting people from my live audience to join this server, which I'm sure they dutifully have done over the year. But that's its purpose, for encouragement for a public gateway on my live show, so that there are people with a flat earth affliction or people with a ball earth disposition to put their whys and wherefores and normally nonsensical viewpoints to us. Notice I included flat earthers in there.
The 24/7 Flat Earth team has had great reach on X. I don't know if you've considered doing X spaces, but we are right now. We're in full swing and it's going great.
This server is broadcasting to X now.
Yes, it is. And we also hold spaces directly on X, and we get all kinds of new people coming in. It's really refreshing.
Yeah, someone mentioned it to me a couple of weeks ago, and nothing really came of it. And I was like, I'd be more than willing to participate if that's what you guys do. But like I say, no one's really spoken to me about it since. I'm sure it'll be something that just eventually naturally occurs anyway, like being in here. When this server first opened, Kiwi was all over it to the point where it got banned pretty quickly. Then me, I just sort of, like I say, I got picked up and dropped in here by probably Righteous Force, who knows how to use Discord.
Yep, we had to conform to the house rules too, so there was a learning curve on our part.
I definitely think it's been a productive year coming to politics. Do you not agree?
Oh, totally. It's been fantastic. Things have been stale around Discord in our usual fishing holes, right? We come here and it was, for a while, we had such amazing influx of people. We had a period of time for maybe 2 weeks where we had an airline pilot come in who was intrigued by the topic, and he got all of his airline pilot buddies to come in, like a revolving door. It was fantastic. Somewhere in there was an aerospace engineer who worked for Boeing or something. So, but we haven't had that happen in months.
Interesting. There's been some rumblings that the stranglehold YouTube have algorithmically on certain topics might be loosening somewhat. I don't know if I've necessarily noticed anything in my statistics, but I would assume if anything's going to happen, I'll be the last to benefit from it.
Listening for the right people.
Yeah.
Exactly, Brian.
Yes, I can wholeheartedly agree. Like I say, when someone pointed it out and I went and verified what they were saying and it was true, I was like, okay, well let's keep an eye on my own stats. Not that I don't anyway, but you know what I mean? I'll have that in mind while I'm looking at my own stats. I've seen no difference at all.
I think we have a newcomer in the chat, Skix, SEIX. I don't think I've seen you around. If you're here, why don't you turn off the mic or turn on the mic and introduce yourself?
It was worth a shot in the dark.
Yeah.
Stage fright.
Shout out to Thea Megawerty for the super chat. He says, wait, Neil is a Glober now? Just engaging hypothetically. Of course he is. Simply engaging hypothetically. I think otherwise would be ridiculous. Getting jabs, Neil.
Yeah, well, if you don't know, that's AI. And he's going to be on trial soon, so he better shut his mouth.
Going to be on trial? I don't think he's got much to worry about. Thank you for the super chat. I've heard all sides of that now. I'm content in terms of my opinion that I've made in that regard. So, but we'll see where it goes. Internal politics, our own internal politics. Looking to you guys in Discord.
Oh, wait, he might be.
Did you listen
referring
back to
me.
the audio, Nathan? You did?
Yeah.
I think he's referring to me with the show me the container what I was doing before. So I take it back. But you're still on trial, buddy.
Worth paying for. Catch you in that, Neil. You bloody hypocrite. Anyway, in weeks gone by, I've just said off. If there's silence in the Discord server till someone takes a brave pill, then so be it. The shout out to Theo Merguerti for the super chat. He says, correct, got absolutely nothing to worry about.
Oh, but supporters like Nathan, you don't. You pull the wool over the eyes off. Listen, I think I'm just going to leave him off to do whatever he does. Leave him off. Don't say a word. Because people want to be manipulated by him.
I like the fact that when people have got an issue with somebody, they do actually get it out in public, get it out in the open. I mean, there are certain limits to that. If it's inappropriate, if it's not one of our own, they've got no way of replying, things like that, and we'll do it in a different way. Typically, if someone's got a grievance, they'll get it off their chest pretty quickly. And in my experience with Flat Earth Debate, when people do that, more recently, I can't remember if it was... I remember an example off the top of my head. But there's been various examples where people have an issue with someone else, they thrash it out, and a little bit of time elapses and it's forgotten about. If it's dealt with.
But this is a completely different situation. This is one of those situations, another one of those situations that I told you about over the years. Another one of those ones where you said, no, Brian. No. Another one of those ones. And you said, you were absolutely right, Brian. But you only learned the hard way, Nathan. What can I do?
I'm very trusting of people. Total lie. I'm not at all trusting of anyone.
Is it similar to when we were warning them about this ether argument that it has to be dealt with 5 years ago? Right,
One
Brian?
of many people. Neil, just let it go. One of many people. Leave them learn.
Do we have any Ethereum believers in the Discord server today? Any Etherites? And don't be shy. No? Nobody in here's an Ether believer? Okay.
No magical spinning water ball believers?
Pretty sure there will be magical spinning water ball believers in there, chocolate, but they're just no one's taking the brave pill yet.
Come on. Somebody wants to tell us all about how we're living on the outside of a magical spinning water ball, flying around in a vacuum. Come on. Somebody wants to.
What's up?
Hey.
I felt a disturbance in the ether.
I saw your comments. We'd have saved ourselves 2 or 3 hours if you'd have just conceded that Witsit's efforts, as much as it might be an opportunity, this particular occasion wasn't necessarily the best example. However, AI, I absolutely agree with your sentiment. I put a little heart on your message. I don't know if you noticed. I agree. You know, there's plenty of opportunities that will arise. If it's the Japanese, but the crisis and opportunity thing, whether they're the same word. Yeah, I agree with that sentiment. As you got the gist of from various different commenters, people feel like we're mopping up mess. And you can't really take that bitter taste out of people's mouths with this particular incident with Witsit. Now, I said earlier, I'll reserve judgment because I've not watched it all. I'm highly sceptical that it's going to suddenly have a massive 180-degree turnaround in tone. Rest of the video, that is. This is Tim Pool.
Can I ask a question? Right.
Well, I'm going to reply to that first. Just
let him reply. I did put it to him.
It is fair. So, like, when a lot of topics, start to go more mainstream, there's a lot of people involved. Some people have one opinion about certain things within that same topic. Other people have certain opinions. But it doesn't change the fact that when an opportunity is presented, right, the best thing to do is to take advantage of it. And so, if it's the case that it's always going to be the bad arguments that are fielded in the most popular venues, and the only thing we're ever going to be in a position to do is damage control until we turn the tide. And the only way we're going to turn the tide is by being in a promulgated venue that reaches more people, because then you reach that critical mass effect where there's enough people on board who are like, wait a minute, why is this subject not getting proper due? And they're going to demand the proper due. That's not just going to happen in a vacuum.
Agreed.
All a load of rubbish.
I agree. Because it's true.
And you think what Witzer provided was an opportunity?
Yeah, no, Nathan thinks
all right, it was still my turn.
It's Elijah's turn.
No. I expressed my sentiments in terms of the bitter taste that's left in certain people's mouths because it's Witsit. Now, if it was some rando, there's a good chance that we would gloss over that. Because it's Witsit, there is a modicum of influence we can have upon him that doesn't seem to be taking hold. And because it's Witsit and there's a certain amount of propagation of bullshit from him that precludes him from having better flat earth arguments, there's a worse use case for that example to make AI's point. And that's caused massive rows. That's the way it goes. Yeah, Witsit's become very contentious in this community. Well, that's his own fault, and it will get thrashed out, but it doesn't alter the example that AI is trying to make. The underlying point that he's making is still true, whether we like Witsit, individual or not. Out of crisis comes opportunity. In this instance, AI's right. Mainstream will always latch onto the crap arguments that they can get the better of. Therefore, it is down to us to, as much as I hate to say it, make the best of the bad circumstances. It'd just be nicer if it wasn't Witsit as the example, as we've spent a month pulling him to shreds on all the nonsense he talks. But there we go, such is life.
Yeah. I would have rather had Indio on that show. I would have rather had Indio on that show from 24/7, but I'm stuck with Witsit. What can I do?
I would have rather had Nathan on that show, or Chewie on that show.
Everyone stop. Eli's in the queue.
Yeah.
Eli's in the queue.
Kiwi.
Hello.
Oh, shit.
Eli's in the queue. Ed, Eli.
It doesn't matter. I mean, obviously, you agree. It was reasonable. That's why I was going to agree. I wasn't going to ask a question, but I think I forgot based on what you guys were saying. Yeah, no.
No worries.
But I agree.
Neil and Brian.
I'm just saying, I would have rather had you on that show, or Brian on that show, or Chewie on that show.
I'd have probably declined it.
far.
We went through this hypothetical, and I'd have probably assessed it and gone, nah.
I wouldn't have a problem with Indio. Indio was good. Don't get me wrong.
Yeah,
I'm just
Indio
saying
was awesome.
that I've heard AI mentioned Indio twice now. Day and another day. He hasn't mentioned Nathan at all. Anyway,
Indio PR.
Hold on, brother. Yeah, I'm simping Indio's butt sniffer.
Adam was trying to be proactive, and AI, you undermined them viciously.
Hey, dude, this channel right now is not to adjudicate butthurt individuals. Okay, we're talking about flat Earth, brother.
Okay,
I'm not going to clean up with its mess.
Hey, we're talking about flat Earth, brother.
Acknowledge Brian. I've tried to express the quote bitter taste left in people's mouths as a result of the example picked by Adam, specific to Witsit and shit-sitting. So, yeah, your argument's always going to be valid, Brian, so I'm not going to pretend I don't empathise, but it isn't the time, sorry, to do this to you.
Well, you shouldn't have been bringing up the topic, Nathan.
I didn't, did I? Was it me?
Hey, well, hold on, friends. Listen, guys. No, dude, Brian.
We're going to have a super chat. We'll get back to it then. I don't mind.
Why do you keep over talking me, AI?
Hold on, I've got to do a super chat. It's me, actually.
Oh, my goodness, dude.
2025, the year of Oakley. I don't know about that. Get that British mug everywhere. Talk to everyone, no matter the outcome. It's JMels24. Thank you for the super chat.
All right, so just for the record, what we brought up is the topic that, okay, this is the topic. Flat Earth as a concept, as a topic, as a title, is in a promulgated, proliferated, perpetuated venue, which is occurring right now, that people could take advantage of that tide. They could take advantage of that tide to promote themselves. They could take advantage of that tide to promote good flat earth arguments. They could take advantage of that tide to go in there and prevent dumb arguments. There's going to be a mixed bag of people who are taking advantage of that tide that are doing a myriad of things. What I'm trying to tell people is that that tide is happening, and if you want to be involved, and if you want to use it to promote good arguments, that's what you should do. That's the topic.
But that's a
Can't
load of
disagree
rubbish
with
anyway,
that, to be
because
honest.
that's a load of
Sorry,
rubbish.
bro.
Sorry, chocolate. 1 second. That's a complete load of rubbish. You're trying to change history. You were looking for people to be proactive. Adam started being proactive, and you viciously undermined them. Then you try to spend 2 hours.
This isn't a adjudicating of personal issues in this channel. That's what's going to happen. Then we're just going to kick Nathan out the channel if we have to do that to kick Brian out. So Brian's going to stop talking about that and actually talk about the topic, or you're going to have to leave this platform, which we proffered.
Or leave Nathan and the
Hold on,
audience.
Brian.
Walk away. Follow you can follow you. But they're in for a hard landing.
But the first bit he started rumpusing you on, you have repeated it. So anyway, we got it.
What was it? What did I repeat? Considering you're saying I repeated.
I don't want this to go around on and in circles.
So you can't give the example then. You just thrown an accusation at
This is the Friday on the road show, and what you're talking about, Brian, is not to be fielded here. That's to be fielded in other venues.
Really? Well, why are you talking about it? Why did Nathan bring it up? Why did Nathan make a specific statement?
Was it actually me?
We're talking. Oh my, Brian, we are talking about flat Earth here. Flat Earth is now a topic. Flat Earth was on Tim Pool. Okay, Brian's personal issues were not on Tim Pool, Brian.
It's not my
Stop talking about it, or I'm yeeting you guys from the show. Those are the options.
With me and Adam and other people, not our personal issues.
You can't compose yourself. I'm going to have to leave Nathan, and he's going to have to decide what to do with you if he wants to continue his show here.
How can we drop?
I don't know, Nathan. You started it. Can we drop it?
Didn't realise I had. If I did, I regret it.
Yeah, you did. You did realise you had. You knew what you knew the statement you were making.
You're saying you can't drop it because they're not going to.
I didn't want to talk about it at all. You brought it up.
Okay, I got
Stop
that.
pointing the blame
I got
at
that.
me.
I mean, we could just keep. You could repeat me. Okay, Brian, telling me I've brought it up 15 more times. Yeah, can we drop it though?
Yeah, 15 more times. I have yet for you to agree that you did.
Okay, why don't you guys do that in DMs? Why don't you do that in DMs instead of wasting our showtime here, friends?
Speaking to Nathan Lowlight.
Brian,
Nathan,
please stop.
do you agree you brought it
Brian,
up?
stop. We're guests
Brian,
here.
this is the politics broadcast, not the Brian broadcast.
Yes, we
Please
are.
focus on the topic.
I brought
The
it up.
topic is Nathan brought up the topic. That's the topic.
No, I brought it up.
The topic we're talking about is flat Earth and the venues that it's getting into of late, and what we can do to take opportunities with that the best we can. That's the topic.
Is there something wrong? Can Nathan not speak for himself here?
Anyway,
The shit stir, Neil.
This is our forum, Brian. We can curate it like we want, and we don't want you complaining about stuff like that here. If you want to do that elsewhere, go ahead. We want to talk about flat Earth here, brother.
You told lies. That's what happened. And then called you out on
okay,
your
we
lies.
got it. We got it. It's now 4 times.
Nathan, please get control of this guy, or we're kicking you from the server for the day.
I didn't bring it up, and I'm not trying to keep it going. I'm not the one trying to change history here. I didn't want to talk about it at all. I had no intention of bringing it up.
Brian, I've asked you
brought it up.
5 times to drop it because we're guests here. Please, can you drop it?
Do you agree that you brought it up by,
so
you
no.
caused this by making a particular statement?
Okay, right. I'm just going to thank the Politics Discord server. We'll come back when I can get control of my own server, because it seems no matter how much I ask Brian to drop this subject, I would prefer not to get banned from someone that's been very accommodating to me. So we'll come back next week. I'll go back to my own server for now. Thank you for having us for this week.
Thanks, Nathan.
Thanks, Nathan.
God damn it, Brian.
That sucks, man. You can't even keep your opinion.
Right. So the moral of the story is, friends, when you're trying to talk about flat Earth and getting into new venues and taking advantage of it and doing the best you can to put a positive foot forward, tolerating people's butt hurt isn't the way to go about that.
Dude couldn't even keep his emotions in check for the show to go on. What a shame.
No, I mean, you got an issue with me because I want to take advantage of the venues in which okay, let's be clear, friends. We're 24/7 crew. We've put in a lot of work over the years. We've expanded into venues over the years. Witsit, whether you like him or not, he's put in a lot of work over the years. He's expanded into venues over the years. So when Nathan is in our venue here, it's because we've done the legwork to allow him to be fielded here. When Witsit is in a venue, he's done the legwork to allow the subject to be fielded there. Now, he may not be the best advocate for the subject, and a lot of people say he's not. Some people say he is. But no matter what, he's getting out to a lot of people. And so there is an audience there that you could take advantage of. Now, when you go to that audience, you could talk about critiquing Witsit's arguments. That's fine. You could talk about making good arguments. That's better. Or you could complain about people in the community. That's a no-no. Look, if what we're bringing to the world is a bunch of infighting and a bunch of accusations rather than good flat earth arguments, what are we doing here?
Yeah, it looks really shitty on the community when one person can't contain themselves.
But on the flip side, there was nothing stopping their moderator from nuking him, because he could have. They're on a separate panel, remember?
Oh, look, they have a platform, and whatever the logistics limitations of the platform, I don't know. Some in-chat groups, when you're broadcasting, don't allow you to mute individual members. I'm not sure. But, you know. I'm just letting the point here. This that we're in right now is a forum to which they are guests, correct? That's the correct answer. This forum, we want to talk about promoting flat earth into different venues, and we want to talk about the good arguments. We don't want to talk about infighting when we are having an aired showtime. That is the wrong place for that type of thing. I'm not saying that type of thing shouldn't happen. I'm saying there's certain forums that are fielded for certain purposes, and to come in and shit all over the forum with nonsense is inappropriate.
I feel the line. It's like coming into somebody's house with your shoes on and laying on top of their couch, right? Have some respect for the house that was built, that you're within. Because if that house wasn't built, you would have a place to go.
Yeah, so for example, right now people are asking, they want the link to that show because they want to participate in that show. We're giving it to them. Nobody's restricting anybody from anything except using forums that are inappropriate for inappropriate things. That's all. There's no untowardness going on, and that's the problem. When we start to focus on all this idea that we're creating ghosts of untowardness among everybody within our own community, like how are we ever going to get a message out to anybody except ourselves? Just going to be one big circle of people trying to find a new witch to hunt until we have nobody left.
I'm not even interested in it anymore. I don't care. Lost interest a while ago.
Yeah, brother, I'm interested in bringing the good flat Earth arguments to the most people that I have the opportunity to do. That's what I'm interested in. Who else is with me?
Man,
I'm with you, bro.
By me, friends, I don't mean me, because I'm just on the train of bringing the good flat Earth points and arguments and critiquing the bad ones. So when I say me, you're just on that train with me. You're not with me personally. Do you follow?
Yeah.
For example, I'm engaging on the Tim Pool podcast. I'm spending money. That doesn't mean you have to, and I'm not saying I'm anything special. I'm just saying the reason why I am is because when you do a super thanks, it's more likely to be read by the promoter of the video, whether it's the actual author or just their media staff. And it's more likely to be engaged. So in a lot of his videos that have just come out about this topic, I've pointed out that some of the bad arguments that were made, I've pointed out the good version of the arguments. Then I said, hey, if you guys want to, the audience, if you want to find out more about Flat Earth and you want to hear about it rather than a debate that's basically about geocentrism and cosmology, because it was 3/4 about that, then why don't you come over to our venues like Flat Earth Debates and 24/7, right? So I'm going there, discouraging bad arguments, encouraging good arguments, and encouraging people to seek out the topic in other venues that are actually focused on Flat Earth. Now, for the love of God, I would like it if any of those guests do arrive, that they get to hear good Flat Earth arguments rather than a bunch of bitching and complaining. Is that fair? Is that unreasonable, friends? And to be fair, friends, I'm not talking about what just happened specifically, because rest assured that's not the only case of people spending the time that they're supposed to be talking about Flat Earth, talking about personal bitch issues of all varieties. Now, we've all been guilty of it at times, including myself. The point is, we need to redouble our efforts into 2025 because this topic is starting to take off into venues it never has before. And this idea of just being complacent and spending your time in these channels is bitching and moaning about everything except the actual topic proper, it's just got to go away. Okay. If you're in the Flat Earth community because your goal is to bitch at people or to have a club to beat up Globers with, you need to sit back and just spend money on the topic rather than being involved, because you're actually a net negative. Okay, I'm just asking you, sit on the sidelines. If the only thing you're going to bring is a bunch of wah wah wah, blah, 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 Globers are a-holes, and you're not good for the forward face. Now, if you want to be into in-groups, okay, that's different. So there's in-groups, right, where we're talking amongst ourselves and amongst, certain groups of Globers that are kind of in our community that we, jide and jab, that's fine. But when you're doing a forward-facing venture, that should be about giving the good arguments, not about personal issues, not about bashing people. It should be about good Flat Earth arguments, good Flat Earth points, pointing out the bad points of the other paradigms, pointing out the bad points, good points, right? It shouldn't be about any personal drama. By the way, how's my mic?
Crispy.
I was just about to say crispy. You beat me to it.
Yeah, dude, I was like, what is AI talking on today? Because he's sounding like mighty clear, mighty fast. Well done, brother.
Dude, It's been getting uppity in the field lately, so I had to drop the wrath of Sexy Mike.
Easy there. Well done.
Switch it back before you start converting a few.
I almost spat out my eggs.
So if you guys were witness to the super chat that was read out about Neil, it wasn't intended to be a jab, it was intended to be a lesson. And that is that just because somebody is presently arguing within a hypothetical or doing an internal critique upon a view they don't share doesn't mean that they're simping for that view. It doesn't mean that they believe in that view. It means they're fielding it for the purpose of critique. Neil did it. It's fine. And to accuse him of being a glober, being an Etherean, being a simp for this guy or that guy simply because he's engaging in an argument would be patently, absurdly, ridiculously stupid of an accusation to make, wouldn't it? Well, of course it would. That's the lesson. Just because people within our community are engaged with certain people, are engaged with certain arguments, and they're doing it for the purpose of critique or for the purpose of promulgating the flat earth to greater venues, this is not a reason to accuse them. Okay? And if you're doing that, you need to look in the mirror and ask yourself, why is it the case that I can't understand that some people are actually involved for good intentions and I'm busting their balls for no good reason? Every man needs to address that for themselves in the mirror, because I can't cure your emotional problems by telling you, hey, bro, let's shake hands and give good flat earth arguments to audiences that we never had before. I don't know why it's so complicated. In fact, it's not complicated. And if you can't understand that point, then there's something wrong with you, not us. Again, friends, this is just a simply if the shoe fits, wear it, right? If you're guilty, you're guilty. If you're innocent, you're innocent. If you're dumb, you're dumb. Because rest assured, a lot of people are more dumb than they are guilty, if you follow what I'm saying. You know, not everyone who makes mistakes is a liar. Not everyone who makes mistakes is evil. Not everyone who fumbles a point is in with the enemy. Sometimes people just aren't as capable all the time. In different venues, sometimes they fold. When under certain pressures, sometimes they can't handle themselves. There has to be dealt with a little bit of graciousness and wiggle room when you're dealing with people within your own community, right? Otherwise, like I said, we're going to keep burning witches until we run out of them. That being said, Kiwi, you're fired.
Why am I fired? What'd I do? I was just sitting here. What happened?
Because my hot coffee wasn't delivered on time.
Son of a, I don't even know where you damn well live.
Just breaking the ice with a little humor, because I think I went a little hard there, and some people might have got their fifis hurt. So I just want to make sure everybody knows I still love them.
Truth is the truth. Doesn't care about your feelings, and those who uphold the truth should be saluted. Feelings. Y'all gonna start making me sing on this Friday morning. Feelings. It's all about your feelings. No, it's not.
If I'm not mistaken, it was kind of quiet today, right? Not really many
Yeah, it was quick.
Members piping in.
Nobody was jumping in on nothing. They know full well if they walk into this room on a Friday at 9 a.m. Eastern, they're going to get sacked. By the way, AI, you need to check the side chat. I would almost urge you to swap your avatar.
What avatar?
Check the side chat for the post.
How am I supposed to know what post it is, dude? You want me to scroll for 300 years here? Do you hate my finger? Is that what it is? You trying to kill my finger?
Nah, bro. It's literally like 5 posts up, and it's a big picture of a frog with a red eye. I figured you couldn't miss it.
Hold on.
And a very fancy microphone.
Yeah, they even hit you up with a new mic on there, too.
All right, what do we got here? Seeing nothing interesting. Not seeing nothing. I see a cat. I see a dude. I see Smithers.
You've gone too far, or you're in the wrong chat. It's the first picture in this.
Kiwi, this is why you're up for being fired, bro.
I'll go back to Jen.
Tell me the right chat.
I'm going back to Jen.
I don't know what chat you talking about.
The side chat. So there's the bubble. Hit the bubble in the side chat.
In the politics server? In the 24/7 channel?
Yeah. This current that we're in.
A minute now. I don't see nothing, dude. Maybe you ought to ping it for me. How about that?
Bet.
I don't. Your example is falling on deaf ears because I can't see it.
Apparently, it's blind eyeballs.
Blind eyeballs.
Yeah, because you can't see it. It's not deaf ears if you can't see it. Tagged you. Shout out to brother DJ for that post.
All right, I'll check it as soon as I send a link to the FED server to the homeboy who asked. And to the other guy, you can still interact with Nathan's show on the YouTube. If you're banned over in FED. Hold on, I just gotta email this dude. How the heck do you send private messages? Oh, here we go. All right, Mr. Bargrant, I sent you the link in a DM because we're not freely allowed to send certain types of links in our side chat here. Discord is in the promoted servers section of the politics, so you could find the link there. Oh yeah, brothers, we haven't heard from Crit in a while, so if anybody's heard from him, let us know. If not, maybe he could use prayers, well wishes. Don't know what he's up to. He's either on vacation or maybe something bad happened. Who knows?
Wait a minute. You just dipped? Didn't say anything to anybody?
Not that I know of, and not in any of our back chats. So there's a few people a little worried about him, but you never know. He might have just took a vacation. But either way,
Bet. Thanks for letting me know, brother.
yeah, hopefully in Bahamas. He's like, oh man, I'm so tired of all the drama in the flat Earth. I gotta get to the beach, bro, and drink some Mai Tais. Mr. Fallen Friends, I'm trying to prove a point, and that point is that when you make a network of people, and within that network of people, you start to make enemies within your own network because of an enemy outside of your network, which is loosely associated by topic. You breed destruction. Okay, so for example, what happened today was because this forum is not for what Brian was attempting to do. And so, because of the ethos of the forum, the show had to go because Brian couldn't be gotten control of. Okay, it's that simple. Brian was the bad actor in the instance, couldn't control himself, and so measures had to be taken. Now, that doesn't excuse me in other venues of being a rip, snort, and rip and tear kind of guy, because a lot of times I am. Right? Well, that is a fair critique to be like, oh, he is very mean to people who make stupid arguments and field stupid accusations. He's very mean to people who can't keep their mouth shut long enough for a point to get out so anybody could critique it. He's very mean to people. You see where I'm going with this? That being said, hopefully we won't have to talk about it anymore in here, and we could actually talk about flat Earth.
Destruction OC 34. You'll probably find it much easier just to grab your microphone and tell everyone about your proof of curvature.
Well, yeah, sure. Like, actually, if this is a flat Earth VC, like, why do you think that the Earth is flat?
We don't think it's flat. We know it's flat.
You don't? Wait, you know that it's flat? So how do you know that?
Because it's measured flat. But anyways, you're
How is it
talking
measured
about your
flat?
proof of curvature.
Wait,
If
can
I
you
read
prove that,
correctly
like,
here,
it's being measured flat?
Sure.
I don't, so first off, I don't know why you're getting, like, rowdy. It's not gonna work with me, okay? I need you to calm down a little.
Now, I'm going to save you from saying something stupid, my friend. Now, your comment was the world is a globe. I would like you to prove that for all the ladies and gentlemen in the panel. Please.
Yeah, I don't know if you thought that, like, that was gonna be appealing, but let's just start from the get-go. As I said, if this is a... Oh, well, a minute, I'm not actually done yet, so you're gonna be quite like a good little bitch dog.
Okay. You're going to be quite like a good little bitch.
That escalated.
Tell us a bait and switch.
Well, anyways, I've got no problem with unlocking him, boys and girls, because I'm just about to bow out and go to bed because it's 2 o'clock in the morning.
Is it? Oh, fuck.
You lose track of it, don't you? Oh, shit. But anyways, yeah, his claim was the world is a globe. 58 past the hour. So, His claim, his problem. Anyways, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon, good evening, and good night. Peace.
Catch you, bro.
Unlock him.
Peace out, Matrix.
Good night, brother.
Oh, that's crazy. So does anyone else want to, like, you know, pop in for, like, the other, like, jet and, like, defend their position? Why is the Earth flat?
Look at bait and switch, dude. You came in saying, hey, I'm going to prove curvature, and then as soon as you got in here, you're like, all right. Yeah,
And I told you, why, if this was a VC that was meant to prove flat Earth, why the fuck am I proving the opposite? If it's your burden to prove that it's flat.
Came in under false pretenses.
Wait, hold up. Wait, how's it a switch? How is it a switch?
Because you said you had proof of curvature. So we go, okay, let's hear it.
When did I say that?
At the start.
In the side chat. In the side chat.
In the side chat? Did I say that?
Wait, you said you got
Wait, did I say that? Wait, when the fuck did I say that?
in the chat. You
I don't
said
think.
you
Wait, can you show me this? And even if I were to say that, why does that mean that I would like have to prove it? As I said, if this is a VC meant to prove a flat Earth, imbecile, then it would be your burden of proof to suffice that.
Name of our home server.
I'm going to continue to keep on talking and continue to blow this entire VC the fuck out. Just like I've been blowing this entire VC out for like over, 2 minutes now? That's crazy. So what's going to be the justification as to why the Earth is flat? You have 5 seconds. Oh, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That's crazy. That's actually insane. So you couldn't prove it. Burden of rejoinder, that's actually insane. So what is going to be the justification that the Earth is flat? I'm still waiting. Who is this nigga named Clifford on my board?
You sound very hostile, my friend. You need to chill
I'm not
out a
hostile. I'm just very, very
so upset, bro.
I'm rhetorically dominating you, you fool, you imbecile, intellectually fucking self-insufficient fucktard. You can never fuck with me. So what is going to be the justification?
You're definitely winning the debate right now, for sure.
I know I am.
Crushing, bro.
I do. On God, I am. Like, on God, like my key is just beyond it.
So, what's your name, brother?
My name is. Wait, you cannot read it. Like destruction.
No, like in real life. What's your real name?
Wait, my real name? Why do you want to know my life and real name? What the fuck?
I'm curious.
What's my life and what's my name in real life?
Well, no, I'm trying to break through just to have a genuine conversation. You're definitely up on some kind of a soapbox. So I'm just wondering what your name is.
Breaking through exactly, like trying to have a conversation.
Yeah, because you're on an ego trip
like,
right now.
You just like, oh yeah, I know I'm on an ego trip.
You're on an ego trip, right? So I'm trying to pull you back down, right? Ground you a little bit, so we could actually have a conversation versus you. Yeah, you're just interested in steamrolling through, right?
Being a cook or something. So you're a cook.
No, so I just want to know from you, brother. Like, what is it that you do for a living?
Stuttering in your voice because you're already getting nervous.
What do you do for a living?
You're speaking to me. That's actually insane.
What do you do for a living, brother? What's your name? Like,
not spend my time on Discord talking about flat Earth.
Well, you're on Discord right now in the Flat Earth room.
Wow,
so technically you're also on Discord talking about Flat Earth right now. And see, what's interesting is when I give you space to respond, you still keep talking. So it's like you're just struggling for attention right now, eh? Interesting.
You're not going to make me stop regardless, so let's be realistic for a second.
Going to make you stop talking. It's just interesting that you keep talking and see there's your red mic, and I knew that was going to happen at some point in time. But I'm just curious, like, what your name is, what you do for a living, these types of things, because these help to bring people
dominating right now, for sure.
To a common level, right? And then we're able to have a conversation about things versus what you're doing right now.
Yeah, because you've got scientific indicators to prove it's a globe, and you're yet to provide.
So do you have any actual proof or evidence of this place being a ball, a curve? Do you have any evidence of that?
Wait, am I unmuted now? Oh, that's crazy. Sure, I do actually.
So what's your evidence?
Yeah, multiple, like, fucking... It's multiple, like, things, like, and, like, images just proven that it's a globe. So now
It
what?
took you all that to get to the word of images. So images, that's the
I
evidence
was
that you
trying to
have.
show
Is that
you in
correct?
like normal language. I'm not gonna lie to you.
Yeah, so images, that's correct. Okay, so you know that images can be created,
Can you
right?
possibly
Like
repeat what you
CGI.
said again? And maybe if you say it without stuttering over yourself like 5 times, I'll take it as a rebuttal.
So images is your response to evidence.
So images, you just did it again. I'm sorry, I just don't understand when people are just like fucking getting power nullified. I don't think you understand what's happening right now. So what's going to be the argument and the rebuttal against what I just said? Fucktard. Do you
So
not
images
understand?
can be created. CGI.
Okay, why do the images
videos,
being
things like that. So do you have anything in real life that you can actually
When did I specify
prove
CGI
that
again?
there's a
When did
curve
I specify
or a
CGI?
ball?
Oh, so
Well,
you're
that's
not
what
going to answer
images
my
are,
question.
right? They're created by a computer generated image, CGI. So the next question is, do you have anything that you actually have done locally to actually demonstrate a curve? Or
Okay, so
observe a curve?
didn't really answer my question, so I'm actually going to ask you again.
You haven't got nothing.
Yeah, you got a sock in your mouth. That sucks. So CGIs, right? Computer generated images, videos. These are all things that NASA, your authority, creates to tell you that you're on a ball, to sell you, spoon feed you a story. But I'm actually just wondering if there's anything that you actually have in your real life that tells you or shows you something different. Questions that you may start to ask in your own
That's
mind. Oh, you're off
crazy.
mute.
Can you prove
Go
that
ahead.
it's CGI? Yes, are you going to prove like what you just said? I asked you to prove.
I don't have to
that
prove
it's CGI.
anything about CGI.
Wait, so you
I can
don't
just
need to prove
tell
that it's
you
CGI? That's
that
perfectly fine.
computer-generated
So then your
images
point is
exist.
absolutely nullified. I don't know why you're trying to speak over me. You can't really do it. The best that you could do is mute me and attempt to even try to overtalk me, but even then you can't do that because you're trash. So back to what I was saying, you made a claim that it was CGI, and even if it was CGI, one, prove that means that it's just like, completely incoherent, and then two, prove that it's CGI from the get-go. If you can't prove that, then your entire point is null. Do you not understand that? Do I need to feed you what the definition of fucking burden of proof is? Or what are you that fucking intellectually incapacitated about my fucking aura that you don't even understand basic shit like the burden of proof? So I'm gonna give you
don't even
one
understand
last
what
chance.
evidence
Okay,
is.
I don't say that I was done. I will allow you to speak when I'm finished.
You're just gonna
Doggy.
keep speaking and wait.
Fucktard. Yes, I am going to continue to keep speaking
Okay.
until I'm.
Right. Thanks. Appreciate that. So, from a standpoint of images, those are considered to be circumstantial evidence, i.e., the circumstance of space needs to exist in order for you to collect said evidence. Now, I'm looking for direct evidence of your said globe. Do you have any actual direct evidence of your said globe? Go ahead.
Okay. So first, prove that it's circumstantial, and then two, even if that is the case of what's
Go to space. Create the circumstance of space so you can go to space and collect your image, CGI boy.
Imbecile, you cannot overtalk me, so let's just get it straight right now. This is not.
Yeah, you just got muted. So, from a standpoint of space, I'll just say this. And I'll let
Killian, one second, man. I just want to tell this guy, look, if you want to have a polite conversation with Killian, you guys can take turns talking, whatnot, and then you don't have to be muted. Right? You can do that. We're going to give you one more chance just to have a normal conversation. You're talking with a very nice guy right now. Right? He's very respectful. Yeah, here's your last chance, dude. Have a normal conversation. You're going to stay on mute.
Here's your last chance. Well, you British ass nigga, shut the fuck up before I smack you in the back of your fucking forehead.
You're just horrible. I'm gonna smack you on Discord. I'm gonna smack you with my words on Discord.
Do you mind if I step in? Because I very sadly have to dip very soon. I'm gonna get a phone call very soon. But I would love to have a conversation with you. Any of you. I'm going into my 4th year as a physics student, and I would love nothing more than to have this conversation at some point. I do need to dip very soon. I think I listened for too long. I should have jumped in earlier because that was going nowhere.
You got the floor.
I did get the. I got the floor. I was gonna ask because I need to dip very soon. I'm gonna get a phone call very, very soon. I'm very worried about it.
You have the floor, meaning you can ask your questions without your preamble. Go
I
ahead.
understand. My question was gonna be: would you be able to I'm assuming this is what you hear all the time from any just amateur globalist, globaler. I don't know what you want to call them. Globe earther is what is the explanation of the mathematics behind the Eratosthenes experiment on a flat Earth? I would like. Can you forward it to me? I'll have a read of it, and then we can talk to each other at some point.
Hold on, just to confirm, so you realize that Eratosthenes was measuring shadows in order to confirm that there was spherical excess available so that he can point at a globe. You realize this, correct?
Spherical excess?
Yeah. Anything over 180 degrees is considered to be spherical excess, and they pointed at that and said, there's your addition. Because if it was in fact flat, it would be a consistent 180-degree observation from their standpoint. If I'm wrong, any of my brothers can correct me, but that is my understanding of what Eratosthenes did measuring his shadows.
No one jumping in? All right, okay, can you give me, like, are you still going to be active in, like, I don't know how the fuck, maybe like 30 minutes?
Dude, the room's always here. People are in, people are out. Come with your questions whenever you want.
All right, okay, I'll come back in about, when the phone calls ended, I'm assuming around 30 minutes. I'm going to have a phone call about like 2 minutes. So I will head out, but I want to come back. I listened to that conversation for too long. I should have jumped in because that was fucking going nowhere.
All right, bro.
All right, I'll be back.
Wow, the old burden claim shift.
Yep. So, how many people are going to abandon the flat Earth proposition as being true and accept the globe after that display?
I guess I didn't.
Dude, if he didn't listen, friends, if he didn't get muted, I was going back to the globe in like another 3 seconds. I'm telling you.
And that was why I had to ban him, because I had to go back to the globe.
Yeah, it's either that or I was going to turn gay from that voice. Holy moly, he was impressive.
You imbecile.
Could see the headlines tomorrow. AI's going back to the globe and turning gay. Tune in.
Sexy Mike made him do it.
Oh man, did you guys have a good Thanksgiving? Any snow?
I don't believe in snow.
What? You don't believe in snow?
I was gonna say, what kind of life is that? I'll never forget when the snow fell from the sky when I was a young child and it's
What is
snow for
snow?
the first time. It's rain. It's wet stuff falling from the sky, brother. And when it's below zero, it's snow.
What?
When it's above
Wrong.
zero, it's rain.
Wrong. You're wrong. In fact, I think when it's below zero, it snows a lot less.
Prove
I
it.
think so too.
Yeah.
Well, because if it's below 0, right, we know that 0 degrees is like the freezing temperature. So ice water freezes at 0 degrees.
Yeah, like yesterday, there was a good amount of snow, and it was 36 degrees
Fahrenheit.
You're telling me
you American
36 degrees is hot. What are you talking about?
Bro,
we're talking
caught in the F versus the C.
Oh yeah, brother. Yeah, brother. We're talking so 32, if I remember correctly, is freezing in Fahrenheit.
Yes.
Yeah, but this guy said degree.
Fahrenheit versus Celsius, brother.
Yeah, they're both called degrees, I believe.
They're different units. Oh boy.
Are they not called degrees in Celsius or what? Are they called something else?
It's called Fahrenheit versus Celsius degree.
Yeah, this different units of measurement, degrees being the unit, right? Celsius versus Fahrenheit.
Right, Kiwi, what he's trying to tell you, Kiwi, is stop being an imperialist nationalist and actually respect the fact that the majority of the world uses Celsius. And so when you're talking in a global community, which may or may not be the flat earth community, and may or may not be politics server, you should at least respect other cultures and stop being such an elitist.
It's facts. You don't say degree Fahrenheit. You say Fahrenheit. You say degree Celsius. Look it up.
So why is there a little that little dot beside the number and then the unit? Hold on. But slow down.
Yeah, I mean,
pump the brakes. The idea here is there's the number, and then right beside the number, there's always that little dot. And if you zoom in enough, it's actually a little circle. And then there's the F or the C, 77 degrees Fahrenheit, 23 degrees Celsius. The little circle is always there. Just like if you were giving out bearings, you have degrees, minutes, and seconds. You put the little circle in there to note the degree. Don't be intellectually dishonest within the confines of the conversation, dingbat.
So you're saying when you give a measurement to a temperature, you say Fahrenheit degree?
Degrees Fahrenheit, bro. 77 degrees Fahrenheit. Should I go get my own digital thermometer?
Look it up.
That I use to measure steaks to make sure they're cooked and show you that it has a little dot beside the 77?
Look it up. Units of temperature. Look it up.
Hey, vey.
No, Killian's right, bro. Just accept it.
So unfortunate.
Look it up.
I don't need to look up.
When you just mentioned, listen, I
don't need to look up.
Hang on. When you mention degree, it could either be Fahrenheit or Celsius. Isn't that correct?
Yeah, you just said what I've been saying.
Yeah. So you say you were saying degree this whole time without the expectation of knowing which is a Fahrenheit or a Celsius. So that's on you.
Not at all. I specifically said, and you're just trolling.
No, you specifically said degree.
I specifically said, right? The degree is the thing. Fahrenheit versus Celsius is metric versus imperial. The difference.
No, before.
Like inches don't before me. The show's recorded.
No, you were just talking in degrees. You were just talking in degrees.
I'm
you just said degree. That's it. You were like 37 degrees. 37 degrees. It's not my fault you were accurate. It's not my fault you're accurate.
Bye-bye now.
Anthem, you got crushed by Killian. Just accept the crushing defeat.
I didn't get crushed by Killian. This guy said 32 degrees, expecting people to know how to differentiate it. Is it Fahrenheit? Is it Celsius? Who knows?
I think everyone agrees.
This guy can't be accurate. When it comes to flat Earth, you got to be accurate. You see what I mean? You see what I mean?
It's like you're gonna walk around and be like inches and centimeters, right? They're both units of measurement, brother.
They're both units of measurement, but when you say degree,
and Celsius are both units of degrees. Just
but when you say degree, it could either be Fahrenheit or Celsius. So when you say 32 Fahrenheit, it's the same as 32 degrees Celsius. Is that what you're saying? Are you saying when you say 32 Fahrenheit, it's the same as 32 degrees Celsius?
No.
Oh my God, this guy's the dumbass.
If you were listening to what I was saying versus picking and choosing, being a hypocritical asshole,
That's
you would
you. You're a
realize that
hypocritical
you're just
asshole.
picking and choosing from different
No,
points
no,
of what
that's
I
what you
said.
said.
I specifically
That's why I got
said
confused. You said 32
imperial
degrees.
versus metric would be Celsius
No,
versus
before that, you were
Fahrenheit, which are
expecting people
different
to
types
know.
of units. Not at all.
No,
You can
before
go
that,
ahead
you were
and you
expecting
can
people to
rewind the
differentiate
conversation. Go listen
between.
to it.
You were looking up YouTube. Roll it back. Roll it back. You just said 32 degrees. That's it. Expecting people to know it was Fahrenheit.
No. Actually, what happened, bro, was you claimed that water freezes. Don't do it. You'll get muted. You know you will. You
Obviously, I'll get
claimed that
muted because
water
you're power
freezes.
hungry.
I'm power hungry, bro, because I'm calling you out and you don't like it, right? Because
No. There's no calling me out.
You claimed water freezes at 0 degrees. You're the
Celsius.
one that didn't specify Celsius. You didn't say
I didn't
Celsius.
specify Celsius. Yes, I did. Yes, I did. Roll it back. Roll it back. YouTube. YouTube.
Checking it. Check it.
Check it. And check also what Kylian said. Kylian Mbappe. Hey. So, guys, do you guys scientifically think that the Earth is a globe? Who here is a glober? Who here is a glober?
Okay, so to answer your question, right? Do I have to appeal to science? Because you said scientifically, do we believe it's a globe? So do I have to appeal to science in order to prop up a belief, or can I appeal to what I have based my belief upon?
Okay. What is your belief upon?
So we're not doing science?
Well, that's on you, whether you want to do science or not. I can move the goalpost.
You're the one that
move the goalpost.
You're the one that said scientifically.
You're the one that moved the goalpost, so I'm just moving along with you.
No, brother. I'm trying to make sure that the playing field has been set before the goalpost.
So, are you a globaler? Yes or no?
So again, I need to ask you scientifically. Am I answering your question scientifically, or am I going to stay without your science and just tell you what I observed this place to be?
Oh, so observable. So you're a flat earther. Gotcha.
See that? Observe the Earth is stationary, topographical, and plane in nature. Though if I appeal to the sciences, it then becomes a globe. And I think
Who said that?
You just did.
No, I didn't. That's what you said,
son.
You just said scientifically that. No, it doesn't. How does science prove that the Earth is a globe?
NASA.
What the fuck is that? NASA? Really? Is that your final argument? NASA?
From my understanding of your claims of science and these guys in the lab coats that do the mathematics and all the stuffs to figure out that the drop over distance is actually hidden in refraction. Yep, I 100% do. Though if I want to talk about observations without the need of experiments like Foucault pendulum or what's his face with the weights and the things being attracted to mass, we don't even have to look at that stuff. We can just look at the Earth as it is, as we observe it, and see that it is in fact a stationary topographical plane. Have I lied?
But it's not a globe. Where's your scientific proof instead of just saying NASA?
Okay, let's go back. Do you agree that the Earth is stationary, or do you believe that the Earth is rotating?
The Earth is stationary.
Perfect. Do you believe that the celestial bodies orbit the ground, or that we in fact orbit any of the celestial bodies?
What are you talking about, celestial bodies? What is that?
Lights
what do you
in the
mean by
sky.
that? It could be anything.
Lights in the sky.
Yeah, lights in the skies. No, we're stationary. Those are just lights in the sky.
Perfect. So, where do you come up with the idea that it's a ball then?
That's you. You're the one that came up with the idea that it's a ball. You just said it's a ball because NASA. That's what you said.
Based on your science.
You just said, this is what you said. Because of NASA, it's a globe. That's what you said.
Isn't that what NASA shows us?
That's what NASA shows us, but that doesn't mean that they're telling the truth.
Right.
They've done this experiment. So, again, let me ask you.
So are we going to conduct science? Are we going to conduct science to figure out the Earth? Or are we going to
Yeah,
observe
we can
the Earth?
do our own science. Why are you saying NASA is the only true science?
Then what science do you suggest that we would run on this place in order to figure out the shape of the realm that we're in?
Yeah, we do measurements with our own scientific measurement.
Okay, well, give me an example of a scientific measurement that you would use. Go ahead, DJ.
All right, just got to pause for 1 second. Right, Xanthem, listen to yourself. Right, 3, 2, 1, here we go.
No, I didn't. I didn't say that. I didn't say that. You edited it. Nice editing.
Go back to your village.
You edited it. Anti-globalist. You edited it.
Brother, hold on a second, bro. Listen, we broadcast straight to YouTube. YouTube doesn't allow editing of live broadcasts.
Yes,
you can go
does.
watch
You
it.
edited it.
No,
You
no.
edited
Listen,
it.
okay, brother, you're correct. If you're SpaceX, you're allowed to edit live broadcasts, but if you're flat earthers, you're not. So you can go to the stream right now and watch
This guy
it.
edited everything.
I don't care. I don't care.
No, he edited it.
What I'm telling you,
Dude, I'm being
go to the
framed. I'm being
stream.
framed.
Go to the stream and listen.
This is like
It won't
Taken.
be
This is like
edited
Taken,
there.
the movie Taken. I'm being framed right now.
Why are you getting emotional?
I'm
It's
being
not-
framed.
If you're,
I'm
if
being
you're trying to
framed.
be, but dude, if you're trying to be,
Look,
Sorry.
dude, this dude can't
I'm
even
being
handle that.
framed.
If you're being
Guys, I'm being
framed, you
framed.
can
Don't listen to
prove
this
it.
guy. This guy's trying
Go
to
to
ruin
the
my
live
life.
stream, brother.
It's like
Go to
Taken, the
live
movie from
stream.
Taken.
it's. I was just gonna say to you, like, it's not funny. You're not being cute doing this little play or whatever. Stick to your words.
What are you talking
Words
about?
mean stuff.
Please.
Exactly what
Stick
you
to-
just tried to do.
Hey, shut up, Glover. You're a Glover. You're a globetard.
No, I'm actually just trying to figure out
No, you're
what
trying to
kind of
globe. You're a
conversation you would like to
globetard.
have.
You think you
saying
believe
that.
in NASA? Holy shit, man. Get a life, dude.
So again, coming back to the conversation, what is it that you're using to base your belief upon?
It's called
Are you
measurement.
using
Scientific
science?
measurement.
Okay, so please provide us or provide me for the confines of the conversation this example of a measurement that you're using.
I'm not trying to prove it to you. You're the one trying to prove that the Earth is a globe, and you're basing this off NASA. So again, you bring the evidence, not me.
What am I? Okay, hold
Yes.
on a second here. Yeah, what am I trying to prove?
You're trying to prove that the Earth is a globe, which doesn't make
Am
sense in
I?
my head.
Am
Yeah,
I?
you just said NASA. You just said NASA.
Right, because you said scientifically, right?
Yeah, but how does that link to NASA? NASA's not the one who invented science.
Man, this is ridiculous. I'm out of here.
Are you stupid? Do you think
I'm
NASA is
I'm
science?
running away from you. You can claim this as a victory. I'm running away from your crazy ass.
Exactly, you're running away because I won this argument. You fucking globetard, get out of here.
NASA invented science?
That's what this guy is saying. I'm so confused. This guy was like, this guy said the Earth is a globe, and I said how, and he said NASA. I'm like, what? What?
NASA invented Velcro
What?
and little meals in a chocolate bar. That's all they invented.
Yeah, that's all they're good for.
It turns out they didn't even invent Velcro.
Holy shit! Fuck NASA.
What? Oh god.
Do you see what I mean? NASA just lies to people.
Velcro was invented by some Swiss engineer.
Where's the FED panel? Wasn't it Friday?
It was just cut short a little bit.
Oh, I missed it. Okay, no problem.
Well, Neil is sounding much better, which is good. I'm happy about that.
Thanks.
Right. Who killed the chat? Rose. So far today, the best globe evidence we've received is I don't believe in snow. There you go.
What if you did believe in snow and the Earth to be flat?
Correct. Because snow is made of water, natural physics of water is to be flat and level on the surface according to hydrostatic equilibrium and Pascal's principle. And if 70% of the Earth is covered in that water stuff, then that automatically debunks the daydream globe. You don't even need to go further than that. Water's flat, level, and the standard for horizontal, which are all terms that mean flat in orientation. So ipso facto, the Earth is flat. I rest my case. Oh man. Questions, comments, concerns? Anything? Anything at all? Or are y'all just waiting for it to go down? Well, it ain't gonna go down unless you instigate it. Gotta ruffle some feathers. Gotta say some provocative things. Like, real provocative and dangerous, like water's flat and level. Stuff like that. It's just going about your Black Friday shopping. Not that there's anything wrong with that. Oh man. came to hear about flat Earth. We're all too tired from all the turkey we ate, stuffing and gravy, and can't even remember all the rest of the things I ate. For a second, I forgot I was even still logged in the call. It's so quiet out there. You know what, friends? I'd rather have silence, waiting for a good flat earth argument, and a bunch of flat earthers shitting all over each other for public display. Do. Oh, no one ever turned on the event? Dang, I guess that, man, I don't know. Well, it didn't start anyway, so I guess that's a good thing. I guess Heretic's got to do it. He's probably turkeyed out as well. Speaking of that, I think I'm going to go eat lunch. Take a little break here. If anything pops off, don't worry. Feel free to engage with the topic. Anybody, anytime, anywhere. This has been the Thanksgiving Coma Stream. See you next year.
from what I know it to be, it's like more friendly to the phones than it does on the PC. So
Yeah, I did try from my phone, but I still had issues. It seems to be pretty good at the moment on my laptop, but yeah, I still had the same issues on my phone when I tried from there. So I don't know. We'll work it out. But yeah, I'm away. I've been away most of this week. It's my wedding anniversary this week, 21 years. So we've gone away for the week, and yeah.
Oh, congratulations, man.
Yeah, thanks. 21 long years, hard years. No, it's all right.
Of her putting up with you, is that right?
Yeah, that's probably true.
I think that's why whenever you have your anniversary, you spoil her because she has to put up with you.
Yeah. No, we're in a nice hotel. It's all good. But I just seen you tweet this out or send this out, and I had my new headphones, so I thought I'd jump in and give them a crack. Got excited.
Yeah, you can stay a little bit, and then when you leave, you leave. But yeah, we're trying to see if we can get into some trouble, man, before you leave.
Yeah, I've probably got about 10 minutes. I got to go pick up my car and do a few things. But yeah, cool.
Well, fingers crossed, man. A baller might come through within like the last 5 minutes.
Yeah. But Heretic, I won't be around tonight for Nathan's show. I'm sure that the other guys will be able to handle it. But I'm going out tonight for dinner and doing a few things, so I won't be able to be there for that.
Me neither. He's got the worst time for me to be there.
It's actually really bad.
Plus,
for me
it's a
now.
holiday here, so
Yeah, it's he's starting at like 1:30 in the morning for me now.
That's funny.
It's terrible, man. I'm sitting there half asleep. Or 12:30, something like that. Yeah, 12:30, 1 o'clock.
what time is he starting for America, Heretic?
6 a.m. for me.
You West Coast? Canada?
Yeah. Pacific, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, it's not too bad having to stay up till that time, but waking up at 6 a.m. for Nathan, I wouldn't be doing that. It's too much work.
Yeah, exactly. You're like, I love you, bro, but yeah.
Yeah, I like my sleep-ins in the morning.
Try to get you agitated right away, first thing in the day.
Getting yelled at first thing in the morning.
Yeah.
I was actually debating on buying a new phone, Alpha. I've been debating all day. I was looking at those Samsung Z Folds that open out, and they're just like a tablet when you open them out, but far out, man. Like outright $2,750. I just don't. I don't know. I've been debating it all day.
Well, like I was saying, I could recommend getting a nice mic that's real budget friendly and it sounds well, and then you can have like your voice is clear. You have just because these external mics, they have a headset plug-in, so all you can do is just get the external mic, get you a cheaper headset, and then just have the external mic be the way to put headphones and talking to that, because that keeps it professional. That keeps your voice like sounding nice, to the podcast.
Yeah. Does this one sound all right? I might have bad internet where I am. I'm on the hotel's internet, but this is supposed to be a bomb headset with a good mic.
It's good, but it's kind of like a normal mic would sound like.
Yeah,
but it sounds like you're in a room, a little bit echoey.
Yeah, I am. I might have to play with
Oh, we got QE in here. What's up, QE? Let me drop him a mic.
Yeah, flick me a message with that mic brand. I'll have a look at that as well while I'm here.
All right. Do you want me to message you on Discord or what?
Yeah, wherever, man. Whatever's easy for you. Yeah, give me the details and I'll go and have a look while I'm.
Yep.
We're still in.
What's going on in here?
We're trying to get this party started, QE.
Getting a little long in the tooth.
Yeah, I know. We're heading towards that hour, but hopefully we'll get some of these professors to come in here.
Those PhDs.
Oh yeah.
Wait.
Well, there was two pilots came through already, and Jedi, we handed them over to him, and he just made short work of them. So.
Duh.
Yeah, but it's most fun when they tell you everything of their credentials before they speak. Well, I've been a pilot for 30 years, and I've been flying all around the world. And they preface it, they say that before they.
Yeah. Oh yeah, that's my kind of party.
Yeah.
Yeah. Just lay your Johnson out on the slicing table. Thanks.
Yeah. Here comes the guillotine.
Yeah. Yep. Yes, sir. Love that, especially when it's unsolicited. That's special to me.
Yeah, they think there's something else over here on X. So. Yeah, they're definitely getting a taste of 24/7 for sure, which is yeah. I mean, it's like what is it? 2017 all over again with people coming in here, and it's just nonstop action. I mean, it's just one after the other because it's like a revolving door. They see the space that's up, they get curious about it, they come on in here, and we serve them up.
Yeah, well, they get juiced by the TikTok idiots that we've killed like 3 or 4 years ago, some 7 years ago. And they get juiced up and they think they're all that in a bag of chips. And they come over here and then I'm their Huckleberry. Well, not me, but there's a lot of people now that been listening for a while that it's all over.
I heard a really good replacement for that PhD acronym. It was poor. What was the rest of it? Poor something. Poor helpless.
Dipshit.
Something else. I don't know what the D stood for. It was really good. Yeah, poor helpless doofus or something like that. It was something funny. I was laughing my ass off.
Yeah, but people just say PhD. Well, that's so ambiguously fucking vague. There's so many PhDs out there. Most people don't even know what a PhD is. Or what it takes to acquire a PhD. It's absolutely numpty dipshittery. I'd be more impressed with somebody with a master's degree. Somebody with a PhD, unless you're in their exact PhD, most of them are absolutely clueless.
Well, that's it. Poor helpless dipshit. We got it. Poor helpless dipshittery.
So I love PhDs. So I just go outside their little plank time by plank time focus area. They're finished. They can't think on their feet, which most can't. They're done. They're finished.
All right, man. I got to go, Alpha. I got to go and pick my car up and go out for dinner with my wife. So I'll catch up with you after the weekend. I hope you.
What's his name?
Bob. He's not bad.
He's not bad at all, huh, AJ?
Yeah. 21 years with Bob.
That's a hell of a guy.
Yeah.
That's a hell of an answer. That's the right answer. Don't give that away.
Have a good one, guys.
Yeah.
All right, AJ.
Thanks, mate. See ya.
See you tomorrow, by the way.
Yeah. I won't be there actually. As I'm away at the moment. I'm just away for my wedding anniversary.
Oh
We're going out
shit!
for
That
dinner,
means
etc. So
Nathan
won't
will
be
only
here.
be there for like 2 minutes and shit. My God.
Well, I'll send Matrix a message. Matrix might be able to handle it, but I think there'll be plenty of other mods in there. Should be all good.
It does. Fridays suck. They do. I mean, going into that server is okay, but it's not enough time. So Nathan's show, it sucks. I don't like it at all. I don't. And he needs to fix that. It's a ball and chain.
It is for me at the moment because it's 1:30 in the morning for me.
I understand that. I'm not. It's not a shade against you. It's a shade against Nathan. He needs to fix it.
Yeah.
I don't know what he needs to do, but he needs to do something. Do something, even if it's wrong. Fuck. Make sure you're there at Ballbusters on Saturday. We're gonna tear wits at a new asshole again for like the 88th time.
Righto, no worries.
What a clown this dude is. Ping pong golf ball. That's the new thing.
Ping pong golf ball. That's gonna be interesting.
Ping pong golf ball. Stay tuned to Saturday. We haven't got there yet, but somebody released a short. I think Tim Pool released a short with this moron saying ping pong golf ball and moving on to the next topic. He's a fucking retard. Wits it. You're a retard. Done. You're finished. Anyone that listens to my playlist of him, over 85 hours of lying and doublespeak, it's all over. But you still have OG gangster, that's redundant, OG flat earthers fawning and drooling over him. I can't fucking believe it. I can't explain it.
No, I can't believe it either.
They're going to get their asses handed to them come Monday.
Well,
come Monday, it's going to be, be there Saturday. We're going to finish up the video. Then there's no fucking excuses. It's all over for the ones propping this fucking retard up. I should have. This is, you know what? You should blame me. This is my fault. It's mine. Seriously.
I already said that.
Oh, goodness gracious. Who do we got here? Yep, it's my fault. I could have dealt a death blow to these morons in 2017. My gut said do it, but I got talked out of it. So it's my burden to bear. So I'm going to play catch up. Absolute retards I'm dealing with. Flat Earth retards. They're everywhere. They're growing. Be ready.
Righto. I'll see you Saturday morning.
Have a good one, AJ.
Bye.
All right. Bye. Say hi to Bob. Shut up, Flatsy.
That's what I came for.
That's what you said. You had a backslide for me the other day. We didn't quite get to it.
I was trying to, but it just wasn't happening.
Yeah, well, you're away. You got Friendsgiving coming up. That booger was messing with you and you couldn't get to it. You can get to it now though. Go ahead.
I don't remember now.
I don't either. You said something. It was a backslide. We call backhanded slights backslides. It's an inside joke.
I don't know, but it felt like I got you really good in the moment.
It did. It felt like it, but it was a fucking mirage.
Well, maybe maybe we can remember it later.
No, maybe you can remember it later. I don't remember it.
It'll probably be me that remembers it.
Yeah, hopefully. Well, you better kick things into gear, Miggy. stop cleaning up your leaves. You got about 20 minutes.
Yep. Usually they start piling in when everybody starts retweeting the space. Hint, hint, wink, wink. All you got to do is retweet the space, guys. 24/7 Flat Earth, episode number 25. C'est la vie, mon ami. Yeah, that's just how it is. Hashtag Flat Earth. Welcome to the panel, guys. Listening panel. We got the speaking panel up here. Up with us right now is myself, AJ, Heretic, John, which is QE. We got Flatsy Klein also as a speaker. And if you want to come up here, there's still some room for the speaking panel. So go ahead and request to speak. We'll bring you up. And you can have a conversation with us.
2025, for fuck's sake. What are they going to do? It's season 10. Season 10. Where's Indio? Bring Indio's ass in here. Where's he?
He was, dude. He just popped in here, but he saw, I guess, the room and then took off. We need to get him on a DMs. Yeah. I seen him. He popped in here and he left. I was like, man, what's going on?
He must been 24/7. I go in there every day to check to see if anyone's in there. No one's in there. Nobody.
Well, I sat BC in there today, hoping that it would draw more people to come home, but no one did. It was just Grim and me and the bot.
Yeah. Well, to be fair, it was Turkey Day, so I don't know.
It doesn't matter. It's any day. For the last month, I think I caught like 12 people in there one time. Well, what I do is I go in and I go on mute and deafen, and then in about an hour I come back to see if anyone's in there. And sometimes that works, but most times I just.
Yeah. Speaking of Turkey Day, my husband bought a little bottle of that wild turkey whiskey for us to have on Turkey Day because he doesn't have to work tomorrow. We've already taken 2 shots, but it was with hours between the shots.
Sure. I get it with ghost pepper.
Oh no.
Yeah, there's one with honey. I mix the one with honey and ghost pepper. Yep. That's my little elixir to go to sleep.
Oh yeah, and people think that you're just some drunk or something, and you're not.
Well, if it gets past like 1 o'clock, then the sleeping pill kicks in, and then I'm gone.
Sent you an invite, QE.
Invite to what?
Co-host.
Where at? Oh, join his Oh, all right.
That way you have.
Not now. Should I choose the not now variety?
Up to you.
That way you have the power to mute me because I'm the only one on the speaker panel. You could just mute me.
No one's got any power here.
So if you wanted to mute me because I'm the only one you can mute me, just mute me. Say shut up, Clancy.
The mute. That's so old. It's like Geico commercials.
Well, I was just saying, if you want to be like, shut up, Flatsy, and then hit mute.
I'll just say it.
Okay. That's what I'm here for.
You won't be there Saturday. That's the problem.
Well, I got my Friendsgiving. We do it every year, and this one's going to be on Iron Bowl Day, so it's a big day. I love that mug, Miggy.
Yeah, I put it up. I was going to show QE.
You're on mute.
Yeah, it should say moot.
I posted a pretty good video in Ballbusters, Skype, and posted anywhere else today? It's on Redshift and the Nebular Hypothesis. Yeah. guys should watch that video. It's old as shit. I did that like in 2008. That was one of the first like educational videos I've ever done. Yeah, that's old, man. Old.
Before you were a flat earther.
Well before, like 6 or 7 years before.
It's funny that it only took somebody asking you about the second law of thermodynamics and gas pressure needing a container to turn you like that.
Oh, because I was steeped into just destroying pseudoscience, right? Astronomy, cosmology, astrophysics, and all the regulars, paleontology, anthropology, archaeology, geology, evolutionary biology, whatever that is, and yes, I'm still having theoretical physics. I just took those to the woodshed daily. It was just a fucking massacre. But I never really thought about flat Earth. The topic never came up. I never thought about it. I don't know why. It's never came on my radar. One of those things. Until May 15th, 2016. And that was their ass.
You had a whole new ballpark to play in.
Well, yeah, exactly. So I just started pounding friggin' nails in my Louisville Slugger, the 44-inch variety, and just start swinging.
It's such a perfect visual to have and depicting what you actually did.
Yeah. I often think, pretentiously, what would happen if I never
No
arrived?
kidding.
Yeah. I often think about that. Just not on the natural science and scientific method. Just in that genre. What would it be like right now?
My no kidding was to your pretentiously.
Oh,
well, contributions that have been made wouldn't have been made. How about that?
No, I'm just trying to think. I'm being serious. What would it look like right now?
Ice wall topics galore.
No, I don't.
Outer pond theory. Let's see. Moon maps.
NASA means to deceive.
Yeah, we'd still have that. People still state those, by the way, but I'm talking about the science part, just the science, nothing else.
You should tell the people that are listening right now, being that this is recorded, QE, what you actually were bringing forth to the flat Earth table.
Well,
I don't think a lot of people know.
No one knows what science. They still don't know. No one knows it. No one knows the scientific method. What natural science is. Nobody knows it. Not even PhDs in actual science. They don't fucking know it. The flat earthers never knew it. Why would they? I'm not holding them accountable for that. Why would they? I mean, they're not in that genre, so they wouldn't know. I mean, what would the status of affairs be? I mean, you tell me.
I could probably take a wild guess. It's probably akin to something of what we've seen with the temple, quote unquote, debate. You know, the one that just happened a few days ago? Something like that.
Tim, yeah, it could be, yeah.
No, I don't think that we would have Witsit out here because I think that Witsit is QE's fault.
Well, I mean, I don't know. I think there was a lot of things that were in that from its conception, but I wouldn't say it's too much of QE. QE had a lot to do when the.
I'm just.
Yeah, I don't. He didn't create any. Yeah, it's just everybody made their their mark on flat Earth at the time where it was really exploding on the internet. So I think everybody chose their own path where they wanted to go. And I think, there was a time where we were talking with Whitsitt about this. He was always talking about falsification as independent of replacement. And then there was a big change or a shift from that type of mentality over to like, well, we got to be inquisitive to like see what else, science can offer with this. Like, you know what I mean? Like he started to lean into like a lot of other things. And I'm pretty sure Kiwi and him had like back chats because they got the receipts on that. But I think it was, yeah.
I've heard that term a few times. But what the fuck does that mean?
Because like, when people question that if you had these alleged conversations and you're like, yeah, I did. And they're like, show me. And you're like, I have the receipts. Essentially you have the documentation to back up that you did have these alleged conversations. And when somebody questions you, they're like, oh yeah, I see now. So, they're time stamped or whatever. So it kind of gives you that validity to say that, yeah, I did have these conversations. But a lot of people would say that you said something that he misrepresented you on. You know what I mean? It comes out in the wash whenever you start presenting the information that was actually said versus what people are gossiping about, and that's what makes it very clear why things went the way they did, because there's questions, man. People start to say like, he said this and you said that. And, I think having a kind of
I don't know what that's all about, but all I'm saying, back to the topic, fuck Whitsitt, he's a retard. The science thing. So that's the natural science question. So if I didn't come out here, what would the status of flat Earth be? That's my only question. It's hard question to answer, right? Because I don't hear anyone, zero, and I haven't heard anyone since I've been out here that speaks about science and the scientific method. No one, nobody.
If you hadn't been out here, we wouldn't have claims of everything is electric. And I'm just kidding.
I'm not talking about the fuck those more. I don't give a shit about it. I tear them up in my sleep.
Weren't you the one that gave Whitsitt that inside information about electrostatics, and then he went off and related it with everything is electric and all that stuff?
Yeah. But
so your
I'm
fault.
not talking about. It is my luckily. I'm not talking about Whitsitt and
I know. I'm sorry. I don't know. We would be not very well off without you. Does that make you feel better, Mr. Pretentious?
No, I'm just asking the question. I mean, just asking it.
Yeah, I think about it too. That's why I know you don't ever you don't talk yourself up. So you don't care about. You don't need to. Absolutely not. But sometimes, I'll take the liberty of, like, hey, he knows what he's talking about. Being
a what?
But I don't know. Like you went to school for biochemistry and all that stuff. Like I'll just lay that out there so people know that you're not just someone. I don't know. They should already know that you're not somebody just talking out your butt. But you know how it is.
He doesn't wear his credentials on his sleeve like a badge of honor, like some of these clowns that come in here and say, well, I'm a geologist. They right out the gate, they come out with that and they just pin it on their shoulder, like they're proud of what they are, and who are you to defy them? And it seems like these are the guys that we come up, like when QE's not around, or just us having conversations with just internet people, they come through here. They start using that as a kind of a way to say, well, what do you have to offer? I'm educated. What are you guys talking about? Flat Earth? I mean, this is silly, and so that's why he doesn't do that. You know what I mean? Although he can tear them up, but it's just, I've noticed that QE doesn't usually say, well, okay, let me just tell you my credentials and then, talk that way. He just tears them up from the arguments side.
He just uses the truth and tears them up.
It's not
like
hard.
9 ways to Sunday.
It's not difficult.
Yeah, their fatal flaw is that they think they have science on their side when they come in here. So they, proudly step up to the speaker panel and then unmute their mics and then say a whole bunch of nonsense. So
I thought I would think I'm venturing a guess on from the status when I came in, because science, it's science, the body of science, science, this science.
Yeah, don't forget that we're all science deniers, right?
Yep.
that's what they said at the beginning.
Yep.
When we first got on the scene, they were calling us science deniers. They said that shit all over the internet. That's the way they painted flat Earth. Science deniers. That's what they are.
Yep. That's right around the vicinity when I arrived.
Those were the words that were their undoing when you came on the scene.
Yeah, independent variable John.
Yeah. That was my name back in early days. They didn't realize, poor dumb bastards, they were signing their own death warrant. I loved it when they said that. I said, go ahead, Pretender Clown. Independent variable John, all right. Too funny.
Yeah, that numpty canvas to paint your Rembrandt, right?
I use that like 10 times a night.
It's a good one.
I love it.
I used it on Betty about maybe 3 or 4 weeks ago, and she lost it on me, just like Branch did. And I had to calm her down. I'm like, calm down. Right? I'm only messing with you, but there's this one time with Branch. Oh boy. In fact, I think Betty is trying to make a thumbnail with that theme going on right now.
I miss Betty.
She'll be back once I'm finished with what's it.
Yeah, if 30 minutes didn't take 4 hours to cover anything.
Yeah, no shit. Somebody asked me the other day, they were I think it was the end of QE Live. I was just screwing around trying to end the show. And I ended the show and I looked back at chat and somebody said, "Why do you stop the video every 2 to 3 words?" And I said, number one, I mean, that's just a stupid fucking comment. It's not every 2 to 3 words. And I just picked a random one. It was like 11. And I said, well, they say stupid shit every 2 to 3 words. So what do you want me to do?
Also, isn't it just to be careful that you don't get copyright struck on YouTube, that you stop a pretty decent amount of time in a video that you're okay? Just making sure that wasn't.
No, not usually. I'm not even paying attention to that. No, I'm just listening to the incoherent nonsense out of their blowholes. So if it's 3 words that are stupid, I'm stopping it.
Man, Singenis, he is one numpty.
Retard.
My goodness. I just try
Yeah.
not to be so mean, because you guys are always being the rudest. And it's warranted, don't get me wrong, but try to at least be the voice that speaks up, that has just a I don't know, that's not just mean, if that makes sense.
Mean. I have so much contempt for that utter fuckwit. and what he pretends to be. I'll tell you what. Just utter disgust and contempt.
Man, you cracked me up. I was laughing, crying one night when you said that it was you have your righteous indignation and contempt for retards. I can't tell you how much that made me laugh when you said that. It's just the way that you construct your sentences together to get a point across. Like, dude, who says that?
You want me to do? Jeez. Now, if he was just an ignorant dumbass and didn't say anything, right? It'd be all right. Just go on your way. But when you come out here with your postulations, right? And with the air of you knowing what you're talking about, I'm gonna tear your ass to shreds.
Yeah, that's
I'm
your
gonna leave
objective.
him with that just pumped the neighbor's cat look on his face.
Yeah, that's your objective, though. That's your
Yep.
your John Genda is to
Yeah,
expose.
it is yes, it is. It is that with people like that, yes. With somebody
Expose
that,
pretender clowns.
yeah, if somebody with legitimate questions arises or they fall into it, then they don't feel that wrath. It's as simple as that. If I notice within the first few seconds you're a pretender clown, and I'm all over that shit. I know. You may not know, but I know. Then it's curtains. Curtains.
I think my favorite thing about good men is that they live by their principles and they don't ever sway one way or the other from those principles they live by. That's my husband to a T, and I like that character in folks. So
Yeah. If every
yeah, but
wind of
you know,
doctrine,
most people. Sorry.
if every wind of doctrine blows you, then you know that you're a fucking clown.
Yeah, you're a plastic bag in the wind. Exactly.
Yep. Exactly. Yep. You got it. So bring in an old wind bag. I'll give you a demonstration.
We can do that if everybody in this space retweets the space, so we can get some more people in there. Retweet, guys. That's how we get more people in here.
When you mentioned it last time, I love that you mentioned it so that I remember. So I did it as soon as you mentioned it last time.
Yeah, I usually do that because people don't really know that the algorithm picks it up whenever you retweet it and it's reposted on your profile. People that follow you will be able to see it. So however many people follow the ones that are in here, they'll be able to see that there's a space that's open.
Bring that second law idiot in here that thinks there are reversible reactions in nature.
Thank you, Wallflower.
That's that Franco guy.
Yeah, I seen your little message there. I just blow it off in Skype.
What message? Oh, yeah.
After the doofus read it out.
Yeah, I thought I'd tell you about that because I know that you tore him up for that, but he still thinks that he's in the right.
You can't make that shit up. I mean, the dude read it out. He got it from a good source and read it out, but contradicts it. What he read out. You can't make this shit up.
The people don't have reading comprehension.
Reading comprehension.
Saying that
most don't even know the difference between nouns and verbs. Are you trying to get your 10,000 words out?
Maybe. I haven't been on in a long time because I've
sounds like it.
Yeah. Since you're live, I've been in rooms here and there, but I haven't really been active because it's my husband's off work. We've got the kids. We've been doing a bunch of stuff, and I'm trying to fit it in, squeeze it in the middle of doing a bunch of things. But
that's what she said.
Listen, this is a family show. Anyways, so every time that I'm on now, I'm always like juggling like 5 different things that I'm doing at once. So Trying to.
Well, you're a woman. Stop complaining. Damn.
That's what women do, is complain. Ask my husband.
Let's ask him.
Sterling. All I do is complain, right? He said pretty much.
All right, fair enough. You got about 5 minutes, Maggie.
I was just going to make an all call to anybody that's listening right now. If you guys want to come up, we have QE on the panel currently. Flatsy Klein, Heretic, and myself. So all you got to do is request to speak, and I'll bring you back up to the speaking panel. So if you in there, go ahead, request to speak.
Oh, this is well handled. You guys got this.
Well, yeah. We just like having you around. You know.
In support.
No, just having you. I mean, you're funny.
Funny. Ha ha. Funny.
Yeah,
Okay.
that's why I laughed after I said it. It was ha-has, but it was genuine ha-has. It's funny. It's funny how funny you are is lost on some folks.
I'm not feeling funny right now.
Well, that's all right. It's probably because you're feeling sleepy.
Had a little tryptophan earlier.
What?
Tryptophan from Turkey.
Oh. Yeah, I've yeah, we're kind of taking like little shots out of this little bottle. It's all right.
That has nothing to do with tryptophan in Turkey, by the way.
I don't know. Maybe. All I can think of is when you say turkey, it's Turkey Day, and we're drinking turkey on Turkey Day.
Yeah, not the wild turkey. The actual turkey is high in tryptophan. It has a dozing character to it.
Oh well, it's lost on me. I don't know.
Yeah, we noticed.
Well, yeah, okay, that's great.
There's another subject you can look up. So study a little bit about tryptophan. TRYPTOPHAN. Tryptophan.
Gotcha. What's up, Heretic? You been snapping lately? It's his style of like his argumentation with the Globers. I see it in my mind's eye, like he's sniping them. All right, great.
Having a hard time getting to speak here. My bad.
Oh,
What was are you having a glitch or something?
Yeah, it just keeps putting me back as a listener and stuff. I'm back though. Not to worry.
Welcome back.
Trouble's over.
It's getting to QE's bewitching hour, so we might see a little less in a minute.
Oh yeah, it's 2 minutes. I'm gone.
We got to get cracking here.
Unless there's a professor out there that wants to come and speak to him, some PhD perhaps. Then he'll be your Huckleberry for maybe at least a good 30 minutes more. I don't think they will come up here. They usually don't start coming in until like 3 o'clock in the morning. From 3 to 6 a.m. my time.
You know,
look.
You know, QE, you wouldn't have such a bad time on Nathan's show if you'd get there earlier on Fridays.
I don't think that's happening tomorrow.
Oh yeah, because you're staying up with us tonight.
Gotta finish that dumbass Dolphin game. So, gotta finish that up.
Oh yeah, Sterling was watching that too. The Dolphin game. he said he said some he said the same sentiment as you.
Yeah, pretty friggin' stupid.
Well, one thing about
this week, he's been back for 5 games, and over the 5 games that he's been back, he's leading the league in stats.
dang, my husband's favorite is Tua Tagovailoa. So he came from Alabama. He was like paying attention to Tua when he was in like high school, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
When he first started talking about committing to Alabama.
Yeah. Sterling loves Alabama. You should have seen him when the Alabama game was playing. He had an Alabama shirt on, Alabama pants, Alabama shoes, Alabama hat, and wrapped in an Alabama blanket. Everybody made it seem like Tua wasn't going to be coming back after his last injury. So
He straight up said he wasn't going to retire like 2 days into it. He's like, no, I don't plan on retiring.
QE, you have to announce you're leaving since you're a co-host.
Yeah, I am leaving right now. So catch you guys on the flip side. Out.
Have a good one, QE.
Take care.
Yep. Out.
It's a guy got to do to get a baller around here.
Telling you, man.
Yeah, I don't know. Seems like it's not going to happen right now.
I think Patrick in the listening panel is a baller, but I could be wrong about that.
Yeah, you may not want me helping you for too much longer because we're having some drinks tonight.
Okay. Well, just let me
as of
know
right
whenever
now,
you.
I'm good. Yeah, I'm good. You'll, if I don't catch it before you do, I'll make sure to let it be known that I probably should swap to listener.
Okay. You got Mike B in the house. Mike B, what's up? I'm gonna throw a mic at you, man. Welcome to 24/7 Flat Earth episode number 25, guys. You guys want to request to speak? Come on up. We'll have a conversation. If you think the Earth's a globe. What's up, dude? How long are you good for? 6 in the morning?
Right. Yeah, right. If we were Friday, maybe. Well, actually, we are Friday now. At least I am. I don't know about you.
Ooh.
Oh.
Yeah, it is Friday.
I meant if we were Saturday, maybe. But I'll be up for a good 45 minutes to there, probably.
Shout out to Kingsley shooting up them 100s, man. What's up, Kingsley?
Hey, by the way, Flatsy, congrats on your second place there. I didn't get a chance to mention that yet, but I saw the announcement. Good for you. It sounded great the other night.
Hey, I was gonna say, keep bringing the Flatsy and Heretic if you can. Just keep bringing people up that request. I gotta step away for just a short moment. I'll be right back.
Okay, no problem.
I hope she heard that.
I'm on it.
No, I meant my accolades.
Oh, yeah.
Oh well. Next time.
Her loss.
Yeah, my husband, he's playing Call of Duty, but we're still kind of. I'm hanging out with him and hanging out with you guys, and he's hanging out playing that. So I'm here for as long as we stay awake.
Cool beans.
Someone out here must have some information leading to proof of the Earth being a globe.
No, we already know that's not the case. If that was the case, it would already be there, right? We wouldn't be here. I say something pretty funny. It's like, I wouldn't be a flat earther if the earth wasn't flat.
If it was a globe, I wouldn't be one.
Yeah, exactly.
Make you a deal. Give me a globe Earth and I'll be a glober.
I let some folks know last night when we were hanging out with some old friends, Sterling and me, because our children were with their grandparents, so we were catching up with some old friends, and I was telling them at the when the place that we were at, I was meeting one of our old friends' sister, and I was saying, like, I use Smoking DeGrasse Tyson as a hostile witness all the time, and and I was like, here's why, because he says that the Felix Baumgartner Red Bull jump, where he was at 120,000 feet, right? That you could see you could see a curve on the camera that was on his person and outside of the the thing that he was jumping out of, but inside there was a camera that had that didn't have a wide angle lens, and you could see that the horizon was flat. And how if you were that far above the surface, it would be like you're like 3 or 2 millimeters, something like that. I know it was 2 millimeters from the surface of that beach ball. You don't see the curvature of the earth. That stuff is flat. And I kind of gave him the verbatim quote from him. And then I was like, then he inspired Paul Larson, the planetarium director, to look into how much curvature you would see from the ISS, and how, since it's only 3% of the earth from there, that you wouldn't see the curvature from there either. And I had them like, yeah, you wouldn't see the curvature. And the one of our old friends, she's a flight attendant, so she's like, a lot of pilots are actually flat earthers. And she was given that testimony. She was like, a lot of pilots are flat earthers, and she's a flight attendant. And she was like, but they'll also tell you that within 2 seconds of knowing them, and they'll tell you what burrito is really good, and blah blah. Like, she's just being silly and telling you about how pilots will tell you what they like within minutes of knowing them. And I was like, well, there you go.
Well, usually Neil goes straight under the bus when you bring that up with them. So some twerp on Discord nowadays is, more credible than him, I guess.
Yeah, well, I just have a personal, I guess, link to pilots in my own my personal life, where she's a flight attendant, and she's like, yeah, there's a lot of pilots that are flat earthers, because they'll tell you that they're flat earthers, and they'll also tell you a bunch of other stuff that's irrelevant.
Yeah, they just chuck Neil aside instantly. No problem, just discard him right away. So I just ask him, okay, well, which one of you has to go? Because you both can't be right.
Yeah, exactly. It's the law of excluded middle right there. Oh, no, the law of non-contradiction. There you go. Both, kind of. Yeah, they all kind of tie in together.
What kind of panel we got here? Is there anybody with any information that would lead to the conclusion of the Earth being a globe?
Maybe high wind or virus denier. I don't know. Somebody come up here and talk.
Yeah, come on. Come on down.
The price is right.
Yeah. I was thinking it. Wasn't going to say it.
Well, yeah, I mean, you've left a vacuum and nature abhors a vacuum.
Filled. Nature abhors a vacuum, but in this cosmology, almost all of nature is vacuum.
Yeah, it's so funny because nature abhors a vacuum, but in that cosmology, the majority of like reality is a vacuum.
It's pretty crazy.
I've never
I don't know
thought
if
of that.
Yeah.
I don't
It's
know
like
why I didn't
almost all
put
it
that
is
there before.
vacuum.
Oh man, that's funny.
The only vacuum they have is between their ears.
Yeah, exactly.
They finally proved it. Except it needed a container.
Their head. This is a good one, guys. Keep me laughing, and I'll be here all night. I'm just kidding.
Looks like it's just up to us now. Keep this fire lit.
Well, the funniest Glober proof I saw was someone claiming that the air pressure is what holds the oceans in place. And I said, well, okay, what's holding in the air pressure?
Yeah. They ran into the same dead end. Try to get away from it, but there it was again.
And just was perusing Reddit a little bit there, and then we still got these Globers who think that sunsets prove the Earth's a globe.
Man, the 2015ers just never die out.
Yeah, don't they realize that they'll have to claim that the horizon is geometric? You know.
I don't know if they realize anything. Because, I mean, you point obvious stuff like that out, and they're just like, no, it doesn't have to be. Well, that's what you're saying is going on. What do you mean? Like, just like immediately contradict themselves. There's just no consistency.
Whatsoever.
Like clown Embo yesterday. I don't know if you heard any of that.
I'm glad if I don't have to hear Embo. I don't know why, but his voice is something like nails on a chalkboard for me.
Oh, dumb. He kept saying, we see Coriolis effect, and then he kept saying, you only need one reference frame for Coriolis effect.
That
I was like,
that's hilarious.
correcting him and stuff. Then finally I was like, oh, well, how about you just show me your example of Coriolis in one reference frame? Then he gives an example with two, and then he keeps saying, yeah, but, you know, the observer is in one. I'm like, you need both of them for the whole thing. It was like hours, and he just never figured it out.
Yeah.
That's actually been more than hours. It's been years of this discussion, and I don't know, bricked.
You're really good with that topic of Coriolis, heretic. You know it, all the ins and outs of all of it. So and you.
Well, it's pretty simple. Like,
I know, but just saying, like, all of the ins and outs of it, like where somebody's like when they're being ambiguous, you can even point out where they're wrong that way. And it's other people are like, what are they saying? I don't know. That doesn't seem like they're disagreeing with me, but you're catching where they are disagreeing. You know what I mean?
yeah, well, I think like they come in with half-baked rhetoric that they don't even really understand, and like, so it's like talking to a brick wall, a brick.
Because they're bricked.
Yep.
I've been watching too many anti-flat Earth videos. I think they know it all.
Yeah, they're just like repeating rhetoric. Like there's no real substance to what they're saying. They don't really seem to have any comprehension for it. I mean, I'm generalizing, but like it happens a lot. One thing I've been saying too is, well, when they say 60 nautical miles per degree, Polaris dropping 1 degree every 60 nautical miles. Well, then what they're saying is it's getting blocked by a geometric horizon, right? As soon as you point that out, they go, no, it's not geometric. It's apparent. It doesn't have to be where it should be for this to be the geometric situation with the stars. Like, I mean, they can just never be consistent.
Yeah, that guy on Reddit said that on a flat Earth that the horizon wouldn't change.
Why not?
He says, well, you can see, it's a globe because as you get higher and higher up, the horizon moves.
Oh, yeah, that's really dumb.
Yeah, that's just not knowing how angles of light work.
Yeah, that shouldn't be hard to comprehend. I mean, like, you go up high in any building or anything like that. From that vantage point, you can see more of the place. Like, doesn't everybody realize this? Like,
less obstructions.
Yeah.
Less diffraction.
There's a lot of confounding variables that come with the way that we see, and also like just there's so many things to describe. You have to describe a lot of things when you're talking about the horizon and the way that we see, and people don't care. They think, how funny it is. They want it more simplified, but then again, anything that's too simple, it's they need to complicate that. Like the horizon shouldn't be possible on a globe. There's zero slope on the horizon, so horizontal lines are all parallel to it. So when exactly is a zero slope of a line that we see going to start curving at some point? Like, that's just crazy that they can have such contradicting thoughts in their mind at once. They pay more attention to our claims than they do their own claims. They don't apply any kind of rigor to vet their own claims like they do ours. And our claims are merely descriptive usually. And they always want they want explanations all the time. And really, you just need to describe most of this stuff and you just get it down. Like, it's enough information just to describe it. You don't need an explanation.
Yeah, explain why the solar eclipses is not a straight line across the moon, for the lunar eclipse. All these stupid little things they want to explain.
Yeah, like as if the Earth has anything to do with what's going on in the sky. So you see an eclipse. How does the Earth play a factor into that? Oh, it's casting a shadow. How do you know that? Like, what are you talking about? It doesn't even resemble a shadow the way that we normally would deal with shadows. That's not the case unless you're talking about, like, is the Earth transparent, like see through, like glass? Like, I don't know what they're talking about.
Like I said, they all watch the same anti-flat Earth videos. They think they've known it all, but all they're doing is just a big, huge circle jerk.
Right, but you know how, like, glass, the shadow cast from like a transparent object or glass, something like that that's see through. It will cast a shadow like you see being cast on the moon, something similar at least, and not exactly, but just it's more in that vein than anything. And you'd have to like think that the Earth is transparent or something in that paradigm for it to be able to do that. And also, you can't replicate it in real life with three like globular bodies casting that kind of shadow. I don't understand it. Like, how can they not get what we're like, what smell what we're stepping in over here, be same paging with us? It really doesn't add up that you can even have the Earth as a contributing factor in what you see in the sky when you see an eclipse of any kind.
Hey, we got Meticulous on the speaker panel. Meticulous, if you're there, go ahead and speak. Is Meticulous with us? Maybe not.
Yeah, I hit the wrong button. Sorry.
Hey, man, what's going on?
Just sitting there watching football. What's up with you?
Nothing much. What brings you up to the speaker panel? Hello.
I hit the wrong button and made a mistake.
Yeah, so what brings you up to the speaker panel?
I hit the button and made a mistake. I didn't want to be a speaker.
Oh. Okay.
Sorry, man.
That's all good.
How's everybody doing?
Doing good. How are you?
Just fine. Y'all have a good Thanksgiving?
Yeah, I mean, even though it's kind of already past midnight here, we're still, my husband and I are still having a good Thanksgiving. I hope you well. I hope that you and your family had a good day.
We did. Thank you. Where's all the Globies at tonight?
That's a question we're all asking.
They were like QE. They ate too much turkey and went to bed early.
Yeah, he ate too much turkey. That's good.
Look at Eli in the house. I see you, bro.
Yeah,
Sneaking in.
That's good to see Eli. We've been hashing stuff out in back channels. So I've when I've been absent from 24/7 and all those other platforms, I've been talking to Eli at least.
I do have a question.
Shoot.
When the Globers say that level is curved, do they have any practical application for that? Is there a job anywhere that uses that version of level?
There is a hazing vetting process of newbies in the like those the trades of say my husband's a millwright and they do that with their newcomers that are freshly into the job. They'll be like, will you go get that curved level? It's a joke though, and the
My
guy will
dad,
go look for the curved level for like hour or for like half an hour until he realizes that it's a joke.
my dad was a millwright.
Well, there you go. My husband is.
I still got a bunch of his old tools. I don't know what they are or how they work.
Well, yeah, they're really precise tools. They're meant for precision because they erect like heavy machinery, and they have to do that at a precise level.
Yeah, but the gentleman was asking. Well, what I've heard of is land surveying. They use applications like planar surveying to actually put to the calculation that the Earth is a globe. They call it geodetic surveying. I don't know if you know that, Meticulous.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But that uses triangulation, though, doesn't it?
Yeah, it's the base for that. The raw data is planar surveying, but what's superimposed over that is the geodetic information on the macro scale.
So they can't demonstrate it being used anywhere except in that.
Yeah.
Whereas I, working in construction all my life, can demonstrate horizontal being level all day long.
Exactly.
So can a millwright or somebody that prepares the land, and they can't. They can say it's level like bending from the center of a ball, but they can't demonstrate it being used. That's what I wanted to know. Thank you.
Yeah, the only thing that I can tell you is that it's used as some sort of hazing for folks that are new to job sites, and they'll say, "Hey, you need to go find me that curved level over there." And they don't even. I don't even think most of those guys are flat earthers. Okay, I wouldn't even say that they are. It's just a funny joke among them, and they use it as some sort of hazing way to get to know the new guy.
How long's your husband been a millwright?
He's a journeyman, so he's been in it long enough to be a journeyman. I can't tell you I don't know. He probably knows how.
Yeah, he probably never met my dad then because he's retired for like 15 years before he died.
Yeah, 6.5 years he's been a millwright.
I was just wondering if you guys ever been out in a desert, like a big one.
I've never been in a desert, so I don't know.
Well, I was over in Iraq for a couple years, and all you could see is straight. I mean, other than a sandstorm, you could see forever.
Was it flat?
Yeah, it looked like moon dust. Sorry about the voice, disabled vet. I'm really kind of dicked up.
Thank you for your service.
Thank you for your service.
We have a whole other level of thanks for vets in Flat Earth. A lot of Flat Earthers are vets or have been in the military.
Well, I've been everywhere between Europe, Iraq, even made it down in Africa and across the country here. I don't think it's a globe.
Yeah, QE that was in here earlier. He's a vet. Or he was in the military for a whole career and retired. So, and you know how they normally pay for your education? This is a fun factoid, by the way. He didn't have them pay for his education in biochemistry. He paid for his own. Isn't that a funny little factoid?
Every time I tried using a GI Bill, I seemed to get screwed on it. Never got paid anything.
Yeah, I don't know too much more about it. I was just saying that's a fun little factoid. If anybody that knows QE, because he was in here for a little bit, he didn't actually pay, or they didn't. The military didn't pay for his schooling. He paid for it out of pocket.
So, kind of a subject. Anybody into the Book of Enoch? And if you guys think that has to do with flat Earth?
No, I don't. I don't subscribe to the book. I used to look into. I was all about it for a little bit, so I would say no. I don't really subscribe to it. It's one of those things that I would attribute to the Vatican or the Roman Catholic Church. So.
Yeah, there's a lot of information in there that suggests that something else happened historically, other than what we've been told. Basically, is how it goes, according to that specific canon.
Yeah, but biblically, yeah, I would say that the Roman Catholic Church is very suspect to being the beast of the Revelation. But anyways, besides that, I'm not going to get into that. But I would say that I'd be weary of it if I were you.
Yeah, I mean, we have to look at historical context, what it's talking about, because the authors of those texts, I mean, we got to figure that out, because I think a lot of people, sometimes people put a specific thing attached to, an organization or a group of people, and it's just really, it's historically, I don't think anybody really knows where it was derived, but there could be some people that say that it came from this place, Well, that's fine. A lot of people want to say that that's where they came from, but you look at what's being said in there, and does it have any context to what the physical and natural world to be?
I would say that it's still important to read it and get some context from it, because we live in a time where a lot of that stuff back then were giving you some truths along with some lies. So it's still very important for you to look over. Like I said, I was all about the Book of Enoch and a lot of other of the, I'm just saying, like, I don't necessarily take it as canon or anything. I just take it as some sort of historical document to read and understand, especially from the time that we were given it and what the contents of it are, because they can give you a lot of information if you know where to look.
Let me ask the gentleman, why did you happen to bring that up? Is there something in that you wanted to talk about, or is it just curious to you about it, or what do you think is important about that?
Just fascinated.
Yeah, we'd say that biblically, you could see a lot of history that wasn't being said in mainstream being said in that specific passage, those passages, but it wouldn't relate to us in this particular arena, because when we talk about those kinds of things, it takes a different context away from what we're doing here, because this is more empirical information, like the realm of where we're at here. We could talk about that other stuff, but it's there needs to be a time and a place for those conversations. You know what I mean? We kind of parse things out within like how we do things with 24/7. Like, okay, we have Speculation Sunday. That day is just like everybody's hair's like let down or whatever. You can talk about a little bit more freely, because we're kind of doing it that way. So when new people are coming in here to listen to us, they don't know if we're speculating or if we're talking about, empirical facts. So they could get confused when they hear us. So if it's kind of like a free for all and a loosey goosey kind of conversation, everybody gets lost in like, what are we saying? Like, are you saying that the Book of Enoch and giants and all that were real? So they get misdirected or distracted from the context of, getting away from the globe. And that's our main priority, is their understanding of the idea that the earth is not what they've been told. So we can't get them off of that if we're talking about the Book of Enoch. You know what I mean? Like, we always have to be situationally aware of what we're saying.
Yeah, you're
is that kind of...
Yeah, you're spot on. 100% spot on. That's exactly what it is. It would be like a distraction away from the topic. So you need to be careful about bringing stuff up like that doesn't necessarily represent like something in reality that you can prove right here, right now,
Yeah, and like I was saying, I don't mind that people have those conversations, but it needs to be in a different type of arena, a different type of forum or format. Let's say I would title the space, the Book of Enoch, let's talk about it or whatever. You know what I mean? Like, there's a different vibe when you join. So it wouldn't be so like, oh, wait a minute, I thought this was flat earth. Why are we talking about the Book of Enoch? Because what happens with people in this arena, they want to know, okay, so we found out that the earth isn't a globe. Can we find out what else could the earth be? Let's talk about that. Like, and it's like, yeah, you could talk about that stuff till the cows come home, but then the third party listener who's out there is going to be listening to you talk about something that doesn't make any sense to them, and they just rather stay on the globe. Like, you're not going to, it's not going to do the flat earth any favors if you're doing it. So do you get what I'm saying? Like, I do.
How about the tunnels? Like, that's going from like Florida up to New York and Maine.
Yeah, that's okay. Yeah, no. Well, okay. So any topic that falls into the realm of, and it just kind of, it sucks for the mind, right? Because the mind wants to talk about like, bit of conspiracy theories and stuff like that. Once again, I don't mind talking about stuff like that, but it needs to be kind of in a format for that. I don't like, there's a bunch of cool things that people have conspiracies on that, people like to talk about. But I, for one, would like to have like a show that's just one specific thing or like a few number of things, kind of like what you're talking about. And then we, have people bring up like information about it and stuff. And I don't know, maybe just in a different format. But this format would be just bringing some evidence for the earth, so that we can all figure out what it is. That's what this format is. And we're a bit kind of, I don't know, sticklers about it. When people come in here and they're just talking freely about,
We're rigid, yeah.
Yeah, I just figured that was a little bit more believable than a circle.
Yeah, I know. But we're not going for more believable. We're going for actual reality. Yeah.
I'm a fan. I'm just saying hi. Thanks.
No, hey, I'm glad you came up here, Warflower. It's oftentimes like we don't get to talk to our listeners, so I really do appreciate people coming up. It seems like when you listen to the past like podcasts that we've done so far, the shows that we've done, I might come off as rigid or an asshole or whatever, but I'm not that way. Like really with everybody. That's the impression that you get when you hear me talking that way. It's because somebody's extremely obtuse, or they're being condescending, or they're entitled when they come in here. Like they're gonna do what they want, and I don't put up with that because I think
AV, you have a superpower. He has a superpower that he can already know what the person that is speaking is going, like the road they're going to go down just by what they say. He's got a superpower for that. So you got to give the man credit, because I don't have that superpower. I'm just saying.
Yeah, basically I tell them I can spot bullshit a mile away. I know when it's coming and when it's going to get here, and I like it's I stop it before it actually gets into the position where it does. Like, people, because I don't like for people to just come in here and just feel like they can do what they want and say what they want, or micromanage what we're doing, because we kind of curated a forum. This forum that we have here is meant so that people can enjoy conversations about the topic of, what the Earth is and what it's not. So when we're having these discussions, people come in and just like want to take over or say, "Hey, but I think you should let them speak." And it's like, dude, if we know why we're muting somebody or why we're doing the things that we do, it's for a reason. It's not just to be a jerk about it. I mean, we want everybody to enjoy conversations, but it'll get drowned out if the person doesn't answer the questions. And in other forums, Warflower, I don't know if you know this, but if you listen to like other debates, they'll give the guy, 10 minutes. Okay, you got 10 minutes, and you Flat Earther, you got 10 minutes. So let him speak first, and then he says whatever he wants, and then you can respond 10 minutes and such. But I feel like that's okay in a different for a different way. I don't know. It's only applicable to certain types of debates. But what I consider this to be, it's not a debate. If it was a debate, like an actual debate, then of course they have their points, you have your points, and we're gonna see who actually comes out the winner between y'all two. But the way I'm looking at it here is that this isn't a debate. It's absolutely reality. There's no denying the fact that, like, of course, right, that level is level. It's not curve. Like, it doesn't mean curve. Like, there's in no way. So it's not a debate. Like, we're just basically getting people to realize, look, all that information that you've learned or somebody told you that the Earth is, it's not true. We can show you how it's not true. And you see me doing it through the different podcasts that we've done. Like, we're in episode 25, but the previous episodes, you can hear how I will give them the floor space. Go ahead and tell me what you know about the Earth being a globe. And it never really turns out to be that they know. It's just like something they've been told. Well, I just think it's a globe. That's all. It's just an assumption. And I identify that. And that's why more people don't really realize that's all people have. It's just an assumption. They don't know that the Earth is a globe. You get what I'm saying? And it's I don't know. I want to bring that to light because a lot of people don't know. They're just, let's put it this way. If you're around family or whatnot, if you're around other people, most people just believe or assume that everybody knows that the Earth is a globe. Like, it's just like a foregone conclusion. We all know the Earth's a globe. Okay, yada yada. But if you were to get in a room with people who just believe that, and you're like, look, let me just throw out a wild question here. Do you guys really know if the Earth is a globe? Like, how do you know? And if you should tell them, just get serious with me for like a minute or two. Just get serious for 1 minute. I want to know if anybody actually really knows. Now, if they're like, dude, the Earth's a planet, duh. Like, it's in a solar system. We all know this. Like, it's the sun we go around the sun. Like, if they're just saying those basic things, they don't really know. You could tell right away, and hopefully you'll be able to spot that when you're talking to them. Yeah, that really, people just don't know that the Earth is not a globe. So.
Yeah, there's not some sort of crazy mental powers that you have to navigate this world in a truth, by the way. It is very simple, basic, and fundamental. So I actually have to kind of eat crow a little bit because I chose to engage in somebody's question to me about how much per second the information of the pitch data. So I did the math.
Yeah.
I did the math, and I just converting the 128.3 miles of drop that needs to be negotiated in the flight time given. Yeah, kind of. I tried to go ahead and simplify it down to how much that was in seconds, and yeah, I did the math wrong. I'm going to go ahead and say that I have to eat crow. So I was trying to do it in another way that wasn't correct. But either way, like you still have a lot of variables that you need to account for in the flight data. There is a drop over distance that needs to be accounted for. I may have gotten that answer wrong when it came to per second because it should have been on average because curvature is exponential over time. So I didn't factor all those variables in and gave them just a flat like 94 feet per second. That's not right. So just letting you know, I kind of messed up, but I'm not going to engage in that comment in the comment section because they're just out for blood, dude. So be careful.
Yeah.
If you do any math for them at all, if you don't follow the right, like, you just saying, guys.
Hey, we got Elbow Requa on the panel. What's up, Elbow?
Elbow TV, is that who you're talking about?
Yeah. And Eli's up on the speaker panel as well. Welcome, Eli. What are you doing up this late, brother?
What's up, folks? I'm just out. I'm just out personal stuff. I had to get out the house.
Good to see you, Eli.
Yep. Yeah, it's good to see you, man.
Hey, Flatsy, how you doing? Hey, what's up, Alpha Veritas? I see you over there, Heretic. Everybody else in the house, Elbow. Rayleigh, what's up, guy? We got a packed house in here, huh?
How's it going?
On this,
pretty good.
On the Flat Earth side, we've got it stacked out, but we need some Globers.
We got Jimsy in the listening panel. He's making some sense of this all because the Globers are making nonsense. I told him that one time he shellacked the baller with that. I was like, dude, that's your argument right there. That's your dance move. When everybody somebody comes against Jimsy, he always says how they're speaking nonsense, and he talks about it because the guy told him, the one he was like arguing with, that he's speaking nonsense, and then when he turned it around on him and like told him like what the stars are, because I think that's the argument. You guys were arguing cosmology, Jimsy, if I recollect. And yeah, he turned it around on him and said, tell me what the stars are. I think he was asking him to define like what they are, and he didn't know. Or he said he gave him an answer that made it sound like it was like plasma or something. And he's like, how do you know that or something? And he said, well, yeah, because, science. Or he gave him it was weird. But then he's like, well, to see how that's nonsense and you're speaking that? So he turned it around on him. It was really cool.
Yeah, that's a great avenue to go down. Some people just don't think of the obvious, and some of us do, like Jimsy, thinking of that as an avenue of some sort of attack on some sort of rhetoric. Their rhetoric is actually nonsense, and he points that out because it isn't something that you can actually experience with your senses, so therefore it is nonsense. That's honestly that's great. See, this is how I was telling people these things are really simple. The simple things of life will confound those who think they're wise and they know more about life than they can actually prove.
So Indio posted something today on X. I thought it was a pretty cool little meme, but it was from LAD Bible. I don't know if you guys have seen what they post. And it had the meme said, astronauts left stranded in space for more than 6 months, surviving on soup made with their own urine. Like, I don't know how well that washes over with, the public that actually look at things like this, but it's disgusting, right? Like the stuff that he put out. And I don't know why they have the need to, like, even if that was the case, why didn't they keep that under their hat? Like, they didn't need to tell everybody. Like, come on, man. Like, it's not appealing as it is. Like, and then you posting it. I don't know. I just thought it was kind of crazy. But it's crazy, right? That they post stuff like that.
Yeah, it's nonsense.
The man himself. He's up here now. He's got to be a little quiet, though. It's quiet in his house.
Hey, what's up, Mickey? I think that's the point. Try to, divert people from actually trying to be one of them.
Yeah, that's a pretty good point, I guess. It's speculative, but I can give it merit because it seems like that would be a good reason not to want to do that.
Yeah, it's like before you're getting briefed on like what's gonna take to be, if it needs be, all else fails, you're gonna have to live on a soup made of your own urine. I'm just saying. Let's go ahead and sign right here in this document that you understand what we're saying. Like you're like, gonna have to give it the hard no on this, like, unless that's appealing to you, and signing the contract goes like, you know what you're in for, right? You might have to have a soup of your own urine, but if you like that or if it's okay with you, go ahead and sign on the document. And you're like, sign me up, baby. Let's go. That's what I'm here for.
Just want to say hi. Thanks for the shout out.
Coffee straight ground from your brown.
What's up, Genzi?
Is my mic okay?
Yeah, we hear you, bud.
You heard it? Coffee straight ground from your brown.
Oh, dude. Damn.
What is that?
Yeah, it's it's the Colombian turd variety.
That guy, I remember back then, he was saying that you guys don't make sense because the glow makes sense. And I was, tell me which of your senses do you use to determine you live in a spinning water ball?
Oh, that's how you said it, yeah.
And he was like, I look at the stars. I look at the sky. I was like, so you observing the luminaries moving, and you sense the ground not moving, and you claiming the opposite of what your senses are telling you, that the ground is motionless and that the stars is moving. You're claiming that the stars are moving because the ground is moving, not that they are moving. And the sun as well. We're talking about the sun. I asked him about the sun, and he said, yeah, we see the sun moving because the ground is moving. So he was speaking all the nonsense. And then he kind of realized it and dropped out.
It was a good conversation, man, because he was charging you with that you're nonsensical. You're speaking nonsense. He was telling you that over and over again. So you shut him down, though. It was great.
You have to give this guy props, even though it's kind of off topic, but it's so funny. It's a funny meme that he posted under your post of being live. Thomas, where's Thomas? I don't see him in the list.
Let's see.
Yeah, but he said it's so funny. If you fart in space, you forward. That's pretty funny. Kudos.
Damn. Did Neil actually say that? That's wild, bro.
Neil? I don't know about Neil.
No, Neil deGrasse Tyson, because that's his image right there on that.
I hope he did. I hope so.
Yeah, his mug is on that meme. So
his mug is on that meme. So you're attributing. So it's not a good meme if he didn't say that.
I'm thinking he did say that. I think he did. We got a couple of requests coming up. I think Peter jumped up here as well. But we got Kingsley coming up also on the speaking panel.
Hey, you were speaking of NASA talking about eating their pee in their soup and stuff. Do you ever see the stuff where they're like comet whizzed past Earth, and it was about to hit it, and it was the size of like 500 eggplants or like 20 Darth Vader. Yeah, there's like, it's crazy. There's all sorts of different things they use, like 400 elephants. It was the size of 20 Darth Vaders and all this stuff. I'll try to find the paperwork on it. I'll get back to you guys.
Yeah, it's like the size of an asteroid was like 1 million coconuts. It's like, dude, shut up.
Or the moon that we were going to have, the extra moon that we were going to have, was measured in camel sizes or something.
Yeah, like giraffes or something. It's fucking
Oh
weird.
yeah,
Like,
giraffes. It was yeah. Like what?
They're trying to give you perspective. That's what they're doing.
yeah, they're fucking idiots.
Well, we got somebody on the speaking panel that can prove the Earth is a globe by riding their bike over the curvature of the Earth.
To Pizza Planet.
Yeah, to Pizza Planet. He doesn't like when I say that because I didn't say Pizza Planet. He'll say something else. Like the name of the pizza place was actually that important of the story. And this, like, dude, doesn't fucking matter what place you went to.
We're calling it Pizza Planet from now on.
Yeah.
Forever. Sorry, Peter.
He's got his about a couple of Japanese lagers by his side right now.
It's Thanksgiving. You don't drink beer.
Well, wine. I
Drink
was just
wine.
gonna say wine.
I wish I was drinking wine, but we're drinking wild turkey, my husband and me. So
That's a classic.
yeah, turkey on Turkey Day.
Yeah.
Shout out to the listening panel, man. Guys, thank you for joining the space. But right now, if you want to bring some more people in, all we got to do is retweet the space. So just hit that retweet button or repost and get that reposted on your profile. And people that follow you will see it and tap in and come on in. Every now and again, I'll start looking at through people's profiles. And I noticed that, what spaces they go on and, little clips of like where they've been and stuff. And so it's kind of interesting, man, by like the way X is like laid out so that you can see what people's interests are and such. So we've been doing, we're up to 25 episodes, and thank you for that repost, by the way. Yeah, we're up to 25 episodes, so we're waiting to see how many episodes it's going to take for somebody to bring that measurement of the Earth's curvature. Now, we don't know if it's going to happen. We'll still hold out hope and see if there's anybody out there, whether, just a regular person that has the information or perhaps somebody in academia. I highly doubt it because of the time that I've been doing this. There's nobody out there that has this information. Not a single soul. But if you guys think there is, I'd like to hear them, whoever it is.
And we want to hear from people who make soup from their urine.
Could you imagine if there was an astronaut that came in here? They're like, some of the Globies go like, dude, but if an astronaut came in here, what would you say to him? You'd probably ask him one of these questions. Dude, is it true that you guys live off your own urine for like 6 months? Was that true? Because, okay, that's a major ew. Fuck's sake, dude.
Well, everybody knows it's true, right? That's part of that. When they make the CGI, they tell you in the CGI that they do that. So that's not news. That's only new to you. You've never watched the videos, the CGI videos from ISS when they show how a toilet works?
Yeah, that thing's pretty messy, man. I don't think you can.
Yeah, when you were doing your research, Alpha, when you were doing your research, which you're famous for, you watched all those ISS videos, you missed the part where they explained the toilet?
Yeah, and it's pretty awkward, man, because you got to put that thing up really close to you, and hopefully, when that vacuum turns on, it's catching everything that it needs to catch. But You know, it's
and when it doesn't, it's a bit of a mess.
that's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
And then those things are they're floating around and everywhere. And imagine you being the next person that has to go in and use the restroom, and that stuff is just whacking you in the face. Like you're just.
That's exactly what they explain in those videos that you watched when you were doing.
Yeah,
your research.
I know. But you're getting hit in the face with little droplets of the other person's
That's literally what happened.
Well, I mean, I don't know if that's appealing or not. But then there's no, and then on top of that, you can't take a shower. So I don't know, man.
You cannot. That is true.
I don't know. It doesn't sound appealing to be up there.
I don't think you need to go. The humankind will be okay if you do not go.
Yeah, the humankind will be okay to understand that nobody's up there.
Except I want you to know that we are happy on behalf of humankind. I want to say we're completely satisfied with the contributions you have made so far.
Now, if you're the speaker for humanity, we're in a lot of trouble. I just got to say that outright.
Well, I just want to let you know that most people that I know are completely satisfied with what you have contributed so far.
Well,
we don't want you to do anything more.
Yeah, but you are speaking on behalf of humanity, and I don't think you were elected as that position into that position. I think you just
Okay, I'll speak on behalf of the people that I know.
And who are they?
Most people that I know
the Globe Gangsters,
completely satisfied.
The Globe
with
Gangsters?
Your
Is it the Globe Gangsters? Is that the behalf of those guys?
Yes. Yeah.
Oh well, that I could see.
Yeah.
Yeah, the Globe Gangsters.
We would like to thank you on Thanksgiving. We would like to give you thanks for everything you've done so far.
I've made your lives more miserable by the day because my very existence in this podcast have put you in such disarray that you have to come in here and you don't understand. It's like you just want me to go away. Can I just go away? Can you just not be having this podcast because it's putting a strain on your mental faculties. How can you think straight when there's somebody out there making a podcast about the truth? It's like it just can't be. I need to live in my fantasy world. I gotta have it. That's what you need, Peter.
We love what you do.
Well, I don't know about love. Maybe you love to hate what I do. I think that's true, but you don't love what I do. You love to hate what I do.
The other night, I was speaking to someone new to the topic, and he had questions, and I was speaking to him, and Peter had to open his mic and say, "Jamesy, are you speaking low because your mom?" Like, how low is that?
I've said this before, and he owns up to it. He's an asshole. He knows. He's owned up to it. He's like, I know I'm an asshole, but I know.
Peter, why do you ask me about my mom when I was talking to that guy?
Because she was right next to me, and she asked me to ask you about her.
So that's what you do. You just get in the way of other people's
she wanted to hear that you care about
You told your husband about that, Peter?
Yes, I have.
You guys, I swear. Yeah, but he does it. He doesn't. He tries to do the low blows, but I don't know why. Maybe he doesn't like you, Jumsy. Did you get under his skin? Did you defeat him in an argument, and then he's trying to retaliate in some way? Does it? He can't. Of course, he can't. He can't beat. He can't beat you in the argument, so he's got to take his frustrations out some other way, some other kind of way.
The first time we spoke, or one of the first times, he threw me into a bet that if I will guess what he was eating, I will owe him money, right? And he bet $20, and I bet 20 pesos, Colombian pesos. And then he asked, "What are you eating? What am I eating?" And I said, "Are you eating some type of grain or something?" He said, "No." "Are you eating honey?" He said, "No." "Are you eating eggs?" He said, "No." And then at the end of the night, he was eating cake that had all of those ingredients. And he said he won the bet.
Oh, he owes you 20. Oh shit, dude.
But then, but listen, since I didn't say cake, but I said all the ingredients in the cake, technically he says he win, but he was eating eggs. He posted a photo of the cake and he had all the ingredients that I mentioned.
Jemsy.
So he said, no, I win.
I'm gonna take care of you, man. You know why? I'm gonna tell you a story that'll put a smile on your face. How about that? Because you told me this right now. I know something that might put a smile on your face. So he didn't pay you that money, right? So you were out $20 because of a bet that was welched on, which, I mean, I can't put it past Peter to do that because I know he'll make a bet, but he'll welch
Not
on his
just
bets.
that, but Alpha, he was many days telling people that I owe him money, and he was every time he heard of me, he was, oh, Jency owns me money.
Tisk. But I mean, what can we say about his character? I mean, what we know, he'll make a bet to say he's going to do it, and then even if he lost the bet, he'll still say that he won the bet. You know, and that we know that's going to happen. But check this out. I found this out. Was it yesterday or day before yesterday? Maybe day before yesterday. Yeah, it was day before yesterday. And I found out that Mr. Peter was a party to helping another flat earther out. And I didn't know this until the person had said, yes, Peter put in on some money to buy a theodolite, or was it a total station? It was a theodolite. And Taylor, who came in here, was talking to us about it. She's like, yeah, we were doing a GoFundMe or some kind of GoFund kind of a thing. And I guess he helped fund that theodolite. So I think she got the theodolite. She told us the model. So the money that wasn't paid to you, Jemsy, went for that theodolite so that we can help her actually, prove the flat earth. So it's for a good cause, brother. I'm telling you, money well spent. And so he redeemed himself by actually contributing that money he owed you to that theodolite. So now we know. So that money was still, it went back to flat earth either way, bro. How do you feel about that, Jim? See, it all worked out in the end.
Well, at least he's doing community service, even though, he was like dancing that like he won the bet and I owe him money, but he did community service. I'll take that as a payment. Community service.
Yeah.
Well, it wasn't for me, but it was for someone else, so that's good.
Yeah, it's for flat earth. So we now have, we're up some dollars, and he's contributed to that. So, hey, win-win.
It's pretty cool. I'm just saying.
I'd say.
Taylor is out here doing the thing, and shout out to Taylor. Shout out to her, by the way. She deserves a shout out. She may not be in. No,
she does.
She's doing a lot
thing?
of the field work, so that's great.
After a few conversations and doing all that, he also looked for me on the internet and found me on Twitter. He added me on Twitter, and then he went to Discord and said, hey, Jemsy, I found you on Twitter, and you better block me now before I don't know what. He said, Jemsy, you better block me now. Like, I don't even get what was his whole thing.
That's pretty weird. So, Globers, they be weird. The not Globers, but anti-flat earthers. They just be weird.
Yeah, they do be weird.
Deal with them in your DMs. The people who get super emotional about the topic, they're the ones who end up in your DMs about the topic, which is pretty funny. They just expose themselves.
Well, we know his contributions so far have been to make more flat earthers, because when they've heard him argue with us, he's made more flat earthers and contributed to flat earth nonetheless with his financial contributions. We have now extracted the most amount of information and content from Peter. So, I mean, obviously, I'm thinking like a round of applause. I don't know about you guys, but I a little something for the person who's gave much to the community, right? I'd say. Yeah, I'd say. I mean, what else can we do but, say thank you? It's Thanksgiving, by the way. Well, it was Thanksgiving, but it's not anymore.
Yeah.
You know what? One day, I banned Peter because he promised after being banned, he promised that for interrupting and doing that kind of stuff. Then he promised the other mods that he wasn't gonna do it. Then he did it again, and people were talking, and he was interrupting, right? So I gave him a 2-day ban, right? I gave him a ban, but then he got in my DMs and asked me for an unban very politely, and I was like, you know what, we can work this out. You just follow the rules and participate in the community. I appreciate you, right? We had a decent conversation, and I thought that everything from the past that he lied about me winning the bet and all those things, and dancing and celebrating every time I opened my mic. He was saying, "Jamesy, you owe me money, whatever," and telling everybody that I wasn't a man of my word, that I wasn't a man because I owed him money and I didn't pay him, even though he lied about the whole thing and wasn't honest about it. But then I moved on from that, right? And then I thought, yeah, let me unbind you. Sure, I'll unbind you. You can. I know. I'm pretty sure you can. You're a decent guy. You'll get the unban. And then recently, I don't know what's happening with him, but he's been in this behavior. And he heard me speaking again the other day, and then he's like, "Jamesy," he made a "your mom" joke, like. And I know he said that my mom was next to him. Like, what is wrong with you, Peter? What's happening?
Yeah, I don't know. Something's bugging Peter. Something's eating him up. Something's a little off. Yeah. Hopefully he'll come around. We don't know.
He couldn't listen to me talking to someone about the topic of the channel. He had to bring your mama jokes just out of nowhere.
Damn, it's got to be like that, huh? That sucks.
Jamesy, your mama. Bro, why are you interrupting a conversation of adults from your mama joke? Isn't that like a thing of trolls or desperate people for attention or something?
I think it's that. It's the latter. Definitely.
It could be an attempt to be funny and lighthearted, but failed.
Yeah, and in the South, usually say "bless your heart" when that happens, because they're not, but you do that because it's like, "Aw, he's attempting to do something that he's not really good at." Aw, bless your heart.
Exactly.
But we do have Kingsley has his hand up. Kingsley, are you there?
Yeah, you bet. There's no ballers right now, so I have a funny story, kind of. You guys were speaking of bets, and so I just got one of my good buddies to commit to a bet. We're gonna go out this summer, and the loser gets the winner's choice tattooed on him. But he thinks that at 10 kilometers, he's not gonna see my mirror flash. So we made a bet. I'm trying to get him to come on here because I've been trying to convince him for like 2 years, and he's just a typical retard baller. But the bet's pretty cool. We're going to do it this summer, so I'm excited for the tattoo he's going to be getting when he sees my mirror flash across the water.
Don't be so hard on your own. Don't be hard on your own friends. You can get them to contribute without calling them a retard.
That tattoo. Guys are like that, though.
Yeah,
we're like that.
It's all in good fun. We're cool.
That's true, because I'm a gal and we interact differently. There you go.
Yeah, we guys are a bit more rough. I would say this. I got the perfect tattoo for him, Kingsley. Perfect.
Just whatever you guys do.
Flat Earth.
Do not. Oh my bad.
Well, it's going to be part of it, but my idea is pretty crude. I don't know if you guys want to hear it or not.
Oh shit, dude! You're going. Yeah.
So whatever you do, I will recommend do not do this bet with Peter, because even if he loses, he will claim he won because he lost. So just letting you know.
Yeah, dude. And what's worse, Jamesy, is he's going to talk about your mama. So you don't want to get in a bet with him, because when he does lose, he's going to just talk about your mama, and that you don't want that, man. Because what does that mean? Like he lost a bet,
Yeah.
and he still wants to say your mom. You know what's up?
He's gonna bring he's gonna lose, and then he's gonna obfuscate bringing your mama jokes.
So he still owes you 20, but I don't know. Maybe we can just say it's community service. Maybe. Yeah, well, Taylor has a brand new Theodolite, so there's that. But what were you gonna say, Kingsley, about your friend? What were you gonna? Is it really bad? Can we say it over the air? Like,
Yeah, I guess, kind of. Well, so the stipulations are it can't be bigger than the size of a baseball, but I'm gonna like his belly button is gonna be my butthole, and I'll be bending over, looking backwards at him, and then it's just gonna have little words, like a little word bubble saying "I told you it was flat."
damn, dude. That's raw. That's fucking raw, dude.
And it's gonna be my face too. And the stipulation is he has to keep it for a year before he gets it covered up. And he's legit, dude. Like whoever loses, we're getting the tattoos. So it's gonna be pretty shitty for him.
Yeah, the mirror flash is it's a pretty good way to actually get that tattooed on him, I guess.
Yeah, 10 we're in Canada, so we're kilometers, like 6 miles. I've done them way further than that. He took it so easy too. Like it was so easy to get him to bet. It was crazy. I don't know. He was just so obsessed by the ball that he just took it because he thinks it's not going to happen. He could search like 100 videos on YouTube of people doing it way further than that. So
yeah,
it's going to be.
It sounds like he's watched one too many Professor Dave's videos.
Yeah, that, and he cannot get through to him. It's literally been 2 years of me giving him evidence, and in like 3 weeks he'll ask the same stupid question again. Like he just doesn't retain the rebuttal to his question, right? It's just so indoctrinated. It's wild. I'm trying to get him to come on here to talk with you guys forever, but he's still not showing up, so
we'll see him one of these days, hopefully.
Oh yeah, you will, one way or the other.
You know where I'm at, man. So you just bring him on in one of these nights that we're on.
Hell yeah, brother.
You're like that dude from Friday. What's his name? Debo. Well, he's like, hey man, you want your bike back? It's over here, homie. And you turn around and like smack him. Boom! That's my bike, punk. Yeah, man. Because he's not gonna know. See, he's gonna come in here thinking like he's got this. It's a wrap, you know. Usually the ballers are confident. That's what I'm saying. They're confident. So when they come in here, they don't know what they think it's easy dubs, dude. It's an easy win, dude. Come on. It's flat Earth. I just got to show up. Maybe throw a little Google searches on, a little bit of let me type into the AI chat and voila, Bob's your uncle. It's not like that. Trust me. The thing is too, man, I encourage these baller types to come into the speaking panel. I want them. I don't even care. I want them to surprise me with whatever they think they have. Because I want to demonstrate. I'm going to demonstrate it to you guys.
Yeah, those guys that Google how to defeat flat earthers. They just go through the list.
I was just going to talk about the list, Flats. You know that list that they have when they look for how to defeat flat Earth? There's like 10 different things that you can tell a flat earther or something. Like there were some people back in the day that would come in with that. Like, okay, I need you to tell me. I'm going to ask you some questions, and they're like, "Oh God, we already know what they're going to say," because there's a bunch of questions out there that speak of these things, like what you tell flat earthers and such. And none of them are actually applicable to the physical and natural. It's just like dumb things, like how do star trails work, or like, you know what I mean? Like they're just dumb stuff, man.
Yeah, exactly. It's just pretty laughable. Usually, we love it when they come in with those arguments that they've just got listed out for them. Well, what about this? And what about this? And then we just tear it apart. I mean, honestly, all you really have to do is go back to fundamental things, or what you would consider to be axioms. So, the axioms that we experience here on Earth would contradict with the claims of the globe. That's what we're contending with. We're having to talk about these things with people that are just staunch believers in the globe, and they're like, well, what about this, that we were taught this? And yeah, but where was the evidence of this when they taught it to you? They didn't give you any. They just said, hey, this is going to be on the test, you better learn it so that you get the answers right. And I don't know, it's kind of like one of those things where people will take it on as an identity. So they identify with it, which is weird. Why would you identify yourself with something unless it's just absolute truth? It's something
Well,
you can prove on a dime.
They've been doing this for a while now. Like, I think the reason why they break down the way they do, Flatsy, like some of the ballers that are anti-flat earthers now, they used to be ballers, but when they met us, they became anti-flat earthers. They identify with the whole, lore of the heliocentric kind of like model that they believe themselves to be on an Earth that's a globe spinning, or in the vacuum of space. So that's what they identify as. Like, that's what they believe in their heart and mind and soul and everything. That is what it is. So
Yeah,
they're
exactly.
full on.
No, you're right. It's kind of like one of those things where you're not battling them in facts. You're having to battle their belief system that they've set their foundation on. So their foundation is really like sand, and it can just be like the foundation could just be crumbled by water or something. So, you have to really wonder whether or not these people are someone you can even talk to at this point, because if they identify with that stuff like it's a part of who they are, then that speaks volumes to their character and how they want to approach subjects in life at all. Like, so you can't really talk to them about anything.
Let me tell you something about those types, though, Flatsy. I have something about that. Those types cannot get enough of coming back and talking to us, because for some reason they're attracted like moths to a flame to this conversation. Like, they may be that way, right? They may be like that, but they are
from butthurt.
Yeah,
They're arguing from butthurt. Absolutely.
they are the worst ones to actually come back, because the glober that comes in here and asks some questions and maybe gets a little obtuse, they leave and we never see them again, ever. Like, they disappear into the ether. They're gone. I use that word because I know it triggers you. So they disappear into the ether, man. It's like we never see them again. So it's like those guys, they don't identify. They don't give a shit. They're just going back to the world where they, everything is just the way they remember it.
Like, maybe I don't know. Okay, well, if I don't know, then I don't know. Then I'm just going to go back to my life as it is.
Yep.
But these guys continuously come back, and it's like a battle to them, like some sort of war. They want to be on the winning side of the war. But so they'll fight all these battles, even if they lose. They're like, it's fine. We'll just go and make our little gang of clovers, and we'll go and make really good arguments, and then we'll go back in there. Like, that's the way that they think about it, and we don't really. I can't speak for everyone, but for me, I take an honest approach to everything. If somebody's asking an honest question, I want to answer it. And I might be wrong sometimes. That's fine. So, just like I had to eat crow, that's fine. It's supposed to be a non-average thing, whatever. I don't mind being wrong and being critiqued and being corrected. So it's really more about someone who has that kind of mindset where they're not wrong, and anybody that challenges their worldview, they're wrong, and they have to prove them wrong. Even if they lose the battles, they'll come back and win the war. Like something
Yeah.
like that.
One of the things that I found interesting is the final excrement, the final experiment thing that they're doing. I said excrement
Yeah.
on purpose.
Yeah.
But they're doing that thing, right? And they made an argument to say that if the Glober goes over there and if they do not see the midnight sun, if the sun sets on them where it's not supposed to, right? Because they're supposed to see the sun 24 hours above the horizon. So if they see the sun setting, or if it does set, they're going to be doing that long kind of movie no, as it goes down to the horizon. But like, if they see that, this is what they said, those guys: I will not be a globe earther any longer. I know that's cap. I know it's cap. I know it's not true, but this is what they've said. Like, according to Brenda said it. Some other, quote unquote prolific globers have said this, but they're saying this, but I know that's not true. I know it's not true, but they're saying it, right? So if that was true, then if the sun does set on them, right, and they don't see the 24-hour sun, that means that the whole arguments that they've made, like the preponderance of evidence that makes the Earth a globe, satellites and ships disappearing from the bottom up, and every single other argument that they would come and bring forward and try to tell you about it, would mean absolutely nothing.
Because if it was true to begin with, they would be standing on that evidence that they've already given us.
Yeah. So what I'm saying is, when they see the sun moving down into the horizon, like, every argument is going down with that sun. Like, it's gonna be like every single thing that they said was a preponderance of evidence that made the Earth a globe. It just goes into the horizon and like it just disappears. Once the sun sets, the 24-hour sun that isn't going to be 24 hours, and if it sets to them, not to me. I don't give a shit, right? But to them.
But you got to think about it like this, because they've used these arguments for so long now. They're willing to throw them under the bus for this one observation, which is so crazy, because that means that their claims of the sunset being some sort of evidence is completely not evidence before they even go observe whatever the sun is doing in Antarctica. So you have to at least keep that in mind. Like, they've already thrown all of their arguments under the bus beforehand. So those things that they were arguing for all this time has just been whatever.
What, nothing? Like, because that's the thing, though. It's like you're in here, you're arguing with a lot of anger, frustration. Oh, you guys don't understand. It's a globe. Boats are disappearing from the bottom. All these things, all these years, for the whole time, and all it took was the sun to set on their dumbass once, and then that's it. They'll be like, well, there, Bob's your uncle.
What does Kiwi say? The poor dumb bastards.
Yeah, she was like, so you mean to tell me that a sun setting is gonna stomp every globe argument out into incoherent oblivion? Is that what's gonna happen? Is that what we're really banking on? The sun staying up over the horizon? And if it doesn't, then bye ball. Like, this is what they're saying. Isn't it amazing?
But it is amazing, because they've already conceded to our good points against the claims. Already they're conceding to that before they even go there. So people need to understand that right now. So be excited about them going there, because not only are they going to, both sides of the argument are going to affirm the consequent.
Yeah,
so
and like what I was
have no winning side.
No winning side. Nobody's winning when they go over there.
The winning side is actually ours, because of how much they conceded to beforehand.
But and I'd say ours within this group, because ours would be like the ones who consider themselves to be flat earthers, because those guys were like, well, we have to reconsider some things if we see a 24-hour sun.
Could
not
be a
those
bigger
guys.
ball. could be a bigger ball.
A million times bigger. That's how it works.
A million times bigger ball.
it could be a million times bigger. But it's like,
silly.
you know what's stupid about that is that that's not even the claim. The claim is a ball of a certain size. Nobody gives a shit about a ball that's a million times bigger. It's not the claim. The freaking claim is a radius of 3959. It's a certain size. That's it.
That's the entire paradigm of the universe that they call it, whatever that means. I wish somebody would define universe. Please, somebody define that word. And I would say, like, their entire universe is built off of the Earth being this set dimension. Yeah. That's how they figured out every distance to all of the celestial bodies.
But
the Earth's radius is a certain measurement, given the Venus being the twin of Earth and being the same size as Earth, and the sun would be 93 million miles away, which is one astronomical unit to them. With this, derivation off of this cosmic ladder that they've built, the one thing that they failed to consider is if you falsify the radius of the Earth, then the radius and dimensions of Venus is gone. The
cosmic distance ladder. Yeah, the cosmic distance ladder is gone.
All of that's gone. So none of that's true. The vacuum of space is wrong. Like, even without the second law of thermodynamics, we're talking about the cosmic ladder. So you don't even have to consider laws of nature at this point. You just have to consider the assumptions that they made in the cosmic ladder, and you falsify the foundation of it, which is the Earth's radius.
Right,
Boom,
right.
all that's gone.
So we have it on two sides. The two sides are the esoteric flat earther, and you have the baller who thinks that by this final experiment, they're going to definitively prove that the Earth is a globe. And then the flat earther who says that, well, if we see the midnight sun, well, we're going to have to talk about a ball of a bigger size. It's like, no, you're not. The whole radius claim was what we were talking about in the very first place. Who cares about it? You thinking it's a bigger ball? Like, you're already getting it wrong. Like, I think that when they go out in like these bigger forums and have these conversations with people, I think, why doesn't anybody ask them that? Has anybody told them that? Like, what do you mean?
They're listening to Babylon Bob's and Genesis. They're listening to that guy talk about the things that he's talking about, and he's a complete fraud.
Yeah, I was listening to them on their debate and whatnot. It's like, at some point, there's nobody that's gonna like ask them the questions that we would be asking them, because it's like they don't want that kind of a show. They want a show where people, and usually I think what people want when they come in here.
Well, how do you not see China from America?
Yeah, stupid things, right? They want to talk about speculative ideas, red shift and blue shift. They want to talk about Aries failure for like 30 freaking minutes.
Oh my!
I'm like, dude, there's so much that you can talk about, and you want to focus. You're laser focused on this one thing. Like, there's a whole aspect of how the radius has been debunked. You don't even want to talk about that thing. Like, we're just off into it's nothing but being off into the weeds is what it's been, man. And we are listening to this kind of like, you know what? I wish there could be something better. And that's what this is attempting to do right here. We're trying to get people to realize that the conversation should be shifted into the way we're doing it here. Just having conversations, man. So
yeah, but where the esoteric flat earthers would have branched off was the fact that the black swan was meant for the globers to say refraction. It was meant for them to say that. Like, that was the whole trap of the way that it was put out, along with celestial navigation. We hoped, or not me, because I wasn't here then, but I'm just saying it was one of those things that was put out like in hope that they would parrot refraction, guys.
And they fell for it. They fell into it.
The esoteric flat earthers fell for it, and they had to give some sort of explanation for the black swan, so they don't even use it anymore. What the hell? You're supposed to be like, yes, Please say refraction, because that means you give up your geometric horizon,
Yeah.
buddy.
The
You
claim
don't have that anymore. So now you don't have any geometric horizon to be refracted.
Yeah, so they were
You need that.
in the beginning they were 10 toes down when they were talking about the geometric shape of the earth and the horizon being at a set distance away, predictable by the size of the earth being what it is. Like, they were all about it. They were standing proud and saying that we are rejecting the fact that it's been demonstrated to be a globe. That was back in the day when people were trying to construct arguments and see where they landed with everything. So now that we have it just all locked down, they're running away from the geometric claim, running away from it. They don't want to talk about it. Well, we're never.
That they were leading with that.
Yeah, they're saying, well, we're not talking about what you could see. CB's in here right now. He talked to them about, the apparent horizon. It's redundant because, of course, it's apparent. Like, we don't need to say it's apparent. It's just a horizon. But when they say the apparent horizon being something that you would claim, and then there's geometric horizon, nautical horizon. There's I think Brenda said there's 4 horizons. Obviously, there isn't, but that's just the way it's claimed for the Earth being a globe, because you don't have geometry by visually looking at what you can see off in the distance, but yet they still claim it because the ships are disappearing behind the curvature of the Earth at 3 miles away. Well, if that is true, then that means every single horizon distance measurement should be 3 miles away. That's where the obstruction occurs. And every time you go out to see a ship disappear behind that curvature, it's going to be at 3 miles every day, all day, 24/7, 365. It's going to be there all the time. Not going to change. It's geometry. It's a hill of water, like CB's other sayings.
Yeah,
So-
you need that geometric horizon, first of all, to be refracted. So before you claim refraction, you need the geometric horizon first. Just like you need gas pressure first, like with the container first, before you have a gradient.
Yeah, so when it comes to that, now that they're running away from saying that it's the geometry of the Earth can be measured, because they're not saying that now. They're banking on refraction. But when they talk about refraction, they don't tell you that they're already baking that into the equation, right? 7/6R, terrestrial refraction.
Yeah, they just go ahead and assume it. They don't have any actual test that they can verify what they're calling refraction, which is wrong. They don't have any of that. They have to come up with the explanation after the observation. So that means that they can't predict it. They don't predict where the horizon is going to be with the given weather conditions and whatnot. They can't predict it. They have to then insert it after the observation of seeing too far. So it's a post-diction, if that makes sense. It's not really, but I would say that they are only factoring it in after the fact. They can't predict it.
It's crazy because the distance to the horizon is super malleable. That means it's going to change. It's ever changing. It's in fluctuation. There's never going to be a time frame where you can say the horizon is specifically at a specific amount of distance away from you, because optically that will change. And that's one of the things we're bringing up to them about it. It's not, if they're saying it's optical and they're banking on refraction, they gave up the ghost on geometry. It's not going to be the geometric shape of the Earth that they're going to be talking about anymore.
Exactly.
It's done.
Exactly. So here's the kicker, because the Black Swan is supposed to give you an alleyway right into celestial navigation. Because if you're using the horizon as your horizontal baseline, your horizontal plane of view, for how stars are at the angle due to the horizon. So you do your dip correction, whatever, it doesn't matter. So you're using elevation angle measurements in celestial navigation with the horizon as your horizontal frame of reference. You need the horizontal frame of reference that you're using to be what? Horizontal, not curving? And you don't see curving on the horizon no matter where you visualize it. So say that it's closer to you than it normally is, or it's further away from you than it normally is. It doesn't matter. You're using the horizon as a tool for a horizontal frame of reference in celestial navigation. And that automatically would prove that you're measuring the earth flat with elevation angle measurements in celestial navigation.
Because you have to
So
use
it's
the earth.
supposed to be
You
like a
have to.
double-edged sword.
Well, that shit with elevation angles to stars is pretty irritating because they claim that that is because of the geometry that they threw out with refraction, right?
Yeah, but they're using the
Weren't they?
horizon.
Hey, Heretic, weren't they telling you that the other day?
Yeah, Embo was saying that. That was one of the stupid things he said before the Coriolis.
Yeah, but the horizon can be up to over 10 miles
Oh,
away
well, I mean, you're preaching
with
to the
any
choir,
given
of course.
observer with some sort of enhancement to optics, like when you're using a sextant to look at the horizon and look at a celestial body at the same time, you're still using the horizon, and that's a horizontal frame of reference that you're using, and then utilizing that up to the ground position of the star. Okay, so you've got no defense there when you use both of those arguments together. The black swan and celestial navigation go hand in hand that way.
Yeah, so Mickey, what you just said about giving up the ghost on geometry, exactly. Like they can't have both of those. They can't say that they're seeing the pure geometry of the Earth by, how much a star is declining or whatever as you move away. It has to all go together. If it's refracted, you don't see the geometry. You don't see it obstructing anything.
What did he was claiming he had a fantastic claim that he had on there as well. Oh, you guys were talking about reference frames. And I think I never heard him actually go through it before, like the way he did with you. And to me it was funny because he did say it was infinite reference frames, dude, and everything just fell apart when he said that. It was just like,
How
dude,
funny
you
is
know,
that?
yeah,
They give
if he
up
was
the ghost in
yeah,
so
yeah.
many different topics. Sorry, go
Well,
ahead.
I'm saying though, like you could see the spirit leaving his body when he said that. I'm like, dude, wow, you're just turning white. Like you shouldn't have said that. Like, why did you say something that stupid? Like you just basically undermined and he was, I guess, arguing with Heretic for a minute, but because he has to find a way out to obfuscate from the fact that Heretic was giving him, like, you have to argue Coriolis from a standpoint of having two reference frames. But because he wants to be obtuse and be unique and say something dumb, he said, well, we can have infinite reference frames. I'm like, dude, the context that you're arguing for is Coriolis, right? Like, I was thinking of that in my head when Heretic had the discussion with him, but he just kept on, he persisted and persisted, and I was like, dude, it got worse, dude. You know that, Heretic? I was listening, I was like, it got worse by the minute. He didn't let go. I was like, dude, you're losing so fucking bad. Just shut your mic off, like, damn.
He came back and did it later, and Jedi said the same thing the second time. He's like, just shut your mic off. Did it all again later, and he's saying there's infinite reference frames. And he says, but only one at the same time. Just one for Coriolis. That doesn't make any sense. And then he would go back to, well, there are infinite, and anything can be any reference frame you want it to be. It's like, man, you are not getting this. Like,
yeah, it's because they really strive to make all of their claims unfalsifiable.
I think he just might not even really know what the reference
true.
frames are about with Coriolis.
That's
to be
true.
honest. He's trying to bullshit his way through. Is kind of what it seemed like.
Yeah, that's true. But I would say that the root cause of all of that, and for his justification for being that dumb, would be because all of the claims that are being made are unfalsifiable. They're not falsifiable, guys. So that means there's a problem. Something is awry.
He gave me an example, though. He's like, yes, I can demonstrate Coriolis with only one reference frame. It's like, well, that's nonsense. But go ahead, go get it for me. Go get me the example in one reference frame only. And he brought me an example with a merry-go-round and something in the air, so 2 reference frames. And he just kept saying it's one, and I don't know, it was really dumb.
We got Piper Australia's like texting in the shadows in the back over there. I saw a little notification come up, and he's giving Peter kudos. Something about Peter being able to debunk flat earth 10 times faster, or some other bullshit. But see, the thing with Piper is that he's been talking a lot of smack in the text channels, but he never mans up and comes in here and has a discussion with us, because he could if he wanted to. Just we give him the floor. I don't know why he doesn't want to, but maybe it's because he's just like he likes lurking and hiding in the shadows by his little text that he actually puts out. So he won't come in here. Got Matrix in the house, CB in the house.
Yeah, no, because he would be afraid of the mute button. Come on, you're so heavy on the mute.
Oh yeah. Now those guys always mute you when you go in there and talk to them. They mute you. He can come in here if he wants. I don't care.
They'll mute you. Just saying.
Yeah, I tried to sound a bit nasally. That's what I was. Well,
Just
mute
close
you
your-
if you
close
come
your
in there.
nose. You got to close your nose, and you can be.
Yeah, I'll mute.
Excellent.
It sounds like you guys are bored. So maybe I have something for you. But
No, I want Piper Australia's. Go get him in here. If you're good at anything, you're good at negotiating.
He's my BFF.
Okay, well then, wouldn't you be able to tell him, hey man, look, I'm gonna tell them not to mute you if you come in there. They won't mute you. All right, you can come in there and speak. Because honestly, he said he came in here before, and that must have been like the first couple of episodes that we did.
Dude, I know.
So if he's coming in,
Look, Piper and I were just. Are you going to keep monologuing? I'll.
well, no, I'll. What are you? You
I thought you've gotten
are you
everything out.
feeling? Are you feeling all right? Can you need a teddy bear? Do you need a hug or something?
Always appeal to format.
Yeah, you're my teddy
It's
bear.
always an appeal.
Fucking hell! No, it's all right. If you're gonna monologue, he's like Eeyore right now. I'll go on mute. I won't talk anymore.
Oh, good. Well, you've been like spouting
There we
out
go.
for like 30 minutes now.
That's a good lad.
Because
I offered to help you. I
what are we
offered to
supposed to
create some content
What are
for
we
you.
supposed to do, Peter? Just sitting here and be
You're
quiet?
supposed to. I don't know. I guess you have no Globers coming in.
Yeah, he wants.
No baby Glurf me.
Nah, I want a Piper. Isn't he not a baby Glurf?
Come on, I'm telling you, Piper and I are BFFs. We used to run the Flat Earth Helpline together.
I know you go on bike rides and whatnot and prove curvature of the Earth with that, but that's not what I'm talking about. I want to talk to him in here. Just get him in here.
Yeah, well, ask him. Okay, I'll do it.
Shit, all it takes is a DM from you.
I know, but he's a family man. I'm not sure if he's.
Oh my God.
It's usually busy.
Yeah, that's what they all say.
Yeah.
Yet he's in the text being a
So
busybody.
while we wait, that's what he does. That's his thing. That's his shtick.
All right, we got the panel of listeners here, guys. If you want to come up here, raise your hand or request to speak, we'll bring you up. If not, we'll just continue talking amongst ourselves. And we'll just continue doing it that way. Oh, wait a minute. We got to be quiet because according to Peter, we've been monologuing too long. Go ahead, Peter.
Yeah, so I have a challenge for you, but I think you're one of the better flat earthers on 24/7. So I hope that you can engage with me on this without sidetracking. So let's see how that goes. So I've been thinking the other day. You guys often say that Heretic especially likes to say this as one of the foundational kind of evidences for the Earth being flat, is that the water seeks level. Right? So undisturbed water flattens itself out. Would that be a correct? Am I strawmanning? How am I doing?
It doesn't flatten itself out. It is flat.
Yeah, I say that.
Okay. So, but
I love
seeks
saying
level, seeks. Okay, cool. So now I have a question for you. And let's do like a dialogue tree, right? So let's attack one question at a time. So, have you seen videos? But don't ramble, don't monologue. Just yes or no. Have you seen videos of people creating large kind of balls or blobs of water? And when I say large, much larger than a droplet, like maybe a cup worth of water. Have you seen videos of people kind of like spinning these kind of like blobs of water in the air?
No.
You've never seen a video?
Wait, are you smoking
not a real
something that
thing.
I'm not smoking? Because
It's like a movie, basically.
pretty tough, dude.
Yeah, like have you seen a digital sequence, a sequence of digital images, also known as a video, that shows a person releasing water from a container, and that water forming some kind of blob or, you know, semi-spherical shape as it hangs in the air?
No, I don't think that that's actually what happened. So no.
No, but have you seen videos? The next question will be, do you think those videos are fake?
Yeah.
So have you seen the videos? Okay. Do you think those videos are fake?
Yeah, I don't see any validation for that.
So you think that this is just computer-generated imagery of said water kind of behaving?
What are you talking about, man? Can you just
let me talk? Let me talk to your guy.
My guy.
Okay? He's willing to engage. Yeah, he's willing to engage. So Heretic.
Okay.
Do you believe
I think
that all those videos showing water behaving in said way are manipulated, like essentially computer generated?
it's fun when he's mid sentence.
Yeah. That is fun.
I only like it best when it's mid sentence. Otherwise, it doesn't. I don't like it. It needs to be right in the middle of a sentence.
Yeah, you got to cut them off right when they're just trying to get going.
It makes me warm and fuzzy all over. Doesn't it, Peter? Makes me feel that way. It's like seeing a rainbow or you know, like a sunny day, you know, just walking on the beach. That's what it feels like a cool breeze.
That's all we can get for ballers.
That's really scraping the bottom right there, bud. Like, if he's the last baller on earth, then damn it.
Drawn out gotcha with some NASA videos, like.
Yeah.
Come on.
Because you know, at the end he's gonna be like, "Gotcha." I don't know, está loco. I don't know what he's talking about, man. He's saying some dumb shit, man.
Are we really surprised though? I think that you're gonna probably have to drop me down to listener soon, but
Okay.
I just took another shot with Sterling and I'm feeling a little lightheaded.
All right. Well, you probably still are more coherent than Peter will ever be. So.
Well, I could stay up. I'm happy to stay up because I'm here. You know, I don't have anything.
Yeah, if Peter didn't actually that was weird what he just said. How are people like? Did anybody get anything coherent out of what he was talking about? Does anybody know what he said?
I didn't hear it because I was taking another shot with my husband.
He was referencing some video about water being a blob, and the blob video allegedly was being challenged to Heretic whether or not it was real or not. And it's like, dude, what are you talking about?
What?
Damn! Like, can't you just put some context? Or you know what? What's even better? He could have just put a video up in the nets and say, "Check this video out. What do you think about that video I just posted? Do you think that video is real or not? What's your opinion on it?" Like, he could have said something like that, but he's like super vague, ambiguous. Like, well, you know that video with the blob water. That video.
So
do you think it's fake?
all
like,
those
what video? Okay. You didn't present anything.
Yeah,
you
but
fucking idiot! Like, isn't that irritating? Like, there's no context. It's just like.
No,
what?
I'm saying all.
Did he tell you, Heretic? What video? Because I didn't hear it. Maybe he told you in the DM or he said it before. I did not hear him say a video.
Just like that long ramble that he just gave. That's all I've heard of it.
Do you want me
I don't talk about stuff like that usually. I don't care about NASA videos.
Oh, he's got a co-host problem.
Do you want me to invite him back up, or is he gone? Like you yeeted him?
Testing, testing. Anybody there?
Yeah. Did you yeet him, or do you want him back up, or what?
No.
Can Alpha hear me? Somebody ask Alpha if he can hear me, please. Somebody. Anybody.
Alpha, can you hear Flatsy?
Yeah, can you hear me?
I think he just maybe stepped away.
I think that maybe he can't hear me.
Well, he's not responding to me either.
I can hear you now.
Okay, good, cool.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Yep.
Okay, good. Okay. So I would say I kind of did step away to have another shot with my husband. So here you go. You're going to have to gauge this as we go, or I will. I can gauge it.
Well,
anyways, I would
you've
say.
said that twice already, so I that might tip the scale.
Yeah, no, I'm saying if you want to, that's fine. I would say that Peter has no, like, you know why he has to be ambiguous with what he presents is because he doesn't have any actual evidence of anything that he believes. So you can always chalk it up when he gives you something ambiguous. We are so used to this, by the way. Some ambiguous, like, this has to be the case because of all these things that I can't actually prove. That's the curvature of the earth, guys. There you go. The curvature. No, nobody. That's not the case. So, yeah, I don't know what he presented because I was.
I don't know.
busy.
I don't know if. Yeah, I don't know if Heretic, you heard me, but what did he present something to you? What video he was talking about?
No, he never did. No.
So it was. You were just as lost as I was when he said, you know, that video with the blob. That one.
Yeah.
Do you think it's fake? Like, we got no context, right? Is that correct?
Yeah, he didn't post anything. I've never.
Wow, dude. How can you make some kind of like discussion / argument / whatever the hell that was to like ask people a question of something you don't present? We don't know the context. We didn't know. I don't know what he was talking about.
You know why?
I said,
Because he doesn't realize that extraordinary claims require extraordinary evidence.
well, he didn't give us any information about what he was presenting. He just said the blob, water with a blob, you know, that video. He's like, would you think that it's fake? I'm like, did he present something that I didn't know he presented? What the fuck? Did I miss something? I did. I guess I didn't because I asked Heretic and I maybe thought he said something earlier in a context. Or, I don't know.
He's asking to come back up. Do you want me to let him come back up?
Hell nah. I don't want to.
Okay. Gotcha.
Maybe if we want to get context, but I don't know. We can't. He's being an ass, his normal asshole self.
Yeah,
So I don't know.
But we could invite him back up if you want me to. I could.
Well, if he wasn't retarded, he would just post it in the Jumbotron, but he's retarded, obviously.
It has to be a speaker.
I know, Kingsley. That's what I was saying. I was like, wouldn't that be easier if we just post a video and say, hey, look, check that video out. What do you think about that video? That's what we're going to work off of right there. That video.
Right. He has to be a speaker to be able to post something in the Jumbotron. Do you want me to?
Yeah, that's the no. Don't worry about it because he was a speaker. He had all the time in the world to post a video, but he didn't do it, which is the crazy part. He could have put it in there prior to his argument. He would have been like, okay, before I start, let me put my video in the Jumbotron. Now, you see that video up in the Jumbotron? Now that video, do you think that's real? You could have said something like he didn't do it. Now he wants to request to speak already when he's, you know?
Yeah, so put it in the purple pill, Peter. If you think that you got something that's worth looking at, put it in the purple pill.
Which your dumbass should have done in the first place. But you didn't do.
Exactly. And he won't do. He'll just say that we suppressed his giving us information and whatnot.
Yeah,
You know what?
let's not give him too much credit because he doesn't
I
think
want
that
to
far
say
ahead.
this though, like if you're saying something that's an extraordinary claim, the things that you would put forth as an extraordinary claim, if it doesn't have any evidence for it, then it can be dismissed. So you acting like you've got some sort of victory from this without providing any evidence is pretty funny. We can dismiss it without evidence because you didn't present it with evidence.
Yeah, I don't think he's claiming that. I think he just took a straight up L. So.
Oh
And he
yeah,
just
well,
and
good. I mean, that's great. I don't care really either way. I want to know if somebody can present something with evidence or they can't. Because if you're going to present something without it, then it can be dismissed without evidence.
We got somebody coming up. All right, we got Real Mad Max. If you're there, welcome to the speaker panel.
Yeah, thanks for having me.
Yep. So what do you think about the conversation that we're having here? 24/7 flat Earth. Do you think that the Earth is a globe, Real Mad Max?
I have a hard time with this question because I don't believe in the fifth postulate. So Euclid had 4 postulates. The fifth one is that parallel lines never cross. The fifth postulate doesn't work for me. It's not axiomatically integral. And so to me, it seems foolish. You can draw the world in whatever shape you want, and I'll fold it up into whatever shape I want to.
So you're saying that we don't live in a 3-dimensional world where horizontal lines are parallel to
I'm saying it's a non-Euclidean plane. Therefore, the idea that parallel lines even exist is...
So you think it's an origami Earth?
Oh, good grief.
I mean, like I do origami with the plane that I exist in, but I've been...
I was right. I was right.
So it's unfalsifiable. So the claim of the Earth and whatever shape is postulated, it's unfalsifiable because it's always that in all dimensions that you think of.
But this is why the fifth postulate doesn't work. If you want to try and tell me parallel lines don't cross, then I told you a different...
What's the fifth postulate?
That parallel lines never cross. The fifth postulate of Euclid for geometry.
Okay, so you don't think that you would say that they do cross or they don't?
I would say there's nothing that limits them from crossing.
So they would cross.
I did not say that.
I'm asking you a very direct question.
I'm giving you a very specific answer.
He's putting out his lawyer speak, dude. Like this is like, dude, you're not on trial, man. Like I think you could answer.
God's gift of sound. I speak accurate.
Because you're speaking outside of reality. So
no, I'm not. I'm saying there's nothing that stops parallel.
Flatzy, hold on. Wait a second. Did you say you're God's gift to astound?
No, I'm God's gift to sound. In the beginning was the Word, and the Word was with God, and before that, me and him were chatting about what we should talk about.
Hold on a second.
Dude,
Hold on. Skirt. Hold up. The car just pulled up. It hit the curb. Did you just say you talked to God at the beginning?
In the beginning was the Word, and the Word was with God. Before that, me and him were chatting about what we should talk about.
Yeah, okay. You can go back to listener.
I think
you should go back to Euclid's postulate so you don't get confused on the fifth one. When I say that there's nothing that prevents parallel lines from crossing, I'm speaking specifically. When you say that parallel lines should cross, then you're speaking specifically.
Outside of reality, we need to just believe you, bro. So
no,
just
not
trust
outside
me,
of
bro.
reality.
Just trust me, bro.
Itself.
Over there, those parallel lines that you have are crossing. By the way, just trust me.
Yeah, you know those train tracks when they go off in the distance, they're actually gonna really converge into a point. For real.
I mean,
there's nothing preventing it.
That's cute of you to think that way, but like, can you?
That's what you said. Isn't that what you said? Isn't that the fifth postulate? Isn't that what you're claiming?
The fifth postulate says that parallel lines never cross, and I said specifically there's nothing that prevents parallel lines from crossing.
Oh, so then the train. the train tracks do converge at a point off in the distance.
That is not
Like-
what I said. That's what you said.
Yeah, when you listen, when you look down the hallway, when you get to the end, you're gonna meet a point. Like it all just put.
Vantage point is a matter of perspective. Get a better.
Only in perspective it undoes your argument.
Yeah, you
Right?
only have your
So
imagination.
in reality,
I have not made an argument other than that this postulate is not.
you're saying that in reality, your argument doesn't like. There's nothing in reality that actually goes by your logic of what you're saying your argument stands for. But outside of reality,
Everything in my reality goes by logic.
in your reality,
Hey, by the way,
Wait a minute.
I would like to challenge this guy. Do you even know the principles of logic?
A plus A equals 2A. Sure.
Okay, well, give us the principles of logic right now, please. Right now.
Axiomatic integrity.
No, I'm talking
Yes.
about. No, I'm talking about the principles of logic. Do you
Yeah,
have?
I'm telling you the principle of logic is axiomatic integrity. As long as it's true unto itself, it follows the logical principle. I'm speaking
Okay,
very
so what are
accurately.
the laws that would dictate the principles of logic? What are the laws?
Axiomatic integrity. I'm trying to tell you.
No, no,
Listen
no,
to
no,
me.
no. I mean specifically.
Google the phrase axiomatic integrity.
yeah, that's a
No,
statement that you're making.
Specifically,
That
dude.
he's making a statement about what he's saying is axiomatic about the law, but he's not telling you what the law is. She's asking
No,
descriptively.
axiomatic
Hold on,
integrity. Axiomatic
real Mad Max.
integrity is what
Yeah.
references logic.
That's great, but she's asking specifically for the like. Okay, just go ahead and give it to him, Flatsy, because he's not going to tell you. You might as well just tell him.
No, I don't want to give it to him. I want to ask him if he knows them.
Now, but he's being obtuse. He doesn't know.
I'm not
I'll
giving
say.
them to him.
All right, I'll
I'm
say
being
this.
Very cute.
No, you're not.
Narrow with my
If
ankles.
no, if you knew them, you would have already told her. That's what I understand about what's going on right here.
Will you just Google the phrase axiomatic?
No, we don't need to do that because you didn't answer her question, and that's what you
Yes,
need
I
to do.
You're
No, you didn't. You did not.
I'm glad this is recorded. Axiomatic integrity, if you look it up, is the definition of logic.
Listen, I know what you're saying, but you didn't specify what she was asking for. You didn't answer her the way she was with the question that was asked you. You didn't answer her.
I gave an answer to the question.
Yeah, it was an answer. Listen, I know it was an answer. It wasn't the answer. She was requesting.
Yes,
the
I am
answer
not
to
a-
the
I am not
question
a
wasn't
dance
answered.
monkey. I'm not here to give the. I'm not a dance monkey. I'm here to give my honest response.
Oh, why do you
to my
guys listen? Why do you internet types? Listen, dude. Why do you internet types always result to that? I'm not your dancing monkey. I'm not gonna do what you want. You idiot. She's asking you a fucking question. All you can do is be respectful and say, "Look, here's the answer to the question." But you're not. You're being. You're not giving her. No, it wasn't the one she requested.
Okay,
The one she
that's
requested
fine,
is
but it wasn't the
specifically.
answer to
No,
her
it's not
question.
fine. It's not fine. You need to understand that you didn't answer her to the question that she was asking. You answered her in a generalized way. It's a generalized way.
No, it's
it
not.
wasn't
It's a
specific.
It's a syllabic.
It wasn't
efficient
specific.
way of answering.
No, it wasn't, dude. You're just making shit up because you
hyper-specific.
listen.
Axiomatic
You're making shit up.
integrity is logic.
You know why? Do you know why you're making shit up? Because you claim you don't want to be nobody's dancing monkey. You just want to answer the way you want to answer, and you don't want to specifically answer her because number one, you don't know. You don't know what the laws of logic are, and that's what she was pointing out to you. So you got to dance around like a dancing monkey. Oddly enough, you're dancing around like a dancing monkey because you don't want to tell her the specific answer because you don't know the answer. That's the truth. So you give her a generalized answer, something that you've already repetitiously understood in your own mind, so that you can avoid answering her the specific question that she was asking you because you're answering her in a generalized way. We heard you. We don't need that. We need the specifics.
You're already
What she asked you.
exposed. He's already exposed. You're exposed as not knowing to everybody else here in the panel. By the way, did you know
God.
you're exposed? By the way, you're exposed. Doesn't that mean something to you?
And oddly enough, he's still dancing like a monkey without giving you the specifics. Because had he given you the specifics, he wouldn't be dancing like a monkey. It would have just been like, oh, this is what it is right here. Laws of logic.
Yeah, we already know and you don't. And we can clearly see that you don't because you have been exposed.
He just wanted to give you a generalized answer, something he already knows and something he's comfortable with because he doesn't know. the laws of logic.
It's fine. It's fine because he was already exposed for that. Now he's probably Googling it. And he's going to try to justify his answer with what he Googles.
Yep.
Like,
and he's going to
you're
say
a
like,
Google
no,
earther.
you know what? He's also going to say, no, I already knew this answer a long time. I knew it. I just didn't want to say it at the time because, I was thinking of something else. But yeah, here's the answer after he Googles it right now. Now he was raising his hand. Now he's going to tell you the laws of logic. Here we go.
Yeah,
there
my
they
way
are.
of thinking was always correct because
After
I
the
didn't
Google
even
search.
know. Yeah, but I didn't even know. But what I said was actually correct.
Yeah, after
Like
the
he's
Google
an
search.
instant expert.
Yeah, here we go. Go ahead, real Mad Max. Tell us after your Google search, what did you find out?
The only thing I Google searched is axiomatic integrity, and I put it up in the bubble.
We waited for you, and I thought you were going to actually be a dishonest weasel and look up what the laws of logic were and then tell her that, yeah, I found them. Here they go. You couldn't even do that. So you're still dancing like a monkey.
How about you read my post and look what axiomatic integrity
You've been saying it. You've been saying it for like 20 times already. I don't need to. You said it over and over again. Don't need to go look it up. But still, even still, you still haven't given the specific answer that she was requesting. Still, and you're dancing like a monkey. The thing that you said you didn't want to do, you're doing it anyway. That's weird, right?
Yeah, we're not arguing with axioms.
WYRD.
We're not over here trying to argue with axioms, buddy. We're trying to understand fundamental things the way that you think. Literally the way you
You're
think.
not arguing over axioms. You're just discussing fundamentals. Do you know what axiom even means?
Yeah, okay, yeah, I get what
Oh my God.
Okay, I get what you're saying. Okay, yeah, I understand. So yes, axioms, with the way that we experience the world, we can all agree on the way we experience them, but we really can't because we've got people who are saying that our axioms are incorrect, right? So we've got people just arguing with reality at this point. So that's fine, whatever. So you're telling me that you can argue the point that I was specifically asking you for what the principles of logic are, the laws of that make up the principles of logic, and you weren't able to give them to me. You were only able to capitalize on this. What are we even talking about at this point? We're not talking about what I asked you. You're not answering the question.
You're literally not understanding my answer. I answered your question directly.
Here he goes.
and you're
No,
not even
it's a
taking
generalized.
time.
It's a generalized answer. It's not specific. I already told you. She agrees with what you said, but it's in general. It's not specific. The specifics are you being able to recite what the laws are. Dude,
there is no
they're
law
not.
but a law. I've parsed syntax.
See, there he goes.
Better than most.
There he goes. There he goes.
There are laws.
There is no law but a law. There is no God but God. The natural right is the only right.
Yeah. Okay. Well, he may be in a different wavelength right here on this particular topic. Let's see. It's a different wavelength altogether. He's
This
like,
is why I said you can destroy people and their arguments on the fundamental things. Literally, the things that are fundamental, their arguments crumble.
They're called
beneath them.
axioms.
No.
yeah.
It's
So
not
what axiom? Listen, if he's talking about axioms, what axiom do we have parallel lines that actually meet or converge?
Exactly. We don't have that in reality.
Well, I want him to say. When does that happen? When does that happen in reality, real Mad Max?
What I said is that there is nothing that prevents it.
Okay, so when is it not prevented, and when do we observe this?
You observe it when you see it. It's not prevented.
Okay, when do we see it? When do we see it?
When you're ready to see it? I mean, what type of question is this?
Oh my God, when we're ready to see it. Well, I'm ready right now. How about that? Can you show it to me now? I'm ready right now.
Show you that there's nothing that prevents parallel lines from crossing. Yes, there's nothing that prevents parallel lines from crossing.
Oh my
Okay, you said
Can
you can't
just
repeat.
please stop being ambiguous? And
Don't repeat the claim. Don't repeat the claim. Just tell me what I can see. Put it in the jumbotron. Put it in the nest up there. Put whatever you think that we can see that shows that doesn't prevent parallel lines from converging. I want to see it. What is that thing?
Yes.
I don't care. Just put it up there.
But I already put up the definition of axiomatic integrity.
Oh my
Nobody even
God,
took the time
man.
to look at it.
We don't care, buddy. Would you please just
You
address the
obviously don't
questions
care.
that are put forth to you?
I am addressing so specifically.
You know what's really funny? You know what's really funny? That you can engage with the questions that are put forth to you without some
Engaged with
sort of
every
like
single one.
other thing that we need to understand. You can't just answer a question.
You know
We
why
need to
though?
understand
Let's see.
something else.
Come to the table
You know,
full, so you have nothing left to learn.
dude, come on. Like, what is this? Nothing left to learn. You're not the enlightened one, okay? You're not the guy. You're not the main character. Like, I don't know what you think you are. I think you've I don't know. You're some person that's standing above all else. Like you I don't know what in your mind you've constructed, dude. But you think that you're lofty in your mind. Like, I don't understand why you're saying the things you are. You almost feel like you're not human or something. Just speak normal like everybody else and just say, look, this is how I understand what I know. Like, you don't have to sound so you sound very convoluted, discombobulated. You sound like you don't know what you're talking about, dude. So all of this nonsense that you're talking about, like parallel lines that nothing prevents them from converging, like bullshit. Like, okay, if that's true and there's some evidence somewhere, post that shit up in the nest so we can all see what you're talking about. But if it doesn't occur, then why are you saying it?
The proving a negative is the opposite of logic.
Oh, good grief.
So then you
what are you talking about?
He's tied himself up in a knot with his illogical thinking.
Exactly, because we're talking about trying to prove what? What are we proving at this point?
I don't know. That he doesn't know what he's talking about? That's what I proved.
Exactly. Like, you haven't presented
I'm proud of
anything
everything
at
that
all.
I've said. I'm proud of all the words that you've said.
Oh, brother.
You're
have only
proud of the words.
Listen, this guy has only spoken stupidity. He has never given us anything that we can like.
I asked him. Listen, I asked him. You asked him for the laws of logic. I asked him for evidence of his parallel lines converging, as he says that they possibly could be. But then again, he has no evidence of it, so it's like ta loco, right? Like, what is he saying? Nobody knows. It's like shit just like made. I don't know, for some reason, he thinks he's some kind of like philosopher. He's just come out with some real like high understanding about what he's saying, and nobody can touch his like mentality. It's stupid, dude.
That makes me want to puke. I don't want to hear anyone wax philosophical on all of us. If you got something, it doesn't matter what you think you know. It matters what you can prove. So if you don't have any of that, then please move on. Scoot the fuck on.
Yep. You don't have anything to bring forward as evidence, do you? Nothing in the way of demonstration? Real Mad Max?
What are you asking me to demonstrate?
I think that people that wax philosophical on all of us are just waxing philosophical puke on all of us. If you can't prove what you're talking about, then please move on.
I haven't heard a single proof from anyone in the room.
Because we were asking you.
Fact.
What are you talking about?
Can you demonstrate that parallel lines will cross?
No, I said there's nothing that prevents them from crossing.
Well, no shit. Well, how do you figure?
How do I figure that there's nothing that prevents them from crossing? Because there's an absence of that which prevents them from crossing.
What the fuck does that mean? There's an absence from that. What?
There's nothing.
There's an absence of that.
Okay, you want me to find you a meme or something that shows it? I can do it.
Being parallel prevents them from crossing.
Only if you accept it. Only if you accept the fifth postulate.
Fuck off.
Yeah,
You're
them
not
being
gonna do it. You're not the one.
them being parallel prevents them, dude. Like, yeah, what Heretic just said.
That is circular logic. I think, therefore I am.
How the fuck is it circular?
Because
the
because
literal
you
meaning
say
of them
that
being
they won't
parallel.
cross because they're parallel, and they're parallel because they won't cross. It's circular
That's
logic
what
by
the fuck.
definition.
Okay, so when you got two lines that are parallel, when the fuck are they gonna cross?
You're defining parallel by not crossing, therefore circular logic. I'm saying.
Oh,
that the fifth postulate
so you're
doesn't
gonna make up
exist.
definitions. Now you're gonna go all the way back to what the defined
No,
words mean about
you defined
does parallel mean?
as lines that don't cross and said that they won't cross. What I said.
Okay,
is
so
there's
what
nothing
is
that
parallel?
prevents lines called parallel from
Dude,
crossing.
what the fuck? What does parallel mean to you? What does that mean to you?
It's a nonsensical word from my perspective. It's unprovable.
Oh, there we go. See, Heretic, when you dig a little deeper, you find out where the problem is. And he's got an issue with parallel. I don't know why he's got a beef with parallel, but he does.
Yeah, so the principles of logic, the laws that make up the principles of logic, would disagree with this guy. That's why he couldn't state them earlier.
Yeah.
Because he wanted to violate those laws.
He's violating them at will right now.
So parallel lines, planes, surfaces, or objects side by side having the same distance continuously between them.
But this is the same logic as I think, therefore I am. You were
Yeah, so
defining
having the
parallel
same
by
distance,
the inability to cross. This
So
is
two lines
circular
having
logic.
the same distance continuously between them will prevent them from crossing.
Draw them on a globe and then tell me that.
Show me a globe, and then we'll tell you that.
I can draw you a circle or a sphere.
No,
No, buddy. You show us the globe measurements of these parallel lines crossing. Thank you.
I'm
Go
telling you that
No. Show
if I get a
us.
soccer
I
ball,
don't care about what you tell us. Show us.
Okay, then use a basketball. Google a picture of a basketball. The parallel lines
That's
meet
not
at
showing us the
the
Earth doing that.
There you go,
I
CB.
never
Beach
said
ball,
the
Biggie.
Earth
You
did
just
that.
triggered
beach ball.
I don't
You just triggered
understand
him.
why I'm being accused of saying that the Earth does that. All I'm saying is that there's no reason.
Because the ball that we're testing doesn't do that. And what you're saying, the Earth is. You're saying the Earth
I've
is doing
never
that.
said the Earth is doing that.
Not doing that.
You
Well,
are
there is
adding so
the
much to what I
continuous
said.
spacing between the two parallel
I've
things.
never said that.
That's what prevents.
I was using your example of a ball.
Yeah.
Hey, wait a minute. I'm gonna
I've
take him. He
never
said,
said the
hold on.
world is like a ball.
Yeah, wait a minute. Time out. Didn't you say the Earth at the very beginning of our conversation is like origami? Because I made the statement origami because everything folds in, and isn't that what you were saying earlier? I want to be clear on what you were saying. The Earth is.
Oh, the Earth is the plane that we experience. I believe that it's foldable from an individual's personal perspective.
Okay. All right. I know, but what does that mean? Foldable. Can you give a little context to that? What does that mean? Foldable.
It means that it's related to like the law of attraction. The foldable ability means that like here's like the attraction of understanding results in understanding. So
I could literally hear Flatsy shaking her head. Does that mean anything?
Pseudo-intellectual word salad
I'm
gibberish.
shaking my head because that is dumb as fuck.
Yeah.
I don't care about the
really
laws
need the
of
sound go back.
attraction. What the fuck? Where is there any evidence of that?
The foldable Earth. That's origami Earth to all of you.
Fold it up, make a paper airplane out of it.
I mean, this seems like a reasonable way of approaching Earth.
Yeah, you would need
dude.
to demonstrate that is a law of nature. So if it's a law, then we all know it, right? So
Okay, one for the books is that we now have origami Earther added to the list. That's one for the books.
Yeah, thank you. I appreciate that.
Nah, I mean, I don't know if you want to race to the bottom that way. I mean, that's a race to the bottom.
I'm actually pretty proud of my worldview.
your name to that shit?
Yeah, definitely.
Are you like?
Oh, brother.
I don't know. Are you writing a book or what's going on, man? Because
Like,
it's pretty fucking weird, man.
No, because I'm hearing you say the nonsense you are right now. I think what's going to happen is
It's because he doesn't follow the laws that would dictate the principles of logic. He goes against those. That's fine. If you want to go against those, then let that be known for anyone who is trying to do that.
I agree. Let it be known.
Let it be known. I do want to say though, thanks for everybody that's joining us. We got like 37 people in here. We're starting to pack it in for now. It's 2:30 in the morning over here for me. But 24/7 Flat Earth is doing episode number 25 in the continuing series of 24/7 being on X. And the title of the space is C'est la vie, mon ami. That's let it be what it is. But that's what the Earth is, flat. So we're going to let it be what it is. And hashtag Flat Earth. Yeah. Yeah, but don't interrupt my plug, please. So basically, what we're doing right now is having a conversation with just random people that come in here. And myself, Alpha Veritas, Flatsy Klein on the panel, Heretic, Matrix, Creation Bear, Rayleigh Criterion, El Boricua TV, and Elijah Freeman are joining us on the 24/7 team. And thank you. We're speaking to Real Mad Max right now. Real Mad Max has joined us on the panel. He has a very different perspective on what the Earth is. So we're talking about origami Earth, or whatever that means. But anyway, I'm going to kick it over back to the panel, and I guess we'll still have a discussion with Real Mad Max. But apparently, from what's being said, if you're just joining us right now, none of this appears to adhere to any laws of logic, and or we don't have a demonstration of such a Earth that he's saying. So if you guys, thanks for the soundboard. If you guys like what you're hearing, go ahead and drop us a follow. Myself, Flatsy, Heretic, and all the rest of the 24/7 panel, and we'll go ahead and continue giving you good content. This is great. We love having conversations, so appreciate you guys. Okay, so back to the whatever this was conversation with that guy. Unless you want to not talk to him.
What's the point, really? He doesn't actually care about the laws of logic. So, what are we even talking about?
I thought when he first started mentioning Euclid's anything, you would have shut him down and said, "Sorry, my friend, that's a form of logical fallacy. You are affirming the consequent. Please prove a sphere first."
Yeah, but see, he
went with origami.
Yeah, he went to an origami Earth.
Oh, paper Earth. That's a new
Yeah,
one.
you can fold the Earth up. It's foldable.
But I never attempted to prove a sphere in the slightest.
Noted.
Man, the ballers won't even stand for what they believe in anymore.
I'm telling you, man. I think what it is, though, because he was true about what he said about the Earth being folded, because we're folding up these globers just like origami. So he was right in a sense, because that's what we're doing to the globe. We're folding it up, just like a lawn chair, and packing it up and throwing it away. So yeah, folded up Earth.
Time to pack it in, guys.
All right. Who do we got on the speaking panel? What's up, CB? Join us on the speaking panel. Elbows back up here. Eli is still with us. Welcome, guys. Matrix joined us. Welcome, Matrix.
Somebody should probably replace me as co-host.
Okay, we'll do that now.
Yeah, I may have something relevant to say, so I would still like to be on the speaking panel, but not co-host.
You just want to be mutable.
All right. See, we're switching it up a little bit here. All righty. Let's see. Who else have we got in here?
Yeah, if anybody wants to know, my husband and I have been partaking in shots of turkey on Turkey Day.
Yeah.
Okay.
Let me go ahead and CB, do you want to co-host?
Yeah.
All right. So I don't know if you want to continue speaking to Real Mad Max, but there isn't any people that think that the Earth is a globe coming up to speak on the panel. So if you guys out there think that the Earth is a globe, we invite you guys to come up. Come one, come all. Fill up the speaker panel. I actually want to hear your perspectives, guys. If you've never heard of this topic before and you do want to ask some questions, you can come up here and ask questions. Definitely want to hear from you guys out in the listening panel. Also, if you do want to challenge us, you can do that as well. But come on up. Raise your hand. Request to speak. Come on up. Not unless you believe in origami Earth, like Real Mad Max, then we might have some beef.
I saw Apostate Nate trying to get up here earlier, but this Real Mad guy ended up here instead.
Apostate Pete, is he still here?
Apostate Nate, yeah, he's still here.
Oh, Nate, okay.
But he's back as a listener. I think I brought him up, but I don't know. This other dude took over with his nonsense.
I can drop him a mic, see what happens.
Oh, I see him there.
Yeah, I dropped him a mic, see if he gets it.
I've been following Apostate Nate for months. It's hilarious.
Honestly, it would be very nice for anyone who thinks that the Earth is a globe to just present the evidence that the Earth is curving. Please.
You don't want to hear another person talk about origami Earth?
I don't want to hear anybody else talking about anything other than the Earth is curving and here's the evidence. Now, even with my own eating crow over whatever I was doing with the people that I thought were honestly asking a question, I was wrong. I was wrong because I needed to be able to factor in the exponential curvature and the approximation of this so-called curvature of the Earth that's being negotiated in a flight over the course of 2 hours where they're doing 500 miles per hour that we know of. Anyways, I'm just saying, like, even if I'm not able to give you that math, because for whatever reason, I may not be privy to the knowledge that you think that you're privy to, then you can just demonstrate that the Earth is curving and that that's happening.
You asking for a tall tale?
Yeah, let's hear a good tall tale. That's what I'm waiting for. Me, Heretic. I'm waiting for somebody. You guys think that the Earth is a globe, really, in 2024? You might think it's silly that we're saying flat Earth, but I think you'll find out it'll be more silly to say that it's a globe.
I really like the what I did because my husband, who is not a flat earther, was helping me with that math because he's so good at math. I'm pretty good at math, but not that good. He's dealt with that kind of math because he's a millwright. He knows, what level is. That's why they haze the newcomers with the curved level, okay? They haze those newcomers with that. Go ahead and sit on that information.
Go ahead, Real Mad Max.
By which metric could you confirm that a level is in fact level?
I would say that it would be just level on a fundamental scale that you don't have to confirm or deny.
How would you even confirm that if you're even negating the fact that reality is what it is? You think that Earth can be folded up. How could anything be coherent and make sense to you in your paradigm? That's antithetical to what you're even claiming.
Yeah, exactly. It's
Which part is
contradictory.
antithetical to what I'm claiming?
You think that the Earth can be folded up and parallel lines actually converge, or maybe can converge, but then you're saying, well, what is parallel to you guys? Like, what difference would it make to you?
Yeah, exactly. Because you would need to prove that parallel would be converging at some point.
I don't need to prove anything. I was literally asking the question, by which metric is a level considered level?
That's what I said. How does that make any coherent? How is that coherent in your worldview? How is level
so
how is level coherent in your worldview?
It's so
Is
funny
the
that
is the
you're
better
asking
question?
that one.
Gotta let him
It's
answer, man.
Yeah,
I mean,
go ahead.
Flatsy.
This is my question, because if I build my level in the form of an arch and my level sits on the arch and the level shows that the arch is level relative to the arch, it's always relative to the arch. This is axioms. This is how logic works.
The level is curved.
No, the
There's
level's
nothing
arched.
to say that it's not.
No, wait. You said the level's
Oh,
arched.
so it is
Hold on, Flatsy. You said the level's arched, right?
I'm saying there's nothing to say that it's not arched.
I'm asking you a question. Is the level arched?
I'm saying the level is level relative to what you consider level. This is an axiom. It is not provable. This is how logic works. You have to start from axioms and then develop from there.
You're just wrong. You're just
Yeah,
wrong.
I know, but you said that level's arched, and if level's arched, then the Earth, when we measure it, could be arched.
Yeah,
Yeah,
but he's wrong because my
I know, but
husband definitely does not deal with arched levels.
yeah, I know.
They haze
Hold on,
their
Flatsy.
newcomers
Hold
with
on,
it.
Flatsy. I want to hear him actually say it. Do you think levels are arched?
No, I think levels measure that which they are built to measure.
Are they arched?
Some, but not all.
Some, but not all. So what level's arched that you know of?
Most of the ones that you buy at the hardware store have a mild arch in the middle of it so that the bubble stays more centered.
My husband's not even a flat earther, and I want to put him on instead of me.
Honestly, I think just let him say that, because that statement alone will hopefully wake some people up to like, dude,
that's what I'm saying.
if I think that the Earth is a globe and I'm like, this guy, wow.
Exactly. That's why I'm saying if my husband was in here talking to you guys right now, he's not a flat earther. He would tell you that that is stupid.
We'll let the recording stand for how it speaks. I'm proud of what I have stuck to.
Oops. Sorry. Go ahead.
Oh, sorry. Okay, yeah, I was muted. Okay. I would say, are you erecting machinery on the level that he does, which is precision level, where you need level to be horizontal? You don't have that in your pocket, buddy, because my husband, he's not even a flat earther. Well, I wouldn't say that he's a globe earther either, but I would say that he knows what he works with. So he does not say that level is curved. That's crazy. Seriously.
I have never said that level is curved.
Oh, so are you implying it at least?
Yeah, I wouldn't if I were you.
Yeah, you're having a very it seems like it's a bias towards that parallel lines can converge at some point. They will meet each other at some point, which it's not possible when you have a horizontal line and then another that is parallel to it.
Yeah, so if you guys think that the Earth is a globe, come on up here. We have a lot of room at the speaking panel. So if not, we'll still talk to this guy about what he thinks origami Earth and how it makes sense. I don't know. I guess we don't got anybody else creative.
Just a layman like my husband in the line of work that would have to deal with that. They haze newcomers with a curved level, dude. That's a haze. It isn't possible. It's not a thing. It's a haze that they give.
Yeah, amongst
Like,
the other crazy things that Globers say, that's one of them. That level's curved. Another one is that fire is only believed to be hot, but you don't know if fire's hot because tomorrow fire may not be hot, but today it's hot. We know that, and history shows that fire was hot, but we don't know tomorrow fire just might not be hot. This is the level that they are actually going to with their arguments, to undermine reality just so that they can have a paradigm in which they can think that the earth is a globe, which I'm pretty sure this guy does have some bias towards, but he makes this dumb argument to kind of make it sound like he's speaking something profound, and it's not profound. If you hear him, it's not profound.
it's actually waxing philosophical on us. It's really kind of puke worthy, and I don't really care for it. If you want to actually give us some facts instead of your own beliefs and understandings and whatnot, that'd be great. I don't care about your. I think that the realm that we live in, blah blah blah. I don't care about that. It's honestly puke worthy to me. So please don't wax philosophical puke all over us. Thank you.
What's up, bro, Mad Max?
In terms of facts, I think a lot of people here would be surprised to understand the arc of the bubble within the glass tube that sits at the middle of a level. So if you think that this is puke worthy, I'd rather, I mean, I have unlimited pain tolerance, so I'll
What
sit
do
here
you
and be
think that
insulted.
means philosophically? Do you think it's some sort of
No,
philosophical
you asked me to
understanding?
not be philosophical, and I'm telling you as a measurable fact, the
Oh, so
glass,
plum.
the glass tube that's in the middle of the level is not, in fact, at 180 degrees horizontal. It is, in fact, curved
Oh,
slightly.
brother, you're messing up your own paradigm with this. Like even asking me this or asking
I didn't
us
ask
this.
a single thing. I stated a fact.
Yeah, well, you're asking us this is like, oh, so
I
is
have not
plum.
asked a single thing.
Oh,
Yeah, okay, I mean, what's
okay.
your point?
Yeah, what's your point then?
That I keep being told that I'm asking things when I'm not. I'm telling
Okay,
you.
but then what's your point about the,
Okay,
the
then what's
glass
your
tube
point?
on a spirit level or a water level being a bit curved?
Uh, 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 the tool in construction, which I am very familiar with, decade of experience, that we call a level, uses a curved tube.
Yes,
That is
okay,
my
then
point.
what's
That's
your
a
point?
fact. That I'm not waxing philosophical, that I'm pointing
What are
out
you talking
the
about?
idea
My
of
question is,
axiomatic
What are you
integrity.
talking about? A curved
okay, so
tube?
my question is to
Where's the
you.
curved tube?
Okay,
Where's that?
hold on. So
No,
the
what?
tube is a
Where is
bit
the curved
curved.
tube?
Man, just let Elbows make his statement here.
So the tube is a bit curved. Now what?
Now we can assess what is balanced relative to the curve of the tube itself. Axiomatic integrity. It's what I've been saying the entire time.
I mean, I thought you got some kind of point that therefore globe or something. I don't know. What was
No, I've never, ever in my entire life championed for the concept of a globe Earth. That is so nonsensical to me. I don't understand. Like, I've never said anything that even implied that. I've only
okay?
spoken towards axiomatic integrity.
Right. So I mean, yeah, yes, all the water levels definitely have a little bit of curvature in the center, and depending on how precise you want the water level to be, you have different sizes that gets different um oh, curvature in it. So less curvature, the water kind of spreads out a little bit more. But yada yada yada. That's a here or there. I mean, I don't know what's the point about the curved tube.
I was accused of waxing philosophical, and they said, say a fact. And so I said a fact about how the tool that's called a level is made. and I still get bombarded for it like I'm making stuff up. I'm speaking very directly. A lot of things are being added to my opinion that I have not communicated.
I was just asking you a question. I mean, I was trying to figure out what you were trying to bring to the table with the curved tube.
That a level is relative to that which it measures. That it's quite simple. It's axiomatic integrity. Like, I already posted it in the bubble and everything. It's not that complicated.
He's trying to say that because the curved tube, therefore a curved Earth. Elbow.
Not at all.
That's what he's saying. Yeah, that's what you're saying.
Never.
That's what you're doing. You're greasing the skids. Yeah, you see, I struck a nerve. That's what it was. You're greasing the skids for an argument for curved Earth. So you're wanting people to agree with you on that, so you can grease the skids and say, I'm just gonna drop this right here with you guys. It's the curved bubble in there. That tube is curved. Therefore, I'm just saying it's axiomatic. You guys take it wherever you want to. I'm gonna leave it there for you guys. Yeah, what you're not saying is what you're saying. I know what you're doing, dude. Many people who think the Earth is a globe try to do this, and you can't get it. The reason why you don't want to claim that, yeah, I struck a nerve. I struck a nerve because you have to come in here and over talk me. I struck a nerve, so I know that I did. Another thing you're doing is you're talking about.
I didn't say that's.
No, you're talking about. Yeah, of course, because you want to grease the skids for the idea that it's possibly a curved surface. You're saying because the curved bubble, the tube is curved. Therefore, what we're going to have then is when it sits on the Earth and measures anything.
What I'm saying, you're putting.
Yeah, that's what you're doing. That's what you're doing. That's exactly what you are doing right now. I can tell that's what you're doing. You're making it sound like
it's a recorded space.
Yeah. You're just making it sound like you're not saying that to keep not being held accountable. That's all you're doing. You don't want to be held accountable to the Earth being a globe, so you say some stupid thing about origami folded up Earth. Yeah, I can hear you. Go ahead, Eli. You want to come in? Eli, do you want to come in? Eli, are you there?
That might have been me hitting the speak mic by mistake.
No, I think Eli was trying to speak, but then he dropped out. Yeah, no, this guy is greasing the skids, man. That's what he's been doing. Yeah, try again, Eli.
Oh, because I had my headphones on, and I'm like, dang, did everybody go to sleep? Because I wasn't hearing anything. But okay, I reconnected. Sorry, guys.
Yeah, did you want to come in?
No,
Does anybody know how far into this?
For like 15. No is the answer.
That was latency. My apologize. Go ahead, Aaliyah.
Yeah, I don't know what you guys were talking about because I've been MIA for like 15, 20 minutes thinking you guys weren't saying anything.
Nah, man, we've been talking.
Does anybody know the timestamp we're at so far? Just so I can point to this.
You can point to it all day long, but this guy has a couple of things he's got on the table, right? First of all, he thinks parallel lines. They could. There's a possibility that they could converge.
I said that there's nothing that prevents them from.
He said timestamp. We're live, bro.
Yeah, there's nothing.
But it's recorded. Like I don't know how. I didn't come in at the beginning of the space, so I don't know how many hours into it. Like, are we on the second hour, the third hour? Just so I can hunt it down.
It's like the
How about
third
the
hour.
fact that they never get closer to each other? Does that stop them converging?
If they have the possibility to converge, then they're not parallel lines, are they?
That is the
but
definition of parallel.
He's got a problem.
The postulate is not accurate.
Dude, he's got a problem with the word parallel.
Parallel.
He doesn't. Yeah, he doesn't believe in the word parallel.
Term.
See, parallel is an incoherent term. So there you go.
So you want to rip it out of the dictionary?
Oh, he already did that.
Yeah, I've been here for like an hour at this point, ripping it out of the dictionary. Like you guys had like decent pushback and stuff. Like I wouldn't waste my time with idiots like that. I think it's a good conversation.
Decent pushback.
So sweet. So if you can rip out Parallel, can we rip out Globe?
Oh yeah, I mean,
he ripped out. Listen, hold on. You know, since he's ripping out terms, he ripped out parallel. He's ripped out level. That's another term he ripped out. Isn't that right?
We actually have a couple of guys here who might be kind of more fun than this clown. This guy, Get Vaccinated. Have you talked to him? He wants to talk.
No. Don't bring him up. Okay.
Oh yeah, you guys both saying if I'm
wait.
I'm not here to be
just dude, shut up. No, I'm just gonna tell Heretic that guy. All he does is play the soundboard. Ever since I started my space, like when I first started, that's all he does when he comes up. And if one of the co-hosts don't know who he is, bring him up. He just blasts the soundboard with it's like an air horn or something. I don't know what it is.
Noise troll.
Yeah. So and he has like 2 or 3 accounts. So before you bring somebody up, click on their name. Make sure they have at least like maybe a few followers. I wouldn't say 1 or 2, but more than that.
Yeah, okay. Make sure that they're somebody.
Yep.
Well, actually, I did bring up Fool earlier. He's just sitting patiently.
Yeah. Yeah, Fool, if you want to speak. Or maybe not.
Sorry about that. I didn't realise I joined as a speaker. I'll drop down. I do apologise. My bad.
Oh, I mean, did you want to speak?
No, I'm currently delivering. That's my job. I do delivery, so I'm just listening for now. But I will jump up later when I've got a bit of free time. Sorry about that. My bad.
You're fine. All right. Well.
No, we're just stuck with this Joker.
Yeah, dude. Oh, wait a minute. We got Yeller in here. Yeller, if you're there, go and say what's up. Yeller, are you there?
Yeller.
I'm telling you, man, 3 o'clock's a magic hour. We got 41 people in the space. Let's freaking go. Origami Earth. That's light work, dude. And then he's ripping out terms that we can use to understand the physical and natural world, like parallel and level. What are we going to do? I will throw out the kind of a little plug here. 24/7 Flat Earth, episode number 25. Does anybody want to come up here and speak about the Earth being a globe? We do put up a challenge for anybody that comes up here that if you think the Earth's a globe, go ahead and make the claim and then present the evidence for that claim. But also, see if you can shoot us a follow as well. Alpha Veritas, Creation Bear, Heretic, El Bariqua, Elijah Freeman, Flatsy Klein, and all the people that you see in here that are part of 24/7 team. Guys, we really do appreciate you guys coming over here and joining us. We have great conversations about the topic of the shape of the Earth. If you think the Earth's a globe, we'd like to test your knowledge on that. But go ahead and request to speak and we'll bring you up. And since there's this many people in here, I think a nice little retweet could make things a little more interesting. Because with every retweet and a repost that you guys do, we get people to come in here. Because as you know how many followers you have, when you retweet or repost the link to the space, Real Mad Max is following me now. Thank you, Real Mad Max. But if you want to do that retweet, that'll get more people in here, and then we'll have conversations a bit more diverse because with however many people are following you, they'll see that you posted the space on your profile, and then they'll want to click on it and come on in.
I've reposted the room and reposted my repost to the room. So,
well, we'll see what happens. If people come in here, then they can do so and have conversations with us. But I don't know. We got a mixed bag of people that are listening right now. So if you want to challenge any one of us, you could pick on CB. He's a new flat earther. So perhaps you want to challenge him. He doesn't really know too much about flat earth, but he's here anyways. So you might want to come in here and just.
Yeah.
If you do, I think
YouTube videos.
Yeah, he's just seen a couple of YouTube videos, but I think one of his arguments that he can't get past is if you challenge him with the earth being like a beach ball and an ant's on top of that thing, it's kind of really hard for him to like get around that. So I don't know, maybe if you're a glober. I gotta throw that line out somewhere. We'll put a little bait on there.
Didn't that guy earlier damn near bring it up? Somebody earlier almost brought it up. Like, well, if you get a soccer ball, wait, no, another ball.
Yeah, he used basketball. Yeah, it's like basketball. That's what it's like. Hopefully we get a pilot that comes in here. That's a lot of fun for everybody listening anyways. If they think pilots would have the ability to say that the earth is actually a globe. Or even some people that think they've flown in an airplane, have they seen the curvature?
Yeah, that'd be a good one. No, we need one that's qualified enough. A pilot that's qualified enough that will get thrown under the bus.
They quickly start throwing people under the bus, CB, usually. When they know that the person like Neil deGrasse Tyson, yeah. All them guys.
I'm not sure we found anyone that isn't under the bus worthy. They'll throw anyone under there.
Under the bus worthy.
Is that a good one?
Yeah, is that what you just said? I was just kind of like half listening.
Yeah.
Yeah, cool. Yeah, I like that.
They'll just chuck anyone under there, bro. It's so slimy, so disgusting.
You got to get under there.
Yeah, pause. But it's like in one breath, they'll be like, oh, yeah, this is the guy. You got to trust this guy. And I'll be like, okay, well, here's what he says. Oh, well, not him. He's not qualified enough.
He's a retard.
Yeah.
All right, we got the YouTube bot that just joined us. Thanks, Helio. YouTube bot has joined us right now. I was waiting for CB to say it, and we are live.
Are we live?
We're finally live.
Wow, I've been waiting for us to go live this whole time, bro.
All we can get is this freaking noise troll and the other origami guy.
Yeah, dude. Looking for those quality ballers that come in here that know that the earth is a globe.
Okay. So I want to say this. I just asked my husband specifically.
For another shot.
Okay, so I want to be specific, okay? So he was talking about plumb being different than horizontal. And I was like pinpointing it down for him. And he was like, yes, it is perpendicular to horizontal. But we're always dealing with horizontal, not plumb. So he is always dealing with horizontal, not plumb, in his line of work with heavy machinery that he has to erect this stuff. Okay, so you're dealing with a person that has to erect machinery that is horizontal. Okay, not necessarily plumb, but plumb is factored into it when it's a 90-degree angle, right? My husband is even speaking against these globers, by the way. So the way that he has to deal with his job is always horizontal. He was like not wanting to even talk about plumb when I was pressing him earlier. He was like, I don't want to talk about plumb because plumb is always perpendicular to horizontal. We're always dealing with horizontal. Horizontal is what?
Plane of the horizon is where you're going, right?
Yeah, I'm just saying that it's 0 degrees. We're talking about something that's being utilized in everyday life. These guys are dealing with horizontal, not plumb. So we're talking about people who are only focusing on plumb, okay? So they're only dealing with plumb when they're anti-flat earthers. But real world people that are doing the building and erecting these the machinery that we need to sustain energy, because he works on Alabama Power or those nuclear plants. Like, he makes more money when he works on nuclear plants. So I would say he's dealing with horizontal more than anyone else is. And it's not in that realm where they have to consider plumb. They have to consider horizontal, not plumb. And we're being told that we have to focus on plumb instead of horizontal, which is nonsense. Nobody's doing that.
Oops. Got dropped out, huh?
Yeah. X is slightly finicky, or it's me. I'm just figuring it out still.
Well, I tried to make Sterling like focus. Hey, are you dealing with horizontal or plumb? He said plumb is not necessary unless you're dealing with something that's really tall, right? He doesn't care about plumb. He doesn't use plumb ever unless there's something really tall that he has to account for that's perpendicular to horizontal. So all of these anti-flat earthers that are trying to tell you that they're using plumb like they've done it with me, so that's why I know that they're doing it. Anyways, I would say that there is no evidence of their plumb not being perpendicular to horizontal. They would have to really prove that that's something that's happening that we're not experiencing. So we got horizontal, especially when we're dealing with a large scale erecting some sort of machinery that would need to be down to the precision. So plumb isn't even something that they consider unless something that they're building is tall enough.
I don't think Yeller has spoke since Yeller came up to the speaking panel. That's weird, right? Does everybody see Yeller actually in the speaker panel?
Yeah, he's up here.
Yeller, are you there?
Wait, are we still live?
Oh yeah.
Yes. Yes. I wanted to say that, man, I had to wait for sound to not be a factor. But I want to say this. So, plumb is always perpendicular to horizontal. So, if you're dealing with only horizontal in millwright work, if you're like my husband was just saying, they don't deal with plumb, they deal with horizontals. Okay? So, you don't have your idea of horizontal always being some sort of plumb to the center of the earth. It always has to be perpendicular to horizontal. You don't have any other option. That's problematic for the Globers. They never have any explanation or alternative of the earth being referenced as horizontal. It's always referenced as horizontal. And my husband just verified for me. He erects he erects machinery to a precision level. Okay? He's using these terms that we're talking about on a daily basis. He's using these terms on a fundamental level that we're not understanding. And I trust his. He has the ability to do mathematics in his head. To if you're talking about some sort of uh, decimal point, he can tell you what fraction it is. You know, it's it's really kind of amazing what he can do mathematically in his head. That's awesome. But it doesn't even matter. What he's saying is that they only use level. They don't use plumb unless it's perpendicular to horizontal. They don't use plumb ever unless it's perpendicular to horizontal. So these guys that are anti-flat earthers want you to think of plumb being the thing that they use more, and horizontal is something that they use, after plumb. No, that's not the case ever.
So wait, let me get this straight. Your husband's a millwright, right?
Yes. So
Okay.
he only uses horizontal as his level, never the other way around as plumb. They want you to think that they're using plumb. They're not. They're using horizontal and then plumb. And I'm telling you, they're erecting machinery for power plants. Okay? They're not just doing something that's ambiguous or whatever. That my husband could work in nuclear power plants and make a lot of money. Okay? he's not somewhere he's not somewhere where they're like, oh, horizontal, oh, that's bad. No, that's what they refer to. They don't refer to plumb. I just asked him many times, what is plumb? Many times he was like, it's perpendicular to horizontal. That's what we are measuring for, is horizontal, not plumb.
I think that wild turkey is going wild on you right now.
I mean, it probably
Hey
is.
man, let her cook,
I'm
bro.
not gonna lie to you, but I'm also not lying to you when I
Let
tell
her
you that
cook.
that's what
Let
he's
her
doing.
cook.
I'm not lying to you when I tell you that's what he's doing with his job. I may be
The turkey
like a
cooked
bit.
you.
Yeah, I got some.
You got cooked by
I
the
got
turkey.
some turkey. I got some turkey involved. Okay, you already knew that before I was in
Yo,
here.
I'm not gonna lie, that
So
was really funny.
Yeah, but I wanted to pinpoint down
yeah, what's
where.
that pinpoint again?
Yeah, the pinpoint is that Sterling doesn't use plumb, he uses horizontal. I got that out of him. I extracted that from him. For your benefit, thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Well, one more time for those in the cheap seats.
Yeah,
Yeah,
so they're using horizontal, not plumb. There you go, cheap seats.
No Glovers in 2025, huh? CB?
I think well's gonna finally dry up. Yeah.
Maybe that's season 10, just us.
Yeah,
No,
just us.
no. I'm not ready.
Not yet, man. Maybe in CB's like older age, when he's my age, we'll get to there.
Yeah, I feel like we're gonna be in season 9 for a while, guys. Come on, let's let it ride out.
Just let it play out for a little while longer. CB wants to enjoy some of these baller conversations.
But you have to acknowledge that the people that erection of these big buildings.
Hey.
Okay.
Wait.
I'm okay. Listen. Okay. So my husband is in the vicinity of erecting machinery.
Whoa.
Okay. So you know that he erects these machinery from the ground level up. So if he's telling you that they haze their newcomers with a curved level and that level is perpendicular to horizontal, and they don't ever use plumb, they always use horizontal. This is something that you should take note of, okay? They are in the business of erecting these big time the machinery, the buildings that are doing this. This is what they're doing. So my husband is involved with that. So I'm trying to give you some inside information that you can absolutely stand on. You don't have to be you, not that you any of you are like faltering in your understanding about what the earth is, but he is using the earth as a horizontal plane of reference. Plumb is only ever relevant when they're using it perpendicular to horizontal. Okay? They don't use plumb primarily. No, they use horizontal primarily. So you're being told by these anti flat earthers that plumb is being used primarily. No, horizontal is being used primarily. So please just be knowledgeable of that, at least.
At the very least, huh?
Oh, my husband can do all the math. He was the one that helped me with the math that I came up with that I have to eat crow on because I just gave him false information with the travel time of 1,000 miles with 500 miles per hour, and given with the the air flight of an airplane, right? So you're given the pitch data with that amount of time. So the drop over distance would be exponential. And I didn't factor that in when I gave them the amount of feet per second. That wasn't right. So I need to be able to correct that. I was wrong.
What's up, Cody? Welcome to the speaker panel. Cody, you there? Go ahead and speak, man.
Yeah, I'm here. What's going on?
Nothing much, man. We're still asking the question 10 years down the line. Does anybody know if the Earth is a globe?
Go read your local world map.
What'd you say?
I say go read your local world map. It's a circle.
And
Yeah,
here we go.
The local world map tells us that it's a circle. Is that right?
Yes, it does. Sometimes they cut it in half.
How did they measure the How did they
Is the
measure the
circle
curvature?
sorry,
Hold on.
is the circle exclusive to a globe or could it be planar?
I don't know why they would put a circle as the world map all these years, and then tell us that it's not a circle at all and it's just flat plains. I don't know why.
Well, if you think it's a circle, and you think it's not a circle. It's supposed to be a globe that you're saying it is. So you're getting the term wrong. It's not a circle. Circle's a 2D shape, Cody. You know that, right?
Yeah, I understand. But if you took a bunch of circles and you put it inside of it and you made a sphere out of it, it would just be a circle.
I know that, but your justification for a circle doesn't mean that it constitutes you saying sphere. You should have said sphere and led with that. So a circle's a 2D shape. So you can't justify that you meant sphere out of a circle. You said circle. So then, if you think it's a sphere, how did they measure that thing?
How would you come up with a question that has to do with measuring if you don't have an object to measure? If the wind and like the clouds and stuff are just air, then what would you be measuring if there wasn't a measurement to measure? Think about what we live in.
What the hell was that about? How much wood could a woodchuck chuck if a woodchuck could chuck wood? Figure that one out. Dude, I'm asking specifically for the measurement if it was ever taken by anyone on Earth. And if you know that method, can you tell us?
So you want to know the measurement of what?
The Earth as a globe.
Why would it be a measurement of that? Like, wouldn't it be a presentation of why it is a globe?
I mean, okay, so words mean things, right? A presentation is just somebody showing you what their conception is. A measurement is them demonstrating that the thing that they're talking about, which is a geometric shape, it has a specific consequence, such as a radius, a diameter, and a circumference, in which they claim that the Earth has. So we're asking for the measurements because that's the claim, Cody. They're claiming that it has a specific size. There you go.
Yeah, I don't really go into specifics here. It's kind of crazy.
I know, but that's where we're all about specifics, Cody. And the reason being is because a lot of people, such as yourself, believe that it's a globe, but there's no evidence to back it up. And that's why we show people, it's like, when you come up to the speaker panel, we're going to demonstrate to you that even you don't know. Even you might think you know, right? It's just like a head knowledge, because everybody does, right? Before we know anything, we believe. We believe the Earth is a globe because all the information you've been told. But of course, I'm asking you now this very specific question of how it's been measured, and it sounds like there isn't an answer for that. So it's not merely just a belief. Now, go ahead. Go ahead.
I was just going to give you the answer to your thing there. I was just saying.
Go ahead.
There probably isn't one. You'll probably never find the answer unless you're just wanting to go on forever about the same thing forever.
Well, that's not true because, when you go to Google and you say, Google, what is the size of Earth? It's going to give you 3 values, radius, diameter, and circumference. And the numeric values for those things are what they would imagine being established. It's already the size. That's the size of the Earth.
Why don't I can't see why they couldn't prove that it was a sphere.
Yeah, me too. I'm with you. I'm with you, Cody. Yeah, but I'm with you on that, right? Like if they could prove it to us, I think they should, right? At least, listen, you don't. Okay, let me just put it to you this way, Cody. You don't carry the burden for providing evidence for this, but if you advocate that the Earth is a globe, then of course the burden does rest on your shoulders. You're going to have to show us how you know it's a globe. But currently, you could say, hey, they need to present to me how the Earth's a globe, and then you shift the burden back on their shoulders. You get what I'm saying? But since you're advocating for it, it sounds like maybe you know. I don't know. That's why I'm asking you. But if you don't know, then you could easily say, well, shit, ask them. and then we shift the burden onto their shoulders, and then of course we ask them the question. But since you're here saying, you get what I'm saying?
I got an idea though.
What's your idea?
Should ask the damn the people that make the graphs for making world maps and see if they have a scientist that could give you estimations and like measurements of what he would think that would be like. You go to a scientist for this kind of shit.
Well, we haven't found such a human in the years that we've been doing this, and not for not looking, Cody, but the people that think that they're qualified for this specific line of questioning don't ever come close to answering any of the questions that we have. So the question that I asked you, basically I've asked academic people, like the ones you think, scientists and cosmologists, astrophysicists, PhDs. They do not have an answer for this question.
Really?
Seriously. Yeah, I'm serious.
How many people have you asked?
Been doing this for, I'll give you context, Cody. I've been doing this 10 years, and we've been live streaming on YouTube with Helioskeptics live stream for about 6 years. So 6 years live streaming, 10 years for me asking questions, and interactions with thousands of people. If not, I wouldn't say hundreds of thousands. I really don't know exactly how many, but a shit ton of people I've had conversations with, including a lot of academics. But they don't know how the measurements of the Earth, according to what we know the size of the Earth with the ball, right? They don't know how they were taken. They just appealed to Eratosthenes. I don't know if you know who Eratosthenes is, but the sticks in the well, he measured the sunlight hitting the angle, sunlight hitting a pole at an angle and casting the shadow. That guy, that's the only thing they know. Yeah, they don't know. They don't really know.
So what you're saying is they've got measurements, but it's not what they don't know where they got them from.
Yeah, so it sounds like they're not measurements, basically.
Oh.
It's like mathematic calculations, something like that. There's just a mathematical like construct. It doesn't, okay, so think about it, right? So if you work at a job that uses math, some of the math that you use applies to like the type of work that you do, right? Like it's applicable. You could take the math and then you can use that math to help you perform a job. Like you can measure something, or you can use the numbers to see what values they have in your job, right? Well, when it concerns the Earth as a globe, they have the math, but that math is not usable anywhere on the Earth. You can't take that information and measure anything with it. You get what I'm saying? You don't know the Earth's a globe by the way that math is. You just only can assume it.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what it's like, bro.
I'll be kosher, or actually I'll just be normal with you about the whole thing with the measurements thing. I would say if you took your measurement and you took it outside of what your thinking is of what that measurement is, and think about it like this: if you were outside the universe looking in, are you I can't remember what I was going to say. I'm tired.
Yeah, that's all right. Just do your best.
I was just going to say, outside of your boundaries of thinking, you could take that same measurement and figure it out in a way like Google Maps would show you Google Earth. And you can't really think about what you live in if you mean you lived in it all your life, but at the same time you can't think what is outside of your boundaries of thinking if you're inside of it. So to think outside of it, you'd have to have a complete redo of your mind to where you would be able to figure out stuff that don't exist in the universe.
Well, that's a mouthful you had there, Cody.
Yeah, I was gonna say something else that sounded a little bit smarter than that, but it's 3 a.m. where I'm at.
Yeah, you're fine, dude. You're fine. Look, I don't like you're being straight up, dude, and it's like I don't fault people for actually thinking this way. We all come from this, man. Everybody in here came from thinking that the Earth was a globe, so it's not really your fault for looking at it that way, man. I'm not that kind of guy. The kind of guy I am is that when you're not being real, you're being real. But when you're not being real, like somebody's not being real in here, then that's a bit of a different conversation. But yeah, if you're real, dude, I'm shooting straight at you, man. It's like I get it. I mean, we all come from the same place, man. Our understanding was that the Earth was a globe. We thought about it in that way because that's the only knowledge that we had. But when your mind starts to become more critically, their thought process is like really in tune with what the questions are. You start to figure out more of the answers that you didn't thought were actually answers. Like, is the Earth actually curving? Can we measure it? Like the question I asked you, you're gonna find out it's not possible. You can't measure something that's imaginary. So this whole time, a lot of people that are listening to me right now or play this back, because we got some people on YouTube right now that are listening because we got a YouTube bot in here, and also those who play this audio back again. You can ask yourself the question, how do I know the Earth's a globe? In what way is it a globe, right? Does it measure like a globe? Does it look like a globe? And we're talking about your perspective, what you look at the physical and natural world with when you go outside. And it doesn't look like anything that they show you with those images, with the videos, and you got all kinds of stuff. But dude, the most important thing, when I went to measurements with you, Cody, it doesn't measure like a globe. So all the math that they got to, they got the radius, diameter, the circumference. The radius is 3,959 miles. The circumference is 24,901 miles all the way around. So all that math, it should be something that you could verify. You can go outside and with some technology be able to measure a slice of that piece of the Earth, right? Let's measure a 20-mile stretch or whatever. Let's see if we can figure out if the Earth is curving like they say it is. If that was true. If it was true. Now, if it was true, then the measurements that they tell you that how big the Earth is would line up with how big the Earth is. But you don't ever get that, Cody. You never get the fact that you can go and measure the surface to be curving like they say it is. And I don't know if you knew this or not, but the Earth is measured to be flat. And what I mean by that, it's a horizontal plane that has land topography. So horizontal plane, land topography, that's fine. You can have hills and valleys on the flat Earth. And if you really think about it, hills and valleys and all that, think about a flat floor, and you have carpet on it. The Earth would have topography like that carpet would have topography on that flat floor.
Yeah, boy.
You get it? That's exactly how you think about it. That's CB's little example, because I heard him say it before. So I'm going to be like Shang Tsung right now. I'm going to absorb his energy and turn into him for a moment, because that's what he says. He's like, if you want to look at the idea that the Earth is flat, don't think of it like a piece of paper, 2D, planar surface. The idea that the flat Earth is, first of all, what it is, it's the reference plane that we talk about is the measurement for the Earth. So the Earth itself, however, is on that reference plane, but it looks like it has topography. And what that seems like, if you wanted to put an analogy to it, like CB's idea, just think of a flat floor with carpet on it. The carpet itself is stretched out over the flat floor, but it's still flat. The floor is still flat. You get it? So it's the carpet's on the horizontal plane, but the carpet has little bumps, little ridges, valleys and stuff. You guys get it? Makes sense, doesn't it? But the floor is still flat. Doesn't change the fact that the floor is flat. That's just kind of the easy analogy so your mind can think about that. You don't have to be confused, What do you mean by flat Earth? Well, there it is. So hopefully that helps you guys kind of understand that question. How is it possible that you can have a flat Earth? Well, that's how we say. But there's no measurement of curvature. That's the other thing. I don't know. Do you have any questions about that, Cody? Because I mean, there's many different things I can talk about when it comes to concerns this.
I don't really have any questions, but I was thinking in my head what I heard from what I hear on videos and stuff is that we're in a simulation or some kind of simulation. People get glitched sometimes, and those glitches is what changes time and all kinds of stuff like that. Like we're in an alien simulation, probably, like most likely, like the alien that would be like doing the Earth and all that stuff, like taking care of it, probably.
I don't know about that, man. It's a bit too far in the weeds right there for us, because we want to stick to the physical and natural world. Once we get into those kinds of conversations, we're speculating, we're talking about stuff, and it's not beneficial for those who are trying to figure out whether or not the Earth is a globe, because that's just like another speculation you can have that you can't prove.
Like you said, when you started talking about all that, I got really into it, but at the same time, I thought of something different in my head. Like all that started clicking in my head, like simulation.
Yeah, but even if it was a simulation, it seems like it's pretty flat from that simulation. So it doesn't matter if it's a simulation or not. The Earth's still flat, Yeah, simulation isn't gonna change the fact that we observe it that way, we measure it that way, and we travel over it that way. Are we still live? What up? What up? Everybody have enough tryptophan? Everybody had so much turkey, man. Everybody fell asleep.
I got a plate of turkey in the icebox. I've been wanting to eat for the past hour.
It's no time like the present.
You should eat some yourself. Or make you feel better this late at night.
Yeah, but there's always something called a late night snack. Barrington says too much tryptophan. What's up, Barrington? Hey, if you want to, you can come up to the speaker panel, Barrington. I don't know if you got to be quiet or whatnot. Because for some people in America, it's morning time and you got to be quiet, super quiet. Oh, he's just waking up? All right. Jemsey's up here in the speaker panel. What's up, Jemsey?
All good. Gotta keep it quiet for the moment. It got late so fast.
Everybody had way too much turkey, man. They're
way too much.
Did you guys have a good Thanksgiving?
Oh yeah, it was good. I met with family, friends. We had a bunch of food, and we also went to the movie theater after. Date night watch Gladiator 2.
There's a part 2?
Yeah. It's decent.
Oh, I gotta watch that. Yeah, it's kind of funny, man. People don't claim that the Earth is a globe anymore. They claim origami Earth.
Origami. That's funny.
You could fold the Earth up. That's what the guy said. So weird.
Did he give you an example of folding Earth?
I was asking him for it, man. He didn't give it. He was just being reluctant. I was like, dude, you said you had it. Where is this? I want to see something. Like, show it. Hey, he didn't give it. You gotta be like Nathan. Give it me.
Showeth me.
Show it me.
Yeah, those are copyright, man. That's what he says. I heard he's doing a show today a little bit later for everybody. I was trying to think about doing a handoff for this one, but I don't know. It's not working out. Perhaps one day. We probably get better traction tomorrow on Black Friday. And everybody's going to be rushing to Walmart.
Yeah.
Man, oh man. Remember the old Black Fridays, dude? It would bum rush Walmart. You'd be knocking people over. You'd be elbowing grandmas and whatnot. Elbow, you know what I'm talking about.
Oh yeah, man. I was here in Texas. This shit was crazy.
Dude, I was in Texas, man. That's what we did.
Yeah.
And then if you have a cart, dude, oh hell no, you're never getting out of that place. And then you see them get the last vacuum, you know, the one that was like $50 and that's worth like $780. So when the person's not looking, you just take it out of the cart, put it on your like. Dude, I remember it was such crazy madness, dude, back in those days.
Can I walk through a Walmart?
And people are pushy and like. There was one time I remember. I know I'm way off topic, but we're waiting for the ballers. So, they had one of the like a little island and it had a bunch of cameras, but it was wrapped up in like, you know, saran wrap. And the people were starting to cut through the saran wrap before it was time for people to go in it. And then everybody was like, "Can we get it, man? Because these people are starting to get the cameras. There were a bunch of cameras." And immediately once they cut that saran wrap stuff, the other workers weren't there. So it was like, have you ever seen piranhas like in a feeding frenzy? It was just like tearing that island up. It was funny, dude. And then the cameras were everywhere on the floor, and like you could just imagine, you know, people were bum rushing that little island. And by the time the workers were trying to come, they couldn't get through, man. They couldn't get through. Yeah, it used to be. It was, I don't know. The camera was like, was it $60, and it was like 15 on sale. Like it was some crazy stuff like that.
Only a Globie would do such a thing and trample each other. We're saving $10.
I'm telling you, Barrington, that's how it was, man.
Oh yeah, I remember one year there was a Walmart somewhere. The workers would come out with this megaphone, and they'd have the whole line up I think maybe even they passed out coffee and all sorts of stuff, and they had all the excitement going about what you going to do, save, and they just kept going through this whole thing. And then when they finally opened the doors, like 2 or 3 people got trampled to death.
Yep. Can you imagine being at the pearly gates, like how you got there?
Yeah, I needed to save $15 for Christmas.
Yeah, but dude, wow.
It's unbelievable. There's no doubt about it, but that's just, I guess, your Globey for you. That's how they think.
It's wild times, man.
I mean, of course I'm being a little unfair and joking, but by the same token, it is funny how they fell for that excitement, and that just excitement was about these trivial savings on usually second-rate products that were made just for Black Friday that would ultimately be a gift given to somebody that you didn't really care about, purchased by money that you didn't have, to show that you were cool or something. So it was sad. It was really sad.
It's because that damn Christmas list is way too long, man. That's why.
Oh yeah.
And then the one person you forget, they mark you as the person. Yeah, you're just a bad guy now. Like, oh yeah, we know who Barrington is. He didn't give us a gift last year, so.
That's right.
You're the bad guy now.
Yeah. Well, so how many shows have you done now? This is 25.
We're up to 25 right now. Yep.
So you're in the Quarter Century Club. So looking back over a quarter century, what are your thoughts on the X platform compared to where our home server is?
It does have a better reach for newer people, wider audience. Let's see. Better for creating content. Like, let's say if I wanted to be, a content creator, I could actually start something here, like the foundation for it, and then like get a bigger platform here. So I don't know, man. If it never leaves Elon's hands, from the duration, I think it would be a pretty good platform, because that's not gonna be any censorship. Not that I know of.
Do you feel we get a more sophisticated audience here?
It's dude. Yeah, I would say, because before Twitter was what it is today, it had all the blue pillars. The blue pillars were like, they covered Twitter. So we're basically like, this is like the red pill landing party, if you could think of it that way.
Oh yeah.
Ever since Elon took over, whatever. You can call him whatever you want, but it's a red pill landing party now. Like we're coming on here and starting to make a dent in the blue pill army or whatever.
Speculation someday somewhere. I actually think that Elon Musk knows that the Earth is not a big spinny ball, and I think he covers that by all his hats and mugs and everything else that say Flat Mars Society.
Yeah, I don't know. It's weird.
I think this topic has his full interest, and I think compared to where our home server is, that you're wise to be here on X. I think that there's a much more sophisticated audience. I even noticed that the people that we talk to, they're not just like Brenda looking for an argument in the Liars Club. That they're here actually, a lot of them are here actually to discuss. Doesn't mean they come to the to agree with us or not. But I think the quality of conversation here is definitely worth putting the effort that you put forth here.
Yeah, man, I'm all about it. I'm actually, I really dig the vibe here. So that's what I was saying. Like, it could really help us. You know, like, I think all of us have our own unique perspective on how we approach these arguments. I think individually, once we grow our following, then we can individually have our own spaces, and it's just like we can just branch out. Then we'll be like a whole bunch of us. You know what I'm saying? Like, but we'll all start together, and it's just.
Yeah, and I think that I think that this is a better place to have a more rigorous approach than your typical Discord user. Whereas that's what we've always done is we've always had that more rigorous approach, and ultimately, I think it's really good here. I think it's something I look forward to listening to. It's not like tuning into Earth Awakenings or something. Although we got a lot of really good friends over there. They go off into the weeds, and I think that's their shtick. And more power to them. I'm certainly not judging them even in the slightest. I think it's just having a rigorous approach that we like to have is a much better fit over here.
Yeah, moving forward, I think that what we're going to see is probably these guys coming in here and having different conversations versus those like really dug in anti-flat earth types, for sure.
Yeah.
Does it need to always turn out to be fisticuffs, man, with somebody? That's what I'm saying. Like Discord kind of got us in that mindset. Like we'd always have to be on the defense, like with the way everybody like really aggressive. But here it's a mixed bag. Of course, you're still going to have to do that because those trolls come over here where we're at, and of course, even the title get somebody to, act that way. But it doesn't always have to be that way. We can have this regular conversations, and it goes over well like a podcast versus it being just like a slugfest.
So in, I think it was episode 23, there was this guy who claimed to be a pilot, and he had a picture of him in the wrong side of the airplane, and he was, and he had some sort of emergency management logo on his shirt, and he said a couple far out there things, and then his number one proof that the Earth was a globe was he just would continually was saying, "Stop lying, stop lying," and then you'd ask him for some proof or whatever, and he'd just say, "Stop lying," and then he took off. I mean, we're of course going to continually have people like that, no matter what the platform we're on is, but I think the number of quality conversations that you and the panels have here is impressive. But we obviously had a number of those on Discord, but I think that if we were counting a ratio, I think that ratio of quality over junk, the quality here, that ratio would be much, much higher here than it would be over at Discord.
It was a gentleman, just the last speaker that was here, Cody. At first, it sounded like he was a bit on the baller side, but then he was just like, "Yeah, I don't know," like, So for me, I take the individual kind of like approach to like how I'm gonna assess what I'm gonna do. Like, I have to be diverse in the way that I do things. I can't just. It's not applicable to apply a sledgehammer to every conversation. You just can't do that. You have to figure out where they're coming from and at least sympathize. Okay, yeah, we all came from this place. We know that we all used to think the Earth was a globe. Like, that's what I was going on with him about. Like, you have to do it that way. You just can't keep like clubbing everybody that comes up here because, it just has to be like some people just believe it just because it's something they grew up with.
Yeah. Yeah, that's the interesting thing about this topic is that it is so easy to fall in the trap of belief because we grow up with it, and so much of our fiction enjoyment is then based on some form of this theory tale. Like, for instance, it's really hard to enjoy things like Star Wars and Star Trek and other kinds of space tales, though I still truly enjoy Spaceballs. It's much harder to enjoy a lot of the things that you enjoyed. So I think there's a moral hazard of, depending on the person that we're talking with, that they really truly have this incentive to keep the globe Earth because they're going to miss out on so much of what they knew and grew to love. And now all of a sudden you're saying that, no, that's impossible. There's no way you can have Captain Picard out there talking with Vulcans and Klingons and that so I think that's what truly ultimately makes it so hard, especially for those of the gamer mindset that we're going to continually run across on Discord, that it's a game to them. And so they probably play lots of space-related games in addition to their Call of Duty and things like that.
Yeah. But I think what will attract a lot more here once this platform gets a little bit more well known and established is we'll get a bit more people to come in and have those quality conversations. So I think in the end, I think it'll be beneficial for everybody, honestly.
I agree. Though I'm not a huge fan of Jaron, one show he said made really a lot of sense. I don't remember if he had somebody on his episode or what. This was back in like 2021. And they were talking about what it was that made him successful. And Jaron said that by far anything else that's been of benefit to me is really just boiled down to being consistent. He said that just having a consistent show at a consistent time was much more important than anything else that he did. And so you're having 1 to 2 streams a week on average, which is great because I think it doesn't, like if you did a pretend, say, 7 days a week, it'd get old quick, but like any kind of show would. 5 days a week is probably too much. 2 days a week is probably ideal because it keeps that excitement in your panel that comes on. The Globies, it gives them a little time to, for those who are starting to learn that you're going to be here. So I really admire that consistency, and that's what's going to, I think, continue to just keep this going. You've had some big panels.
Yep, sure do.
So the important question, though, beyond all this is who on the panel here tonight has some proof that we live on a big spinny ball bouncing and wobbling through space that, excuse me, has proof of some sort of gas pressure without containment? Somebody out here must have some proof that can just put all this to rest for us.
Well, I see one person that thinks that the Earth is a globe in the listening panel. His name is Amish. I don't know if he wants to come up and speak to us about it. Oh, what's up, Amish?
Well, so, hearing none, then I'll just kind of continue on with keeping the dead air away. Yesterday, or your episode 24, you were talking about the evolution of the 3 questions for Globies.
Yes, I was. Yep.
Yeah. I really like those 3 questions for a lot of different reasons. What would you say was the big driving force to come up with those standardized questions?
I remember that Nathan's panel, they used to have them like before every show. It was 6 or 7. I'm not really sure. There was quite a bit of them that they would go through. But the reason why I was like, there's got to be a non-confrontational way to actually approach somebody that thinks that the Earth is a globe. For me, anyway, I was like, I have to figure something out, because it can't just be that we're always arguing with people. Like, it just doesn't feel natural. Like, there needs to be a more natural approach to, like, talking to somebody about it. Like, if I wanted to talk to somebody that doesn't really know, any of the flat Earth and globe Earth like realm argument, like, they don't know anything about like what's going on social media. I just want to ask them like if they know any of this information. So I was thinking of questions that were like really important, right? So I thought of the curvature, because that was number 1 for me. I was like, you don't have curvature, you don't have a globe. Then of course axial rotation was the second one, and then I just like the third one was space being a place you can travel to. That's the way I said it in the beginning. Like, how do you know it's a place you can travel to? And then it further was refined to gas pressure without a container by QE, kind of helping me to like figure out how I'm going to codify that. And once I got those 3 questions over time, I said I started to add a little more to them. Like the first question with curvature was, who ever measured the curvature of the Earth any time in history? Was the way that I framed it. But it was like that for a little bit, and then I switched it over to whoever measured the curvature of the Earth anytime in history, as in the drop over distance. So it was an addendum to that happened later on, because that wasn't the first way that I said it. So that drop over distance was actually the thing that made it more applicable to not using Eratosthenes' method or any other method that doesn't talk about this very specific thing that we would ask for when thinking about the Earth as a globe. Kind of like using a tangent line, and if you did put like a ruler on a basketball, you would have to have the Earth dropping away over the distance. So then exponentially, as you get farther out, the tangent line that sits on the Earth, there would be an extreme amount of curvature. But you'd only know that if you'd have the tangent line. So you'd have to have first the tangent line on the curved surface. You know what I mean? So then I was like, well, then that makes more sense to make it sound like I'm not just asking for a method to measure the Earth. I'm asking for the very specific measurement of drop over distance. Do you get what I'm saying, Barrington?
Oh, no, I love it. I think it's great. And so looking back on those 3 questions, would you add any more? Like, would you do 4 or 5 or anything? Or would you...
Yeah, no, one thing that QE was going over, because my 3 questions were a bit more lengthy too, because I would go in and talk about the question themselves, but he's like, he put a little meme when I was talking to him, and the meme was some lady that was saying "say less things" on the bottom of the meme, and it was a GIF, but the GIF said that at the bottom, "say less things." So I was like, oh, so you're telling me like probably try to keep it under 10,000 words. So he's like, yeah, just make it short. That's all. Just be concise. You don't have to be long with it. Just, short and to the point. So yeah, I was just trying to like cut the fat when it came to like how I wanted to present it. And so it was a bit easier or more digestible to just keep it light. So yeah, that's one of the main things. Cause you don't want to add too many points because then it becomes like, when is the, I don't know how to put it. Like when are you going to make your point flat, Arthur? If you're going on like, this is point number 21 for like, proving that the earth is not a globe, and then so you have to get to a point where you make the points that you want to make and then say, okay, because of this, the earth can't be a globe. You know what I mean? Because you didn't provide the evidence that would be substantiating these claims. But if I added more claims, then it would be like a lot longer before I got to, because it's hard enough for them to admit that those three questions are something they can't prove. Like those, the really dug in ones. So it's hard, man.
Yeah, it's hard to get past the three. I like their succinctness. I've kicked around the idea of what else would I add if I was going to add anything else, and problem is that what I ultimately would add are like there's like one. My question would be is. Does science prove things? Well, right there, you've just gotten off the main topic of the Earth being flat, and you're on a important but yet derivative topic. So, I think that if the three questions are meant to inspire a conversation, then the three questions are probably a 1 hour conversation with somebody who's going to have it with you, honestly. If they're going to actually consider it and discuss it, it prompts, I think it's a good way to prompt an entire conversation rather than say, I'm looking for a specific answer. It's a good way to lead the opening of a conversation that, and the one thing I like about it is it does give the Globies a consistent experience, and it gives us the opportunity to compare and contrast what specific Globies are saying to us. Whereas if we all do it 1,000 different ways, then it's harder to compare and contrast those conversations. Whereas we can actually have meta conversations, so to speak, about all the different responses we get.
Yeah, I like people that are inspired to come up here and have a conversation with us. It gets to be where I think people should feel more comfortable as time progresses to actually see who we are versus us being kind of upset with those Globers who are dug in their positions and they come up here just to, aggravate and distort the truth and because everybody doesn't have to be like that, I think. But I think those guys that are in there for that, they just try to do it so that we can always be in a very different light, so that's my opinion. I don't think because they're not in here for any truth. Especially when we're talking to new people, like some of those anti-flat earth types will pop in. And as Indio puts it, like they throw their bodies in the gear so that we don't continue to have constructive conversations with those individuals who don't have like a dog in the fight.
No. Yeah, and that's what I really like about, and I'm trying to remember this cat that his name's escaping me. I don't think I've seen him in a little while. But then what he would do is he would just show up, like especially every time that somebody new to the topic, there he would be, and he would come in and just start talking about the most ignorant interpretations of things, the straw manning, what we would say, and really the only way that you can control those people is just to flat out not let them have the microphone until you're ready to. And that's what I really like about the X platform is it's much easier to do that than it is with Discord. Now, granted, though, I've not done any modding or anything on Discord, because I'm typically on Discord when I'm driving, so I couldn't do any moderating if I wanted to. But just my point being, though, if we or on here, you have that opportunity to bring somebody up, let them have the microphone, let them have the floor. And so I think probably that helps inspire the quality of conversation because the Globey isn't having, 3 or 4 other anti-flat earthers on there trying to distract them. And so I think ultimately what we have works really well here.
Yeah, I totally agree with you. Yeah. Yeah, but we probably won't go for too much longer because it seems like everything's winding down. So
yeah, I think they're getting ready to save their $15 on a television.
Yeah, everybody's getting ready for that. They're gonna secretly go and get their electronic goods.
So actually, I'm going to the office here. Probably another 45 minutes or so. I'll start getting ready, and I'm going to head to the office for a couple hours and try to straighten up. I've got papers strewn about everywhere, and so I'm going to go in and try to put a bunch of papers in the shred bin and such while nobody's there. And then I myself am actually heading over to Worst Buy. And, it's interesting that I'm going to buy a 55-inch television for $179. And then you think just a few years ago that 55-inch television would have been $1,000.
I was just gonna say that. That's about $1,000. Yep.
It's amazing how dependent on this technology that the Globies want us to be. That they virtually give it to you now.
Yep. Well, all right. Yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and just round off this space and say thanks to everybody that's joined us today. Appreciate everybody that's been joining 24/7 Flat Earth, episode number 25. And if you guys want to join us in the future, don't forget to shoot me a follow. Creation Bear, Heretic, Elbow Requa, or Elbow, J.E. Barrington, and the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord bot that's in here. Amish also down in the panel. Give us a follow. We do appreciate that. That keeps us getting our numbers up so that we can bring more great content to you. Hopefully, you can hear more of these interactions with individuals who believe that the Earth is a globe. So we do appreciate everybody that's joined us. And I'm going to say goodbye to everybody. And we'll catch you next time that we are on if you're following me. So appreciate everybody. And we'll talk to you later.
Thanks for the work, AV.
Later, Elbow. Later, Barrington.
It was nice.